Here we go. Aloo! Aloo!
I have a rabbit on my face on my screen.
On your face.
Yum.
Should I bounce then? Do you want me to? Should I bounce?
There we go.
Should I bounce more?
I think so.
Should I bounce more?
It's your little wiggle reactive.
Oh, my wiggly.
Yeah, he's just wiggling over there.
That's what you
complaints, but
see, I understand. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I am a coffee-fueled bunny host. I'm a professional voice actor, and I absolutely love working out, because you couldn't tell. And with me today, I don't know what side I'm on for you. You're on my right. Am I on? Are you on my right on your screen?
Yes, I'm on your left. Wait, no,
Wait.
I'm on your right. You're on my left.
Okay, good. Hey, we have the same
hold my
positioning.
hands up.
Just do the shape of an L on your forehead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they both make L shapes.
That's crazy. And joining me tonight, or should I say hosting me tonight, because I watched them do it and I really wanted to do it because I used to do these back in the day and I missed doing them and now I really want to do them again. It's Envy!
Hi, welcome. Ooh, I got some Raiders. Hi, Raiders. Perfect time to introduce myself. My name is Envy. I am the sheep guild leader of the Golden Flock Adventuring Guild. I like to do these advice streams like sometimes once a month, sometimes once every 2 months. But regardless, I'm a little bit of a digital media and comms wizard. I like to call myself seasoned, but no expert. I just have a lot of advice to give from outside of the VTubing space, which I think people can benefit from. And I love giving free information. It's nice. It should be free.
I like it. I like the way you think.
Yeah.
Should I talk about my background?
Everyone should learn. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Okay. So I may not have any like formal education in that aspect. However, I have been a content creator for over 8 years now. I started streaming back in 2017. I am a professional voice actor, and I've been training in voice acting for, I think, either very close to 3 years or just over 3 years. I don't have an actual specific time like table. I have worked professionally in IT for over a decade. So I know a lot about technology and how to fix it. Yeah. And I've been VTubing for over 4 years. So, yippee!
That's a lot of VTubing.
There's a lot of VTubing. I'm on my 4th model.
I think there's a level of modesty here as well.
I don't know what you mean.
As far as I've known Roy, Roy also has a lot of really good lived experience in building up like multi-platform engagement. I think it's really cool. In the past, like I've come to Roy for advice, Roy's come to me for advice, so it's really, really cool that we could like get together and now give you guys advice in one like little neat package. But there's definitely a level of modesty here because Roy does a wonderful job in engaging in a bunch of different ways across multiple platforms, following those kinds of like, I guess, advice circles that are like, you need to do everything on everything at once. Roy is a machine. Roy literally does everything on every platform at once, and it's frightening, but it's really impressive.
I will say I'm not as perfect as Envy puts me out to be, because there are certain things that I will suggest that I don't do anymore that I used to do that are still good practices, and I don't do them for one reason or another. But I'm like, there are some things that I'm gonna be like, I do this, you should do this, or like I don't do this, but you should do this, and I don't do it because of these reasons. But I will agree with everything else that Envy said. I do a lot, and I still want to do more.
Yeah.
I don't do enough.
Yeah.
I need to do more.
I think that's one of the big things that I love is like, I can always look at the content you're doing and it's like, strive to do more. Roy's always pushing. So
I do try.
literally a bunny, so much energy.
Yeah. What are you talking about? I'm not very energetic. I don't know what you're talking. Me? Energetic? That's never. Never.
Wait, you're doing the bunny thing. Let me do the sheep thing. Just fall over and roll.
That's funny because you didn't move at all for me.
I know, because if I spin, it doesn't do anything on your screen. Oh.
You know what? You spun in my heart because you're always spinning and winning.
Well, I'm literally Sonic. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog to this guy. Gotta go fast. So, with that said,
yes,
we have a ton of questions.
Yes, we do.
A ton.
Yeah.
A ton. By a ton, I mean approximately 50. But there is like a good amount of overlap.
Yes.
Some questions I think are pretty short answered. It's pretty easy to give like a level of perspective on them. Some might be a bit more in depth. So we're going to try our best to get through as many of these as we can today.
Yeah.
We're hopefully going to both give our perspective on some of these. Some of these are really good in a sense that you guys are taking advantage of Roy's knowledge base and experience really well. So I'm really excited to hear Roy's answer on those. And I don't think I will have a very good perspective. So it's not always going to be both of us. But I think this is the joy of these questions and having like someone else who's like very seasoned in very specific types of content creation.
Yeah.
And take advantage of that. How do I convince my wife and kids to talk to me again?
Therapy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will also preface this before we go in because you're prefacing things. Now, I am probably I will probably not be as actively responding to everybody in my chat as I normally am, just because I do want this to focus on the question aspect, because I do want this to feel like a content clinic for people, that they feel like they are getting out of this, what they're putting in terms of the questions and things like that. I know you might be occasionally cherry picking questions that you see that you think fit. I might do the same. But other than that, if I am not directly responding to you, I promise I see your message. I do just want to make sure that we are giving everybody the proper answers to questions and the proper attention in that regard. But I promise you, I do see you. I do appreciate you. And
did you just fart with your mouth? Oh. Same goes, you guys. You guys know the deal, though. If you hear a clicker noise, spam emotes. Clicker trained.
Are you clicking with your tongue?
You guys got it. Yeah.
You gotta get a
clicker.
You have to get an actual clicker to clicker train them. It sounds like you're all trying to imitate like a horse walking on like cobblestones.
Okay, the bell works better.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
A lot better.
Yeah.
Go, guys. Go, guys.
Oh my gosh. All right.
Okay, so first up, and guys, please feel free to, like, especially questions that are on topic, try to kind of bounce off them if you like. If you want us to expand on anything, like, ask. It doesn't hurt. We're not ignoring chat, again, as Roy said. So feel free to just ask stuff, and if it kind of vibes into the question really well,
yeah,
we'll do our best to stay on that.
Yeah.
So we have a first question. I've actually had a question like this before. I'll read it out. This is from King Meg.
Sure.
So legit question, but do you guys have any great ideas on how I can use my art skills to increase my discoverability and to draw in interest? I have full confidence in animation and drawing, anything that I want, but I don't know how to use my superpowers. For context, I've been doing this for 3 years now, and I'm still relatively clueless.
Meg is a good friend of mine, and we have definitely had conversations, but there's always like content creation is like this really weird thing. I'm gonna get a little philosophical at times, where if you asked me this question 3 years ago, my answer probably would have been different than it is today. The biggest thing that I can say is, and I'll always say this because this is something that was drilled into me from a very from basically when I started VTubing, I started following this mentality, and it helped me a ton, and I know it helped a bunch of other people a ton. When you are creating content, not just as a streamer, and not just as a VTuber. When you want to grow, you cannot just think about the things that you're doing on stream, because you can have cool stream ideas like this. I think this is a cool stream idea, you know, but you need to think about things outside of streams, because ironically, streaming is usually the worst way to grow in terms of like, in terms of content creation. Streaming is like one of the worst ways to grow. And one of the best ways to grow is making clickable, searchable, discoverable content on other platforms like YouTube via Shorts, TikTok, or other media platforms like Instagram, Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever you have it. I'm going to be real. I'm probably not going to talk about Blue Sky too much, as much as I want to be like inclusive to Blue Sky. Unfortunately, Twitter is just too relevant in content creation to ignore. Yep. So Blue Sky unfortunately just does not have the same pulling power. But that is the answer, is to make clickable, searchable, discoverable content. I'm sure we could break down specific ways, but before I get into that, I'll throw the ball to you.
Yeah, I agree. In the past, we've had a few artists ask this question as well, and I feel like this is a common question coming from artists in the VTuber space and artists in the streamer space. And I think there's also a level of like prioritization that falls into this. So when you are creating content, I feel like for an artist, streaming usually comes at like the lower end of priorities, right?
I agree.
Because most artists are creating art to survive. You're trying to put food on the table. Yeah. You're trying to make money. You're trying to get out there, you're trying to be exposed, you're trying to sell yourself. And the reality is streaming, as Roy said, is like the lowest, smallest way to actually grow as an individual platform. So streaming is a low priority. You stream because you quote unquote, as it's been said so many times in the past, just because I can. Like, why not? Yeah. Right? I'm already sitting there doing art, so I may as well stream it. Yeah. So because of that mindset, streaming is always going to be at the bottom of your list, and it becomes really hard to start prioritizing anything that's going to be really, really strong on stream. You know, those really short 4-hour content kind of streams where you do something hyper specific and then ship it off onto other platforms and create short form content, long form content with it. It's really hard to do when you're an artist, but there are specific ways you can do that, and it is by like understanding like what is happening in the space, what other artists are doing, you know, and jumping into that field of like not focusing on streaming specifically. How can I turn streaming into something more with my other content? Yeah, I completely agree. We're of the same mentality with all of it. The place where I would probably get a little bit more specific is because art is a different niche. It's a different medium in terms of content creation as a whole. If we want to get like big specific into this, because I myself am not an artist, I can't speak from a place of experience. The only place of experience that I can speak of is how I got to where I am today. In terms of art, though, I think there's a lot of really good examples of content creators that use their art as a primary basis, as well as being a streamer or a content creator on top of it. Rubber Ross is one of the people that I think of immediately with how crazy successful they have been in terms of incorporating their love of art, their specific style, and things like that into very easily discoverable, clickable, searchable content, whether it be coming from Minecraft mods from like Bounce SMP or various stream ideas where they're playing with other artists and they're all kind of like working with each other in an art capacity. There's Emi Richu, who is crushing it in the YouTube scene. There's Jaden Animations, who's crushing it in the YouTube scene. There's Titus, who's crushing it in the YouTube scene. And a lot of them come down to like story times and really thought out art pieces that really highlight their skills, not only as an artist, but usually as a storyteller too. And 99% of the time, the best pieces of their content are not coming from stream. They're coming from videos or shorts or art projects where they get to highlight that. So Yep. And you'll see this outside of art as well. Like, I'm gonna be one of the biggest things that I see everyone doing is doing that. Like, I gotta put everything up once a day on every platform to make sure I'm out there, and so I can get lucky with a clip. And the reality is, the stuff that performs really good is scripted. It's scripted content. It has good narrative structure. It tells a really good story. It's slice of life. It's talking about personal experiences. And funnily enough, it works for almost any content niche. Artists do it really well. Roy just brought up a bunch of artists who do that really, really well.
Yep.
Some of them do time lapses in the background while they talk about their life. The art that they put in the background is completely irrelevant to what they're talking about.
Yeah.
But it shows off their niche while engaging in content in a way that we know works on these platforms. We know that people are searching for and looking to engage with, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know I didn't really pick a lot of VTuber examples in case people are like, well, you picked like a lot of face cam streamers or a lot of people that just do art. And I'm like, I just picked people that are artists that convert art into content well. So, yep. And I will preface this because I'm sure you feel very similarly as we move into this more and more. VTubing is a medium of content creation. It should not limit you, and you should not only just look at VTubers. Most of the people that I look at for inspiration are not VTubers. Like, I love CDocVA, I love Ludwig, I love Connor the Waffle. Obviously, I'll react to his stuff all the time. Like, I love so many facecam streamers and facecam content creators. And of course, there are VTubers that I also really enjoy and how they're able to convert not only streams to content, but to create content outside of that. And I think it's very important to know you should be taking inspiration from anywhere that you can take inspiration, not just from VTubing, because VTubing is a niche of a niche.
Yeah.
And if you narrow yourself to that, you're limiting where your inspiration can come from.
There are some questions later that will dive in on that a bit more as well. Like niching too much, I think is a very common thing in the space as well. But
I agree.
Yeah, content creator first, VTuber second.
Yes.
Third, fourth even. You should be a content creator first. I love that you brought up Ludwig as well, because every time I do one of these streams, I bring up Ludwig like 3 times a stream.
I love Ludwig.
I'm such a really bad Ludwig fanboy because like he is a content machine, and you can tell if you like sit and analyze a video rather than like listening to the content of it, you will be like 100 times better off than you already were. Yeah. Like it is wild. Just the back end stuff that you can learn from him.
Yeah, I completely agree. Cool. Do you have any last second thoughts on Meg's question?
No, I think aim for the stars. Aim to create content that's gonna work and have your artistry in the background a little bit. Give it a go. Like don't sink yourself into a hole for a year, but set a small test period, 3 months, 1 month, and create some content that isn't just like you drawing or clips from gaming or something. Yeah. And just see how it goes. Like try it. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. We'll move to the next one. Cool. We've got Skatey. I actually think we should leave this question to the end. I'm down for that. Because we've got like a couple of these, and I think these are like the really nice, like, ooh, secret question. Like, what's the one thing you would tell yourself, a future you, to your past self? If you're a new or early stage VTuber, PNG tuber in the current climate, what would you prioritize the most to begin growing? So this is really good. We'll save this to the end. We had another question from, I think it was Scripted, about insider advice. Like what's the secret you would tell yourself? I love it. I love it. Like we're breaking the law or something by bringing you all this juicy information. That's how it should feel. We're bringing you the goods, guys. We're bringing you the goods. It should. I think there's like this weird kind of concept in the space that people are hiding secrets, and you'd be surprised how willing people are, like people will share. Yeah, to share. Not every space, not every space will like let you just ask random questions when you walk in. But you'd be surprised if you walked into a streamer space and said, "Hey, can I ask you a question about streaming?" Sometimes the streamer might just be like, "You know what? Yeah, like, what's up?" Yeah, what do you need? Like, what's up? Yeah, contextually in the right moment, like not in the middle of a horror game or something, but yeah, you know, 100% agree. People are willing to share. This one's from Dang. How do you get started promoting yourself for VA Works and start V singing? So this is one I'm gonna throw to you. Promoting yourself for VA work.
I was gonna say, yeah, the V singing one I can't help with too much, but the VA work is. I think I've told this story a couple times, but it's always like a really funny story for me because it comes from a place of frustration. is like the best way of putting it. So when I was getting into VA specifically, I was taking lessons. I was working with people that I knew were like certified in the industry, but like I already had the inspiration to get into it. I was inspired to play D&D by watching Critical Role, and then by doing D&D, I got really into roleplay, and then by getting really into roleplay, I got into voice acting, and then lockdown happened, and then I got into playing visual novels and adding my own voice to it, and then that's the pipeline. But after taking lessons and classes and working with people and having a professionally made demo reel and things like that, I was not finding auditions, not landing auditions, not finding auditions, and I got so frustrated with this prospect that I said, you know what, F it, I'm gonna make my own voice acting content, which is why I started the audio roleplay channel, because I was getting really frustrated because like I can handle rejection, but what I can't handle is not even getting a chance to audition. So I was like, if I'm not gonna be auditioning, I might as well make something for myself to then put out there and show that I'm still working on my craft. I'm still trying to improve. I'm still trying to grow, and I'm not just waiting for an opportunity to land in my lap. And I think that is the big thing, to not wait for an opportunity to find you, but to continue to grow, continue to work in the field, and make sure that you're doing it because you love it. And I love voice acting. I started a channel from literally nothing, off of spite, because I was like, I can't believe I'm not getting auditions. This is BS. I'll make my own stuff and make them look at me. Like that kind of thing. And I think that's the way to, honestly, I think that's the best way of doing it, because like I said before, you're not going to find people that are just going to hand you something because you want it. You have to be able to show that you are dedicated, motivated, and working towards the goal like you've already accomplished it. So that is what I would, and honestly, it probably goes for the same thing with V-singing. If you want people to take your singing seriously or to pay attention to your singing, do it. Make a channel for it. Do the singing, you know? Get some covers made, do it professionally, you know?
Yeah, I think there's a strange pattern in the space as well, where people get really excited, I think, to start a new project. And they'll do a big one-off promotion, and it might not go their way for whatever reason. And that's kind of like the real kind of crux of it. And then they start feeling a little bit like disenergized about it, or they start feeling like, what did I do wrong? But the reality is, like, be fueled on spite. Like, take a whole page, take the whole book of spite from Roy here, and like just like. Don't promote yourself once. Keep promoting yourself. Everything you do is promotion going forward. So just keep building it up. People might not see it at one time in one moment in history, but like if you're still creating that content, like at that point, like you got to remember that, like if you're talking corpo, right? Promos aren't just like a drop in like a pool. It's rain. You're dropping everything and you're seeing what sticks. And the moment it sticks, you go all in on that, right?
Exactly.
So you gotta push. These single like promo patterns that are happening in the space feel really bad. And you shouldn't let it get you down. Like, keep pushing forward.
Yeah, you'll see it a ton where like someone will like, I put like a lot of effort into this one thing, and like the one thing doesn't go anywhere because it's the first time they did it, and that's usually not how it works. Like you don't just become famous by posting something once. There's a million failed attempts before the success happens. I actually do see a question pertaining to this. If you're okay with me grabbing it. So
go for it.
Kalima is here, says, how do I post covers without a budget? Do it yourself.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to plainly say it. I'm gonna be frank with you, Envy, and I'm probably gonna piss some people off. I am gonna be very cutthroat with a lot of these answers.
No, me too. My community knows I'm like really I'm autistic, so I will cut through the crap. I will just kind of like speak my mind. They I think they appreciate it.
Yeah.
Most times. I'm sorry guys if you don't.
So I say that because I see this question all the time where it's like, I don't have the budget to like make these amazing things. Who cares? Do it yourself. OBS is free. Audacity is free. Like Twitter is free. YouTube is free. Twitch is free. Like, just get out there and do it. I don't know what to tell you. Just do it. You do not have to make the most incredibly, technically, magically impressive thing that you've ever shown somebody. I think that the joke of the meme is you can just make it first. You can perfect it later.
Yep.
Or you can make it good
singing
later.
Specifically.
Yeah,
always make it good later. Like don't be afraid to try and fail because you learn from that, right? You always look at your stuff and you can see how to look to do better.
Yeah.
But like with V singing, so something I like to do, Roy, as well, is if you know like another expert, always like I'd like go for the promo, like defer. I know Coffee Run is like a name in the space with singing. Coffee Run has like so much free advice on their Twitter. They're known as like someone who will DM you being like, have you recorded your cover today? And like just intimidating everyone that works with them. And it's really nice because sometimes need that push, but they have a lot of free advice on starting up as V singing, and their main advice is just fucking do it.
Yeah.
Like just jump on, just actually start uploading covers. Like Roy said, there's so many free alternatives and it doesn't have to be perfect. You don't need a Shure SM7B mic. There's people that Coffee Run have shown like that literally just have like a $20 microphone.
Yeah.
And they're singing these amazing covers. Like just do Twitter covers.
Yeah.
Do those short little Twitter covers to start off with. It doesn't have to be a big performance full song on YouTube that is like really well edited and has these flashy graphics. Like just start off small.
Yeah.
Everyone's got to start somewhere.
Yeah. Big agree. Just do it. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Figure it out as you go, but start it at the very least. Don't let the fear of it, air quotes, not being good stop you from doing it. Cause I promise you for every VTuber success, I'm not even talking about content creator success. For every VTuber success that there is, there's months, years, sometimes decades of that failure that you're not seeing, or of that like not high quality stuff, because it took them that long to get to that point where they were able to comfortably make it and to be able to make it in a way that was great for their medium or great for their niche. So
yep.
Yeah.
I will reveal a little secret of mine. One of the things I'm super proud of is like working the Twitter algorithm. I think I do a pretty good job of it. And I delete a lot of stuff. I don't think people know this, but like I delete a lot of stuff. So you guys don't see a lot of my failures because I learn, I delete them, and I try them again. I think a lot of people are afraid to do that. Even with like TikToks and other short forms, like the reality is like if you upload a TikTok and it doesn't do well, you can look at it and be like, okay, was I not... How's the narrative structure here? Can I actually word this better? Can I script it out? Delete the TikTok and try again. Like, there's so many things that you can learn from your own content. Don't be afraid to delete the stuff you do as well. Like, everyone fails, man. I'm someone that covers my tracks when I fail. I literally see the stuff that doesn't work on Twitter and I look at it and I go, okay, I know Twitter doesn't like the same content going up twice. It likes unique stuff. So I delete it and I come back again in like a month and I repost it. Like,
I like that. I'll have to pick your brain about some Twitter stuff. I could definitely use some help there.
Oh, I love it. I love Twitter stuff. It's weird because like to me it feels like I used to work on Twitter a lot in my past job. So to me it feels like quite natural to kind of like weave with the algorithm. But I know a lot of people struggle with Twitter. It's a tough algo to crack.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I gotta rate. Do you mind if I welcome in the raiders?
Oh, please go ahead.
You got it. Welcome in, Octavio and Raiders. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a coffee-fueled bunny host. I'm a professional voice actor, and I absolutely love working out, in case you couldn't tell. I'm joined tonight by my fellow pink man in action. And don't be fooled, my chest is definitely bigger than his. It's Envy!
Wait, is it? Can we compare?
We'll have to squish them together
Can we take a little sidebar?
We'll have to
take a little sidebar?
Yeah, a little sidebar?
Yeah, little chat in the middle.
Little
you guys can tell us. You guys can tell us who's bigger, right? Surely.
Regardless, welcome in, Octavio. Thank you for bringing all these wonderful people over. Envy and I are joined together today to put on a little bit of a content clinic. Envy has done many of these in recent memory. I used to do these a lot in the past, and we love talking shop and being able to help people with a plethora of different content creation ideas, concepts, and especially answer questions, curiosities, concerns, and things like that. So if you guys want to learn more about content creation, you're in the right place. Pull up a chair, kick up your feet, because it's morphin' time.
Oh my god, the Power Rangers reference.
I always got to throw it in there somewhere, right?
Okay, so the next one is from Celine. Actually, no, Celine.
Okay.
Celine wrote all my scripts on Patreon.
Oh.
Which my little flockies tend to love.
Oh.
They're a lovely writer. I really like their work. How do you approach people for fun ASMR collabs? Do you generally work with people you know already, or also with creators new to you? So this is another Roy coded question, I think, really well, because Roy does this really fun thing, which you may have seen me on recently.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Do you want to talk about it? It was kind of fun.
Yeah.
I kind of fucking loved it.
It was so fucking fun. Guys, in case you didn't know, I do run an audio roleplay channel. I use the ASMR tag with it just because some people consider it ASMR. I don't do traditional ASMR where it's like breathing and mouth sound effects or triggers or things like that, but it is ASMR in the sense of we do add sound effects. It is high production value, things like that. It is lots of audio roleplay and role-playing, and I bring in friends, and we put out a new video every week. If you're in my chat, you can type !VA in chat and get a link to the channel. It's Cup of Dusk Voices, because the name of my club is the Cup of Dusk. And to dive right into the question, you'd be surprised, I actually get asked this a lot. So the big thing for me is when I first started the roleplay channel, I already had like a background of content creation, as it were. And even on stream, I had engaged in stuff like improv roleplay for like entertainment purposes. The first time I really found success in streaming was when I was doing these roleplay nights where I would bring on my friends and we would have what I called cafe nights. And I would do stand-up live roleplay comedy with them. And it would be an hour and a half, 2.5 hours long of just, anything. Like the stupidest stuff that you can possibly imagine. If anything, I kind of miss it because it's been a while since I've done it. But because I did that, and I did all the D&D stuff that I talked about before with Critical Role, and then going into D&D and playing it for myself, and then learning voice acting professionally. From there, and then having the spite, I was like, I'm going to start doing this. And so I did, and the first couple of them were solo. I did a bunch of them on my own, and then I was like, you know what? It'd be really cool if I could get a friend in here to kind of join me. Shia was the first person that I invited because he and I are very close. And then from there, it kind of just turned into, oh, cool, we found a little bit of success with this. Let's keep experimenting and trying and seeing what we can do. And from there, I just kept working with Michaela, who is the scriptwriter and my director and my friend. And we kept creating new stuff and growing the channel. And in terms of, again, bringing it back to how to approach people, I'm going to say 90% of the time, I'm approaching people that are friends. 5% of the time, I am getting approached by friends. And then the other 5% is question mark. So it kind of just boils down to when you make the content and you get to know people by making the content, because I've gotten to know a lot more people by getting more into audio roleplay. I got to know people like Jay. I got to know people like Yonder Egg, you know? And because of that, I was able to work with both of them in several different capacities. And then plus I have all the friends that I've worked with. I have you and Croc that I've worked with before. And sometimes it just works out like that. But approaching people is always going to be a tricky thing. I genuinely think that you shouldn't be approaching people until you have something to approach them with. I was very fortunate enough that I already had friends, because I didn't make the roleplay channel until it's coming up on 2 years in February. So I was already 3 years into content creation by the time I made the channel. And because of that, I had 3 years worth of content friends and friends that I had already worked with. So I would say make the good content first. You don't necessarily need a partner. You don't necessarily need a collab to make good stuff. If anything, you don't at all. If anything, it makes it more complicated. But I'm a glutton for punishment, and I love working with my friends. I think that's it. Yeah, just make good stuff. People will get interested, and then when you have good stuff, and when you have more, this is the weird way of saying this. When you have more value to a product that you are presenting to somebody, it is much easier to convince them to work with you. Because if you go to someone with a YouTube channel that has 0 subscribers and you're going, hey, Mr. Famous audio role player, I'd love to work with you. Here's my channel that I've never done anything on, and I've never put out a single video, and you can't at all see what the quality is like, or vet it, or anything. It's so much harder. So the more work you do, and the more effort you put in, and the more you have to show almost like a resume, the more you'll be able to work with other people that you really want to work with.
Yeah, I saw a tweet the other day, which was VTubers need to learn the craft of the elevator pitch. And I think this like really bottles it down really well in that exact like tone of what you're saying is like, if you don't have an elevator pitch, if you don't have something to pitch, right? Like, it's really hard. It's gonna be really hard to actually have someone like go out on a whim and give you what is only ever gonna be the benefit of the doubt that it's gonna be good content.
Hi, Casper.
Right?
Welcome.
So like, think of it like this: like, it's Shark Tank. You need a product to go into Shark Tank. You need history. You need to
sales
give something
figures
of substance, right? Yeah. Get yourself in front of the sharks. Like, have something to show them so the other person can quote unquote invest, right?
Yeah.
Invest their time, invest their own branding, invest their own like friendship even. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, you need to put value behind your work so you can share that value with other people.
Yeah, 100% agree. So, how to approach people? Get so big that people start approaching you. That's the joke answer.
And big, not as in popular either. Like, I think that's actually weirdly enough a good answer. Like, don't get big as in popular. Get big as in like back your content.
Yeah.
Get big. Get like, bring ego into it. Get ego about your content. Make it good and sell yourself. Like,
yeah. I mean, only now at this point do I feel like I can properly, like, this sounds so weird, but I feel pretty strongly that I myself, as an audio roleplay ASM artist or YouTuber, whatever you want to call me, only now can I really start to be like, yeah, I'm a professional voice actor, and I work with a professional voice actor director that writes these scripts, and I've worked with these people before. Why wouldn't you want to come work with me? Ha! Like, you gotta be a little arrogant once you have the product to be a little arrogant about, but not a lot. Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit as a treat.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Don't be a dick.
Yeah. Don't be a dick. Cool. So next one, I love this one because I remember in the past I remember in the past you came to me for yapping advice, and now. You're a yapaholic. You took that and ran.
Yeah.
So this one is, how to yap successfully. Do I make notes of interesting topics? There's a second part of this question too, which I am very passionate about, and I feel like I might get a little mean over, or sorry, a little blunt over.
Okay.
How do I introduce myself? Comfy, crafty, crybaby cat VTuber with some chaos? Question mark. So we'll start on the first one.
Sure.
How to yap successfully. How to yap successfully. I always talk about my little black book. This is my go-to for advice.
Yeah, I want to hear this.
When I first started streaming, I had like a little pocket notebook I could always leave like house with. I took it everywhere. Fits in my pocket. I'd have a small pencil, and anytime the smallest bit of thing in the real world that caught my attention, I would write in the book, even if it wasn't about me. Every little thing, right? And then I would just have this little book with me when I streamed, and it doesn't have to be from today. I would literally white lie it and say, you know what happened to me today, chat? Like, and just pick a thing at random, right? It could be from any day, but the thing is, you have the context there to tell a story and create a conversation with your community, and potentially even turn that into secondary content, because now you have like a nice little kind of scripted yap session to use, right?
Yeah.
I really like this idea of having a black book. Some people will say, I don't touch grass, so I can't do it. Do it with stuff around your house.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you have the ability to note stuff down so you remember it and have a resource that you can structure discussions around or yapping around. Once you get into this really good flow of doing it, you probably won't need the book. I haven't used my book in like 2 years. And a little secret now is I very inconspicuously have Twitter open on the back end at all moments of my stream, and even when I'm talking to you guys fully coherently, I'm scrolling down Twitter because there might just be a point of reference to an interesting topic, and I go, I remember a story about something like that, and I'll just jump on it straight away.
Yeah.
But my other bit of advice is like, don't be afraid to side quest. I think one of the biggest things that can like cripple your ability to engage with your community is telling them no off-topic conversation. It's something that a lot of streams do, and I respect people that want that space, but you gotta give a little bit of wiggle room for your guys to like engage with you as people, right? Like, I had a bad day today. Like, you know, share a little bit about themselves, actually engage as people in a community, and new conversations will come out of it. Don't be afraid to pause your stream. Go do the side quest. Go talk about your favorite type of apples. I'm saying apples because I see Junk and Pom here. And I'm just like, apples.
Chat! Apple emotes, go! Right now!
Apple.
I have an Apple emote.
Apple. Yeah, what happened to crunching on Apple every stream? Where's your Apple, Roy?
Well, it's because I'm in a collab. I never do it when I'm in a collab. I never want to be rude to my, like, who I'm collabing with. I don't want them hearing on that stuff. And if they want to hear it,
Crunch.
I don't want them hearing it for free, because then they're a freak and I have to charge them for it.
You charge for the Apple Crunch?
So I charge
my God.
I charge for anything that goes in or out of my mouth.
Oh my God.
So,
Chad, is he charging you for this stream right now? There's a lot of words coming out of his mouth.
Oh, not for words. Words are different. Words are the sampler, the appetizer. Yeah.
It's cool hustle.
I agree with everything you said. I think the one thing that I do slightly differently is the part where you're saying like to not encourage people to yap on the side. The only time I cut that off, and I had to make a rule about it because I was getting really weird at points. I had to make a rule about not role playing.
Oh no, I have that too. I have that as well.
I was like, please don't role play in chat.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Have a conversation with me. I'm here. I will yap with you. I will go on the side quest with you. We will talk about random stuff. I promise you. Please do not role play. Like, don't like teleport behind me. Nothing personnel, kid. Like, don't do that. Like, we're not here for that. You're not the main character. You know.
Yep. Completely agree. My other one is like, what do I can't even remember what I have in my rules section. I think I just have one that says read the room.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
I like that.
Like, if we're talking about something hyper specific or we're having an emotional moment, like, don't suddenly be like, what are your thoughts
Lucy, thank
on
you.
on McDonald's. Like,
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I don't mind when people ask that. But if I'm like crying on stream, please don't ask that.
Yeah.
Like,
I've definitely had that before.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think, best practice is like, is this a private conversation that I probably shouldn't be having in someone's stream? I might not have it here. But yeah, for the most part, yeah, that's my rules as well. Like, no RP. Like, that's like one of my big rules is just like, please don't RP in chat. I'm not gonna RP with you. Yeah,
I completely agree. I think the other part of it is I will say this. I think Envy is a much better yapper than I am. I'm still on my yapping journey, and there are times where I think I yap really, really well, but there are other times where like I think part of it is this is kind of an excuse because I'm sure there are other people that just do it better than me. But there are times like tonight I just got off work. Like I got off work the minute we started stream tonight, and there are times where like I get into stream and I'm like, I don't really have a lot to yap about because like I just had a day. So like let's jump into the game so I can have some serotonin. And like sometimes that hits me and like I'll cut my yapping a little short. But like there are other times where like I can go 25, 35, 45, an hour long before we actually get to whatever the actual plan was. And those are the nights that I really, really do enjoy because it feels like everybody cares to be able to be part of the conversation. And when I say this, trust me, your community wants to yap with you. So if you delay the game that you're gonna play, if you delay the tier list that you were gonna make, you delay the video you were gonna watch, your community is gonna be fine with it because they get to spend more time yapping with you and talking with you. And even people now are saying yapping is the favorite part because it's true. Yeah, they get to connect with you and talk with you and everything like that. And it's that is something that I still struggle with sometimes where like I'll be like, man, we've been yapping for 30 minutes. I should probably play the game. Mostly because in my own head, I'm like, I'm a very schedule oriented person. So when I don't do things according to schedule, I have like a little bit of a, like my brain's like, you're not staying on schedule. You're not staying on schedule. Hey, you're not staying on schedule. And that's why I say I'm still learning to let myself be a yapper. Yeah. See, I will yap, like my entire stream will just become yap. Yeah. I'm like, guys, we're playing Pokemon today. And then I like talk for 5 hours and I'm like, sorry guys, we talked a lot, huh? But it's worth remembering as well, like if you ask your chat like what they'd prefer, like they'll just be like, as long as you're happy. Like your chat will always back you. So like if you're in a good yap, like just yap. If you're seeing the back and forth, if you're seeing that interaction, like keep going with it. Jump on it. If you're this is the biggest one for me. If I'm playing a game, because I don't upload my games as like gameplay. I don't upload gameplay. I don't do like part series. If I'm gonna upload gameplay, it's gonna be edited, right? So I will pause game. If a conversation starts striking, if I'm getting into it and I feel like, oh, this conversation is quote unquote taking over stream, I go, okay, I'll pause game. Like, and I'll just go into that, right? Yeah, I've done that before too. I think a lot of people are afraid of doing this because they feel like the game they're playing is their content, but you're the content. You're the content. Everyone's there for you. Trust me, it's your stream. If someone wanted to watch me good Battlefield gameplay, they're not coming to me, man. They're going to some freaking pro Battlefield player. Yap, talk away. Like, just die in the game a couple times. It's fine. Yeah. I still struggle with that. And I think some of my best moments are the moments where I kind of throw out what I was going to do and instead just embrace the yap. And I can say that with a lot of confidence because if you go and watch like some of the people that I mentioned before, you go watch Ludwig, his yap sessions are like an hour and a half, 2 hours before he gets into anything. Sea-Dog VA is it's not VA anymore, just Sea-Dog. Sea-Dog, literally the exact same thing because I love watching his longer VODs because he partially inspired me in that as well. He does like these really, really long streams and it's always like the first hour and a half is him talking or waiting for Iron Mouse to show up. And it's like, he's like, all right, I'm going to yap so Mouse can get time to show up here. And it's like an hour and a half, 2 hours of yapping. And they're always really fun conversations. Don't be afraid to do it. And if you're ever like, well, the best people don't do it, they can just pull an audience. No, the best people are literally doing it. Look at I Show Speed. Or Kai Sanat, if you want to really get into the face cam streamers that are like big up there, they're just yappers in positive sense. They just yap. And occasionally they'll play games. So people are there for them, and people will be there for you too. So don't be afraid to keep engaging with your community, because that's what they want. They're there for that. And it is something that I am still learning, and I think Envy does very well. It does better than me.
I'm a yapper. We had a really good run-on question from Scripted.
Oh, hit me.
So, any advice for dealing with a chatter who tries to turn the stream to be about themselves constantly? So, I think perspective is really important on this.
Yeah.
Because there was a tweet recently that kind of went a bit off kilter, where someone was complaining about things which I personally think are very normal in most stream spaces. Like, you know, trying to talk about your day, like not in a negative way, but being like, yo, I got my driver's license today, right? I think that's a really cool thing when someone shares that.
Yeah.
If someone shared their perspective that they don't like that in their community, which is fine. But I also think that kind of behavior like very much stunts any level of community interaction, which is at the core of growth as a small streamer, in my opinion. So if someone, let's assume the worst and say someone is heavily trying to like make stream about themselves, and constantly sidetrack and maybe overshare a little bit, just tell them to stop. Like, don't be mean about it, but just be like, my personal thing is like, hey, you're at an 11, let's turn it down to like a 3 and we can work ourselves up. Like, that's my go-to, because I think people understand that kind of volume knob, just like, oh shit, my bad. And then they're just like, it's fine from there. It's usually fine. Sometimes people will leave stream, and I think it's okay. Don't be scared of like setting your boundaries and losing a viewer. Your boundaries are always going to be more important.
Yeah. 100% what Envy said. I've definitely had those moments. I think context, like Envy said, matters a lot. Because if you get into someone that like says something like they're just trying to celebrate, like, hey, today's my birthday. Love hearing that. Because then all of us as a community get to celebrate with that person, and immediately it charges the room with positive, good energy, which is great. Yeah. So there's like a couple nuances to it. There's context. There's reading the room, which is if there's not really a big conversation topic in, and then a random chatter comes in with a new topic, you could use that as a springboard if you want to. But finding those moments where like someone keeps trying to be like, hey, what do I do about this situation? Or hey, like if we're doing like an advice stream and you answer one person's question and then they ask, you know, like 14 follow-up questions, which that's okay, but we might not be able to answer your questions because we might want to focus on someone else. Or if you're doing like, I've done VTuber design reviews in the past where like, I just like to yap about how cool people look. Sometimes I've had people in chat that those designs are what I'm talking about, and they're trying to give like their entire backstory. And I'm like, hey, I appreciate that you want to share more about yourself. I do just want to be fair to the other people that are here. Nuance and context matters. And just don't be a dickhead. Like, be a human being is probably one of the best things that I could say. But then also what Envy said, don't be afraid to cut that person. If that person is actually being unruly and disruptive, cut them. I promise you, that one viewer is not worth keeping over the 10 that are going to get pissed off because you didn't do something about them. So
yeah, and communicate. Yes. I think like that's a big one, is like just tell them. Don't assume everyone. I assume people read my rules, but I know they don't. So like just don't assume that your your boundary is obvious. I think, because like, let's be real, the community here is pretty neurospicy. So those boundaries might not be as clear to some people. The moment you tell them, I like 99% of the time, the moment I like tell someone like, hey, like this might just be a little too much for stream, they're usually like, oh, my bad. Like, other 1%, I'm just like, get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah. I hope that helped with that.
Yeah, the second part of that, how to introduce yourself. Comfy, crafty, crybaby cat VTuber with some chaos. This is the art of the elevator pitch. This is what we were talking about early. I am bad at this because I don't even introduce myself well. I think Roy's introduction is fantastic. But what I will say to this is avoid the buzzwords of the entertainment space,
I
like
hate
the online
chaos.
space.
Yeah. Don't say
This is
chaos.
comfy,
Yep.
comfy and chaotic. Everyone says it.
Yep.
I will say also, people have slandered me on Twitter for this. I love this opinion. Variety streamer? I would say never call yourself one.
I agree.
Because you are only limiting your capacity to sell yourself. It tells me nothing about you. Everyone is a variety streamer, trust me.
Yeah.
So find
Speaking of
better
variety,
ways to
Zuko, I promise we'll
talk
go over
about
that
your
at some point.
niches.
Probably not this stream, though. Thanks for
Find
asking.
better ways to make yourself memorable. Like, I guess the best way is like that elevator pitch mindset is you'll have like 30 seconds to tell someone actually about yourself. What stands out? Everyone else is using comfy, chaotic, right?
Yeah.
What stands out? What stands out? What about you is comfy? Like, why is it comfy? What is chaotic? Like, what does that mean to you? Everyone's got a different idea of what chaotic is. Stand out. Stand out from the crowd. Don't be average. Be more than that.
Yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. Ironically, I've workshopped mine a lot. I still think mine is slightly too long, and I'll probably continue to workshop it more. But like my name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. People immediately know that I'm coffee themed. And then say I'm a coffee fueled bunny host. That's what I am. I'm a host. And I'm a
Energized,
bunny.
coffee fueled.
Yeah, coffee fueled. I'm a coffee fueled bunny host. I used to say who specializes in voice acting. I still accidentally say that a lot. I'm changing it to I'm a professional voice actor because I am a professional voice actor. So, and saying that immediately invites the question of, oh, what have you voice acted in before that I may have heard? And then it starts a conversation with people. And then my last part is who loves working out. And then I get to show off my favorite toggle and, bounce the pecs and then, do something cheeky. And then the one dickhead that'll be like, oh, I bet you don't look like that IRL. And I can be like, go check my Twitter, bitch. I take progress pictures where I go to the gym all the time.
Hell yeah.
So it's a lot of...
It's genuinely well crafted.
Yeah, it's a lot of curated, crafted things that I think well describe who I am as not only a person, but a creator. Because I love working out. I love voice acting. I love the aesthetic of coffee and hosting. That's me. I'm not saying that I'm comfy. I'm not saying that I'm chaotic. I do find myself a comfy person because people will tell me that. And the yapping style stuff that we do a lot. And I share a lot of niche nerdy passions, but I'm never going to be like, I'm the biggest Power Rangers VTuber nerd you'll find this side of the internet, because like that limits myself. Or I'm a variety streamer because, okay, well, what do you stream? That doesn't tell me anything. If you say you're a variety streamer, people aren't going to be like, okay, well, what do you do? And if they do, then you have to give them a laundry list instead of giving them the highlights. You want to give them the highlights, not the laundry list.
Yeah, I will say as well, unless you like specifically like specialize like in a specific game, like speedrunning Super Mario 64 or something, I'd also avoid saying game titles in that pitch, because the reality is like you're trying to sell your personality, you're trying to sell yourself. I don't think me saying like, oh, I'm a variety streamer and I like to play Call of Duty, and sometimes I play Five Nights at Freddy's. Like, it doesn't tell me anything about you. I know it's games you like, but it literally tells me nothing about your personality. My biggest gripe, and this is what I got dragged for on Twitter, was horror VTubers who say they play Dead by Daylight. No offense to horror VTubers, because I love y'all. I think you have one of the most creative niches in the VTuber online space in general. Horror models always stand out and they look so freaking good. But the moment I go into a horror, and they say, I'm a variety streamer that plays a lot of horror, I really like Dead by Daylight, I just go, dude, that's a niche hole. Like, you're like just slowly like making your like, I always talk about the Venn diagram of trying to overlap niches. But there's no Venn diagram. You're just making smaller and smaller circles within the one circle. And it just makes it really hard to like grab personality.
Yeah.
Leave that stuff for another time. Sell yourself. Sell yourself.
Sell yourself, not the game, unless you're a speedrunner.
Yeah.
Or a professional gamer.
Yes.
Like you play Valorant or something for a
Yeah,
living.
when I talk about
for a living.
speedrunning, yeah, professional gaming, like sell the game that you're playing with.
Yeah.
Like that's part of your personality, man. I'm sorry to say. But if you're a professional gamer, that is a part of your brand. That is a part of your personality.
I will go with you on this for the dragging part of not dragging you. But unfortunately, in the case of Dead by Daylight, it is such a I don't want to say a whole, but it is very much the people that play Dead by Daylight and want to watch Dead by Daylight want to watch Dead by Daylight, and that's what they want to see. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Just like people that play or watch League want to see that, you know? But if you are an up and coming person, you're new to streaming, you're new to content creation, and you're like, this is going to be my niche, maybe reconsider it, because there's 40 million other people playing Dead by Daylight on the regular, and there's nothing wrong with it. I've had my fun share of Dead by Daylight as well. But just like Envy said, there's so many other people out there that are doing the same thing. Tell me something else that sets you apart. Why should I watch you playing Dead by Daylight comparatively to someone else? What do you do that makes it more fun?
Yep. I think there's a question later on that talks about selling yourself more. I'll dive into this overlapping, like the Venn diagram of your niches.
Yeah.
Like they should always be a Venn diagram. We can dive into that.
Yeah.
Way more in depth later.
40 million people who are Dead by
like
Daylight.
I am Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, I'm John Dead by Daylight.
John Dead by Daylight here. Stop bad mouthing my game.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed it for a really long time. I had a really good time with it. But I guarantee you, if you ask like a lot of VTubers now, just VTubers, not even talking about content creators as a whole, just ask a bunch of VTubers now. Make like a poll, like, do you guys miss playing Dead by Daylight, or are you glad that you got out? Type thing.
I'm glad I got out. I played it for like a month, and I was like really addicted to playing the killers. I was just like, I'm just gonna play the killers. I don't really like.
It's so
running
addicting.
around as a little guy.
It's so addicting.
It's really fun.
Yeah,
man, I can't play it on stream.
Yeah, because you just go catatonic. Tough. You know.
Yeah.
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 I don't know.
I hope that's helpful, Looney. Looney's a big member of my community who just started streaming. They debuted like not too long ago, and it was awesome. So I hope that advice is helpful to you. Looney's always writing stuff down to you, so I like that their heads in the game. You know? We got another question. We got a question from Deer. Yeah,
I love Deer.
This I feel like a lot of people are suffering with this one. How do I not hate doing socials? I always try to pay someone to do them for me because I just hate it.
Okay.
Ooh, do you want to jump in on this one? I'm gonna go to the bathroom quickly, but feel free to just
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so I'm gonna assume that you mean how to engage with social media is I'm assuming what you mean by this, Dear. Now the thing to remember is social media it's equal parts interaction and engagement, in that you're looking for interaction with either your community, your fans, or your friends, but then also the equal parts engagement where you want people to be engaging with your content. You need a healthy balance for it. I think the thing that people get like really stuck on when it comes to things like social media is getting really stuck on, oh, this post did badly. And Envy talked about it a little bit before, that it's okay to experiment, that it's okay to say things that maybe don't make sense, that it's okay to post some things just to see how people react to them. But it's also to just not stop. I think a lot of people are like, oh, I'm shadow banned on Twitter because like XYZ happened. Okay, and the best way to stop being shadow banned is to post. It's like it's literally in the thing. Like we've known this for years, and people will be like, you know, can you see this? Say hello. And I get that. I do. I understand the frustration for it. But I remember like 2022, 2023, people were like mass making alt accounts just for the sake of getting over shadow bans. And I'm like, no. Like, you have 100,000 followers on your main account. Why are you trying to make a new account just because you got shadow banned? Just post more and post stuff that doesn't get flagged as inappropriate, or post stuff that's, you know, more appealing to the niche that you have. I have so many things that I could be big posting about that I'm sure would get lots of attention. Do I post them all the time? No, because I also like using social media as a way to engage, like I said, with my fans, with my community, and with my friends. Treating it like the water cooler at work is sometimes really good, but also treating it like the bulletin board that's next to the water cooler. So advertising your content in a smart way that's not ramming it down your viewers' throats, using it in a way that you get to talk to your friends and engage with them without feeling like you're maybe stepping too much. Because, like, if they posted it on social media, they're probably okay with you commenting on it, you know? But the other thing is, I think this is the bigger deal, which, and I know this is, I've been yapping about this. I see your back, I've been yapping about this whole time. This is one of my
go.
This is one of my big ones.
This is really good.
This is one of my big ones. Aside from like the just do it kind of thing, because, like, obviously, like, I think a lot of people dislike social media because they see all the negativity. So 2 things in that sense. 1, curate your feed. Only interact with the things that you actually like. And in addendum to that, stop engaging with drama and the things that you don't like. Twitter's algorithm, YouTube's algorithm, any type of platform that has an algorithm-based thing assumes that when you interact with something that you want to see more of it. And by interacting with it, you're going to see more of it. So if you're like, man, I'm really tired of seeing all these drama posts, I'm really tired of seeing, you know, all the stuff that I don't like, then stop engaging with it. Stop tweeting about it. Stop talking about it, because that's the reason you're getting more of it. And I see so many times that people will engage with a topic that they have nothing to do with. Big drama tuber got, you know, canceled or got in trouble, or big world event happened that you have nothing to do with and you never actually talk about and it doesn't impact you. Shut up. Please, for the love of God, stop talking, because I promise you, your opinion in the echo chamber is going to be lost. And then you're going to be stuck in that Twitter hell of only seeing that opinion, and you're going to be miserable because you're going to be stuck in it again. And it's going to make the entire process harder. And then your audience is going to be tired of it. Because, like, I don't go to Twitter to see the drama. I go to Twitter to engage with my friends, to advertise my own cool stuff, to talk with my community, and to sometimes see hot anime people, which is a lot more often than not, because it's usually the stuff that I engage with, because it's way easier to engage with that than freaking drama.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's like the best way I can say to not hate it is to curate it to a way that you're able to treat it like fun and enjoyable, and also like it's part of the job. Because, again, this is kind of the mean part of it. We all hate it. We all hate social media to some degree. But, like, it doesn't matter. Like, you have to do it, you know? It's there. You gotta find a way to compartmentalize the hate and the dislike of it, and find a way to make it better for you. And that's why I'm saying, like, curate your feed, curate your audience, curate all the things that you're gonna see, because you have to be there. You do not have a choice, and you are severely limiting yourself, your reach, and your relationships by not engaging with something like that, you know? Because as much as people like to joke that, you know, some of these drama spheres are like high school, we're not in high school. We're not going to be seeing each other every day. And one of the best ways to keep up with people is through social media and to remind them. So, yeah.
Yeah. You hit the nail on the head so freaking hard with that. I don't really have much more to add. I'm gonna be real. So this is like, in my old role, I used to have a lot of meetings with like representatives from platforms, right? And we talk to them about, like, you know, algorithm updates and the best ways that they're recommending to engage at the time. They'd never give us the secrets of the algorithm, obviously, but they'd give us best practices to like move forwards and engage as a company, as a business on their platform, which they want. because we bring them ad revenue,
It's your
right?
job.
So they want us to be doing good on their platform, right? This is the one thing we need to remember is Twitter wants you to use it.
Yeah.
People are always like, Twitter hates me. Twitter shadow banned me. No, Twitter wants you to use it. It's a social media platform. It survives on you being social. It wants you to engage back and forth, right?
Yeah.
The thing we know now about the Twitter algorithm, because Musk was a funny guy and just went, here's the algorithm.
He did. Yeah.
Is that there is like this back-end point system, and the more stuff you do that is quote unquote bad, you lose points, right? And the more stuff you do that's good, you gain points. So even if you do stuff that might get blocked, or you know, it might get automatically censored, right? Because maybe I posted my boobies a bit too big or something. Then you'll find that if you just keep engaging in the way the platform wants you to engage, you can work back that little like notch on your credit, right? And get that score back up. If you think of it that way as like a scoring system, I think it's really helpful to understand that sometimes you can just take a hit to your score.
Yeah.
Like and even still, like this might be a bit of an outlandish thing to say, but there are a lot of not safe for work creators that do very well on Twitter.
Yes, they do.
If Twitter didn't want them to succeed, they wouldn't.
Yep.
They wouldn't, just straight out. So you got to remember that the algorithm still pushes people that make not safe for work content. So a lot of people they're like, oh, my content was too sexual and it got nerfed by the algorithm. And it's like, well, how does other people's sexualized content get good in the algorithm then?
Yeah.
Even though it's censored, even though it's quote unquote shadow banned. The definition of shadow ban has been something that I think has like taken people's anxiety by storm.
Yes.
A little bit less so these days.
Yeah, I was talking about it before.
It's not a personal thing, trust me. Like no one's shadow banning you. You're not getting banned. Like you just might be doing stuff with the algorithm that isn't efficient, might lose you some of those credits. And you can always recover from it, funnily enough. There's been a weird trend as well with Twitter lately, specifically. I don't know if you've noticed this, Roy, but my posts perform really bad on the first day. In my perspective of how my posts do. But the second and third day, they just like go wild. I've had this weird 3-day window lately of like, I don't know. It's really weird.
I think
I
for
can't explain it.
me, it depends on what I'm tweeting or talking about. If I'm posting some sort of art piece, I think that's usually the case. Like first 24 hours is usually like the most impactful, and I can always tell whether something's going to do well. But there are some random conversation pieces that I've had, or like random comments that I'll make on other people's things that for some reason pop off. But then again, like exactly like you're saying, it also matters what's going on in, I use this word a lot, and I think a lot of people don't know what it means, in the zeitgeist, which is just the general flow of what people are talking about. It's like in people's minds. So I think one of the perfect examples of this is, so more often than not, I have the opposite effect that you have. It either pops off really early or is steady, but usually after that first day, I don't really get much more unless it's an outlier. The couple of times that I do get those outliers where it starts to just keep going is when I lean into what's going on in the zeitgeist. Like when the new season of Panty and Stocking came out and everybody was going crazy over polyester and polyurethane. And I hopped on that hype train because I love them and I was very excited to see them. And I had literally just, I posted like a picture of them from the anime. And it's like my like 7th or 8th most successful tweet ever. It's like 11K likes, had like over 1,000 reposts, and it's just me yapping about hot men. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, especially if you like. A lot of VTubers really like VTubing. You know, it's really cool talking about your favorite VTubers when they're popping off and doing an event. Like new Niji Sanji boys, like go wild on Twitter. Post like clips. Post screenshots from their stream and share your actual thoughts on it. You'd be surprised. a lot of those communities, because it's already going to be trending, will see those tweets, and your opinion might be something that they really like. So this is like the quote unquote trend chasing, right?
Yeah.
I think zeitgeist is it's way better as a blanket term, because when people hear the word trends, I think they
recoil.
They're like, what's popular today? What's happening today? I need to know what's happening.
Yeah.
What's going to work today? And it's like, sometimes you just got to jump on something.
Yeah.
Right? You can't do it with everything, but sometimes you see it and you're just like, man, this is it. I have the time. I have the capacity. Let's do it.
Also, I said this as well. I'm pretty sure you feel the same about it. Don't be afraid to have tweets fail, and you can delete them, but you can also just not care as much. Like sometimes you do it purely for the sake of engagement. Like I tweeted a couple times like cat or tiger Roy, because Alia made me cat ears and tiger ears, and I wanted to see what people wanted to see more.
Good.
Yeah, but like I didn't give context, so I just wanted to see if people would respond. Did that tweet pop off? Not at all. But hell of it was fun to see people's reactions and stuff like that, and it got my audience to engage.
Yeah,
make it a game, make it fun.
Sometimes
enjoy yourself.
You'll find that some tweets will be like really engaging, and there's a lot more worth to that than chasing the likes or the views, right? You need to define the value of your content, even if it's just a tweet. That's content, right? Define the value of your content and what the takeaway is, because the reality is even a bad tweet has something to take away, right? Everything you'll do should be like a positive way to drive yourself forwards. As someone who literally sat here and worked on numbers and wrote freaking pages and pages about number analytics to a board of people that didn't give a shit. They just wanted to see the good numbers, right? Every number is a good number. I'm going to be so real with you.
Hi, Sammy.
Stop caring about back-end stuff that says like interaction is down and this is up. Like every number is a good number. You need to make it a good number.
The only platform that I will say to care about that more, that's when we'll get into content, and that's where you can have a different type of analysis. But for social media, yeah, 100% agree with that.
Focus on being social. I also tell people to engagement farm. I have a really pet peeve about like specific types of engagement farming, which I'm sure people agree, where it's like the spam where you're like, small VTubers matter, small VTubers matter, or like the ones where it's like, I'm trying to make friends, comment if you want to be my friend. Because I think like you got to acknowledge the reality that person can't be friends with everyone. Right? That's a lot of mental load, right? There's no world where they're friends with everyone. That's the kind of engagement bait I don't like. But the reality is, if you're like, you know, what do you think looks better? Like cat ears or dog ears? Like engagement bait? That's good stuff. That's good engagement. Like the reality is we're all engagement baiting on Twitter. Always. We're all looking for engagement. So don't be afraid to like, I love doing the like, good morning, say hello back. I think it's cute. I think it's really nice. I get to put like a cute picture up. I think they're fun. They're a real good way for your community to interact with you directly. It's nice.
I agree. Also, don't fall for follow. I like that. That's a good rule. Good pick.
Oh God, please don't.
Yeah, don't follow.
Please
don't fall for that. Yeah. Because you check back like a week later and the person unfollowed everybody. There's a big difference between somebody that has 100K and gets 2 comments and somebody that has 30K and gets 200 comments. You know, so keep that in mind. There's such a thing. It matters.
This next one is from Jankin Pom. Step 1, remove your clothes. I think this is like autism coming through. I think this is a joke. But also, I think there's a really interesting conversation we can have here as well.
Okay. Yeah, wait, let him cook. Hold on a second. Wait, hold on.
Right. So I think
that's my chat.
I think I can't take off my shirt because of YouTube.
Yeah, that's why I have 2 shirt toggles that can't be triggered at the same time. Because if they do, I'll be shirtless.
Keep my shirt on. I'll keep my shirt on for you, Roy.
I appreciate it.
We can do that.
Listen,
later.
I've been able to. You're not on YouTube, right? You're just on Twitch, right?
No, I'm just on Twitch.
Yeah. So like, I can do like my my flashbang, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, it's whatever. Please go with what you were gonna say.
Yeah. So cooking, a lot of people have this mentality. Like, I understand this is a joke from Junkin, but I feel like this is a very common thing that people believe is how to succeed in the space. And I don't think it's essential to growth at all.
I 100% agree.
I think you can use it to your advantage, but please don't think that you have to remove your clothes or sexualize yourself in any way that you don't want to just for growth.
Agreed.
I definitely think there's an art to it. I think there's a very funny way to do it, right? But also, don't think it's just going to lead to your success. There's always a weird line that comes in that's like, I wish I could be a bigger creator, but I don't sexualize myself and I don't do this. And it always gets a lot of attention.
I fucking hate that.
And then I feel like I look at that person's content and I'm like, I don't think it's because you're not sexualizing yourself.
Yeah.
And it sucks to see. It sucks to see.
Yeah.
But like, it's the reality of it is that most times I can, if I ever feel like I'm not succeeding in the space, I take a step back and I look at what I can do with my content better, not what other people are doing. And I always go, oh shit, yeah, I can improve. That's the first thing I will always do. I will never put down anyone else's form of content creation, regardless what it is. So
I've got,
is the content good or not is always going to be the end of it. Don't think you have to sexualize yourself.
Yes, absolutely. So if this is what John Ken meant, and I don't want to take it too far, but I do just want to tack on to what you're saying because I want to be on topic with it. So there's something that I learned very early on because I remember during a very interesting era of Twitch when I was first getting into VTubing, and unfortunately Twitch was also like didn't have hot tubs and pools category, and there was a lot of borderline smut being streamed on Twitch, and there still is to some capacity, but I do think it is significantly better than it was 3 years ago. If you literally look at like streams from 3 years ago, you cannot pretend like it's not at least a little bit better. The thing that I always remember is something that Harris Heller said, and I loved watching him when I was growing. But one of the big things that I love that he said is that person that does sexualize themselves or does like this nudie, flirty type content, do you make the same content? And they're like, no, like I do cooking and baking. It's like, okay, well, your audience is watching you for cooking and baking. They're not watching you for that. So how is that person stealing your audience?
Exactly.
You know, it baffles me how people can be like, well, you know, all these nudie streamers and all these, you know, these female VTubers with their huge badonka bonka haroos. And I'm like, bro, you guys don't even stream the same stuff. Like, how are they stealing your viewers when you don't even stream the same content? Relax. Maybe work on yourself a little bit instead of focusing on their bahonka donkaroos. Because trust me, that's where I'm looking. No, I'm just kidding.
This is the male VTubers have it harder discussion, which I think is actually going to come up later if you want to talk about it.
We can get to
it now.
We can get to it. But I did get another raid. Do you mind if I say hello real quick?
Oh, please do. Go ahead.
Welcome in for Raid and Raiders. Thank you so much for bringing all these wonderful people over. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a Coffee Field Bunny host. I'm a professional voice actor, and I absolutely love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. I'm joined by my fellow pink man in action. It's Envy.
Bah.
Damn, he doesn't like the best of them. Guys, welcome in. We're doing a content clinic. We're answering your questions submitted either in chat or more specifically in a Twitter thread that Envy started a few days ago. So if you guys have curiosities, questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, we're going through a lot of stuff right now. So pull up a chair, kick up your feet, let's have some fun. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get that. That do male VTubers have it harder. There's gonna be such
someone kind of just tacked it on to the end of the question, and the rest of the question wasn't really relevant. So I think I feel like it's a cop out for a lot of male VTubers to think they have it hard. But we'll get there when we get there. It will pop up.
Yeah,
if you're comfortable with talking about it.
I am comfortable with talking
also, Roy,
about it.
if you are uncomfortable with any of the questions, please just stop me. Like, just
Yeah, I'll give you a,
Let
hey,
me
I'm not
know.
comfortable answering this, or I don't know
Yeah.
enough about this to comfortably answer it. So,
Yeah,
but I will always make the joke of like the titty streamer or the VTuber with massive batonka honkaroos is not the reason why you're stuck at one viewer. You know?
Yeah, we agree.
Yeah, the male VTuber discourse. It's gonna be great. It's gonna, you know, but grab the popcorn. It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, my engagement trick is whenever the buzzwords male VTuber pop off is to post pictures of your chest on Twitter and just capitalize male VTuber, male VTubers, male VTuber.
You know
I do
what?
It every time.
There's my tweet for when I go to bed.
Dude, I'm not even kidding. It is the easiest engagement bait ever.
I got
Chat,
it.
Do it.
Guys,
like,
I'm gonna
the
bait you
moment
all
it starts
tonight.
popping off. It's for free.
For free? No, I'm just gonna put. I'm gonna say male
I do it every time.
VTuber
It works.
and take a picture of my cropped chest. That's it. That's gonna be the tweet.
Yeah,
I got it. I'm
Do
in
it.
there. I'm gonna do
It's
it.
such easy engagement bait, man. You don't even need to like jump into the ins and outs of the discussion. Just like
Just say male
take advantage of
VTuber
it.
and take a picture of my tits on it.
It's weird, man.
I'm in it. I'm in it. I got it. Yeah, promise.
We have
I'm
this
in
next question from Yanda.
it. Yeah,
Yanda
egg.
Egg. This is really good. This question came up from 1, 2, 3, 4 other people.
Yeah.
So this is a big one, and I think this is a really important question in the space. How can I reach out and talk to people without coming across as weird? Some of the other kind of run-ons were all self-promoting, coming off like I'm self-promoting. How can I make connections without people thinking I'm a leech?
Sure.
Being thought of this way makes me anxious
Sure.
and hurts my confidence, which stops me from reaching out.
Sure.
So a bit of more of an umbrella question, which I think is I think a lot of people like tend to ask this every time we do one of these streams. So it's a big one.
Okay. Do you want me to tackle this?
Yeah. Do you want to give your opinion?
I work with a lot of people.
Yeah.
I work with a lot of people. Okay, so first things first. I do want to I want to dispel some errors, because I'm sure there are some people that are like looking at the people that are to say envy in my level, to like to stream to the viewership that we stream to or make content to the level that we do, and then above us as well. There's a misconception that it gets easier. I promise you, it gets worse. That's the neat thing. It gets worse the bigger you get as a content creator, because the feelings never go away. I can promise you that none of these feelings will ever go away. Every time that I've ever reached out to someone that I've never worked with on audio roleplay and they don't respond within a day, I'm like, this person saw the message, hates me, and now is blacklisting, ghosting me. It is always something. It's always one of the first thing that runs into my head. The thing to think about first, though, before you even send that DM to a person that you want to spend time with, that you want to reach out to, that you want to work with, why do you want to work with this person? What is the reason that you are reaching out to this person in particular? And it can be a totally innocuous reason, like you think they're really cool, or you think the content that they make is awesome, or even that you want to be their friend. However, the important thing to remember in a lot of those cases is they're also doing that with other people that they are interacting with. And if you've never once engaged with this person, if you're not Twitter mutuals, if you've never collabed together, if you've never spoken together, if you've never gone to their streams or commented or interacted with their content in any capacity, and you just try and cold approach them with, hey, I like your stuff, can we be friends? It's going to be a no, or not even get a response. Most of the time, it's just not going to be a response.
Mm-hmm.
You got to remember it like you're going to somebody that's a complete stranger that would have no reason of knowing you. And this kind of goes back to what I talked about before with the ASMR/audio roleplay partners, where it's get so big that people are coming to you, or to the point where you can approach people with an idea and with something of air quotes value. And obviously that's a weird way to say it, because you're putting a literal metric on yourself. And I know that sounds weird. I know that feels weird. But you have to think about it like that. If you're approaching someone because you want to collab with them, you need to put that value on yourself, because you need to think about it like that. If you're going to someone because you want to be friends, why do you want to be friends with them? What is the whole purpose of you being friends with them? Have they ever interacted with you, or do you just really like their content and you think being their friend would be cool? Because that's kind of the bad parasocial. You know?
Yeah.
You don't have that relationship with that person. And that's okay. You could at some point have that relationship with that person. But to get there, you need to make the stuff that they would probably engage with or want to work with or things like that. But unfortunately, again, you might come across as weird. You might come across as like you're trying to promote yourself. But ultimately, getting to, and I half joke about this, but getting to a point where people are coming to you instead, or getting to a point where you can approach someone with a valuable idea or bringing value to a conversation is the best way to do it. I work with people that are bigger than me all the time. I feel like shit all the time approaching them. It is some of the most scary things that you'll ever do. But the thing is when you work in a similar sphere, when you make similar content to people, whether it be voice acting, whether it be the type of stream content that you do, whether it's the short content that you do, maybe it's the same games that you play, things like that. Eventually there might be crossover, and eventually you could approach them with an idea that adds value to the interaction and gives meaning as to, oh, I do like, hey, this person coming at me, we play the same game. Oh, hey, we make the same content. Oh, hey, we're both voice actors. And hey, they have a channel that we could work together on. And hey, they have X amount of subscribers and have worked with these people before. It becomes more and more easy to do that and to work with these people and to not feel like a burden when you approach it from that aspect. But unfortunately, if you're approaching it from an aspect of, I want to be this person's friend, if you've never talked to them, if you never engage with them, if they've never talked to you, this is not high school. We're not all in the same place walking by each other every day. If anything, they go to a different school and you just heard about them from somebody. That is the negative side of parasocialism that you might need to step back and ask yourself, why do I want to be friends with this person? Is it just because I think they're cool, or do you actually have things in common?
That's a really good perspective. The idea of like, yeah, like you see them here, but like this is the way social media makes our world smaller.
Yeah.
It makes us think we're so much closer to each other than we actually are. Parasocialism is the result of that, right?
Come back to me at the end of this.
I think that's a really good perspective. A really good perspective, like saying that.
Hi, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I'm gonna like
the person you're
Thank
seeing
you. Welcome.
Probably goes to a different school.
Yeah.
They probably halfway across the country.
Yep.
Like this isn't a restriction, but it's a reality, right? It's harder to engage. There's other things as well. Like for me, like I have a very small, close-knit friend circle, right?
Yeah.
I don't engage with other people a lot. And it's because I just can't. Like I don't have the capacity to. I can't promise myself friendships to a lot of people that I just don't have the ability to be a friend to. I can't give that to people if I just can't do it. So for the most part, like I just keep it business, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like Roy has been at the other end of this where I've just not replied to Roy for days. And then Roy's just like, I really like this. I love when people poke me because like I see stuff when I'm like lying in bed and I go, I'll reply to it in the morning, and then I fall asleep. Right? So like I enjoy the poke. I enjoy the social poke when there's like a relationship that exists. Like I will very happily call Roy a friend now because you know, Roy was a little bit persistent in reminding me to reply to DMs. Like this to me, like that shows like that they want to engage. But the reality is like we already had a professional relationship before that, working together and talking to each other in the background. But most of my friends, like, I think this is like one of the parasocial things is like people will see a big creator and they'll be like, oh, it'd be really cool if I was friends with them. Like, I don't want to leech off them. I just want to be friends with them. But it's like, but you just want to be friends with them because they're a big creator. So technically, aren't you leeching? Like, and most of my friends in the space are smaller streamers than me. Like 95% of the people I engage with are smaller streamers to me. Because like I met them naturally. I met them without people being like, you're big and I want to get to know you. I just met them in the space in a very natural way. The advice I can give is, like, someone asked, how can I make connections without people thinking I'm a leech? Meet people in social situations. Join a Discord. If there's a public VC, talk to people in the VC. As someone with autism, I hyperanalyze how to do this so I don't do it wrong. People like to create designated social areas. And most of these areas are pretty much an okay zone to like interact with people and be like, hey, do you want to, like, maybe I get to know someone a bit more. Go to those social areas, go to those union designated social zones and talk to people. Sometimes you'll find there might be a quote unquote big streamer in there. Don't treat them like they're a big streamer. Treat them like they're anyone else in the social zone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Use that as a way to meet people. You might not be friends with everyone, but I'm guaranteed you'll meet someone. You'll meet someone that you mesh with, and they might become a really good friend that just happens to live halfway across the world. But that also comes into the fact that, like, communicate what you want. So, like, you know, do you want to be friends? Do you want to have a professional relationship with someone? I've met people in this space that are like, hey, do you want to collab? I think it would be really, like, beneficial to both of us. We kind of share, like, these overlapping audiences. Our content is pretty similar, and it might be cool. I'm not saying we'll be friends, but it'd be really nice to maybe do something together. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool. Like, because they're upfront with me. They're not like, I actually really like it when people are like, hey, I got a content idea. Like, I think it'd be really good to involve you with it. Rather than promising me like false friendship, like, be upfront, and it's cool.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, but what if I suck at socializing? Get better at it.
Yeah, me and you both, buddy.
Get better at it.
Yeah, practice.
Practice, yeah.
Go join those social zones and practice.
Yeah.
I'm really good at it because I practice a lot. I I forgot how to mask after COVID, so I got a lot worse at it. But I'm a yapper because I like to yap. But if you don't like to yap, I think it is kind of hard to meet people. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah.
Just how do you share your interests and talk to people if you don't like to talk?
Yeah.
It gets a bit tougher, but
yeah. I'd say be willing to put yourself out there a bit, because if you're kind of just sitting there and expecting like big streamer, big VTuber X to notice you, and you're not doing anything to put yourself in their vision, then it's not going to happen. And then if you're like, oh, you know, the big VTubers never interact with the small VTubers. Yeah, no duh, because they're interacting with their friends and trying to make cool stuff and trying to interact with, you know, the cool stuff that they do. I feel like content creation is like the only sphere where we're like, that famous person isn't interacting with me. How dare they? They don't care about their fans. What? No.
Yeah, it's strange.
They're busy.
But I think it is a reality. Like, I see big streamers interacting with smaller streamers all the time. Collabs, always playing games with them. Like, people make good friend connections regardless of size. If you're sitting there saying, why won't this big streamer interact with me? I will very unfortunately say you are the problem. You need to genuinely just take a look at yourself and be like, I'm saying that I should be interacted with by this specific big streamer, and I'm questioning why that specific person chooses not to interact with me. So there's obviously an issue there with, like, it's not a two-way street. It's a little bit parasocial. You got to be real. It's got to be like, don't set unrealistic expectations of friendship, of connections, of anything, right? It's literally like passing a random person in the street and expecting them to be your friend.
Yep.
Like, that's the reality you should have in your head.
That's it.
Yeah.
I forgot the thing that I was
this
going to say
stranger
too.
I've never actually talked to or met, not actually like we've known each other for years. How dare?
How dare they?
Yeah, it's if you're yelling that from the rooftops, a little bit of self-reflection goes a long way. This comes from someone who is very critical of themselves at every moment of every day. Just a little self-reflection goes a long way.
Not too much. Don't be like me on a bad day.
Don't think yourself into the wall. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I also forgot what I was gonna say. I got really excited because you said something and it triggered like something, and I immediately forgot right after I said "come back to me," and I was like, I was doing like one of these like searching back and forth in my head, and I can't remember what I was thinking about.
I can't either.
It was right. It was right when you
started talking.
Yeah, because you said something.
Like a comment.
Yeah, it said something. You said something, and I was like, I got it, and then I forgot it immediately. You said 2 more words. I was like, it's gone.
Rewind the VOD. Rewind the VOD. Find out what we said.
Oh my gosh. I'm screaming geometrically.
The next one is a big question. I think this will be a bit personal. But there's no good answer to this, but there are practices that you can kind of take. How to get over social burnout. Begin.
Begin.
Big.
Oh, I thought you said begin.
We had a couple people ask this one. No, big. I think this is a big question with big answer. I personally step away from being social. I feel like that's a cop-out answer, but you need to look at like what you need and what you want. And if you need some time away, like take the time away. Usually I gauge myself in like a percentage of like my capacity, like mentally, like what can I do? Like how much time can I designate to friends? How much time can I designate to work? How much time can I designate to social?
Yeah.
And I stick to that. It's really bad because this is like what I was saying before. Like I can't commit to too many friendships because I just don't have the time. But this is what I do. Like I go, okay, I have this much time I can spend working on stuff for my content. I have this much time that I can spend on Twitter per day. I have this much time and that helps me so much from getting burnt out because I set myself realistic expectations. Burnout is very invisible until it gets bad.
Yeah.
So I think by setting those expectations of your own capacity, you avoid it. But I'm really bad at getting out of it if I get there. So I don't have the best advice. I just take a break. I take a really like good hard break. I go touch some grass. I play with my dog. I play with my cats. I play with my rats. Like I just do something that isn't this. Yeah.
I have 2 different answers for this. One is like mean/realistic. The other is what you should actually do.
Okay.
I will give the what you should actually do one first, and then I will be a little bit meaner. Everything that Envy said, I 100% agree with. I myself am not a very good practitioner of this, but if you are already socially burnt out, and I'm not talking about content creation burnout, that is a different thing. But if you are socially burnt out, step away. Disconnect yourself from Discord, disconnect yourself from Twitter, go watch a movie. Like go to the movie theaters and watch a movie. They're open now. You know, it's obviously during lockdown, we couldn't deal with this type of thing. They're open now. Going to the movies is one of my favorite things because I get to just turn my brain off and disconnect from everything for multiple hours because I can't look at my phone. You know, I can't do any of that. I have to watch what's in front of me. Or maybe go binge a show on Netflix. Go check the new hottest Crunchyroll anime, you know? Find a good single player game that you haven't played yet. You know, Expedition 33 is freaking amazing. Go play it. But there are ways of recovering from social burnout. It is, and this is where it'll start getting a little bit more realistic mean. Unfortunately, if you're talking from a content creator perspective of how do you get over social burnout, there's no good way of saying this. Get over it. Because no one cares.
Yeah.
And that's so, I know that's really mean and I know that's really harsh to hear, but we're all burnout. We're all constantly working ourselves and burning on multiple wicks on the same candle. Unfortunately, you have to find a way to compartmentalize it without self-destructing. And that is a hard thing to do because at least in content creation sphere, not just VTubing, content creation as a whole, it is the only thing that I have ever done in my life that is a marathon that is disguised as a race, because you are always going to feel like you are lagging behind, but you also have to have the endurance to keep going. And sometimes you just gotta do it. It's the same thing I'll tell people for like content creation burnout. But honestly, unfortunately, sometimes you just gotta get over it. And if you can't and you need to distance yourself, obviously do that. Take care of yourself, do what you have to do. But other times, if you're like, man, I just hung out with a huge group of people and I'm like tired, and you have to go do something else, or you have a collab coming up that's really important to you, or a really cool idea that you had and that you really want to engage with, or people that you really need to see, or this, that, and the third, just do it. You have to do it, and you have to find a way to compartmentalize it. And if you can't, start working on it, because you got to learn how to do it. As a content creator, you got to learn how to compartmentalize, and you got to learn how to deal with it in some capacity. Social burnout is obviously different than content burnout, but I will always say, don't do that first. Find a healthy way to handle it. And like Envy was saying, play with your pets, spend time away from social media, do what I do, go to the movies. I think those are really good options. Yeah, do that. Be healthy when you feel like you are socially exhausted. Because it's different from content. It's different from content.
Within the content perspective as well, I want to preface this, right? That I mean this like in a very realistic way, and I'm not trying to... I think this is a hard thing to say, so I'm not telling you to quit content creation, right? But here's the thing, like, I think sometimes, like, content creation has a very low floor of entry, right?
Mm-hmm.
It has a very high ceiling of success, so it's hard to get up to the top, but it has a very low floor of entry. Content creation might not be for you, and that's okay. Not everyone can be one, right? If you're getting burnout from content creation, like, take a look at like your 9 to 5 and how you compartmentalize that and do that every day. Like, it's stressful, right?
Yeah.
Working 9 to 5, and somehow you do it. You put yourself through it, the burnout leaves, you compartmentalize it, and you just do it, right? If you can't do that with content creation as well, if you can't like get those feelings of angst and bottle them away, or turn them into like that spite to move forwards, that power to drive you and get to a better place, then it just might not be for you. And that's okay. Like, there's been moments where I've thought content creation wasn't for me, and I took a break.
Yeah.
Right? I was just like, maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Like, you know, it was a hobby when I started. Yeah. Maybe I should like drop this hobby. And I was like, wait, no, like, what if I try this a bit differently? What if and the new perspective can be helpful, but sometimes it just might not be what you can do, and that's okay. There's other avenues, there's other things you can try. It might just not be the type of content creation you're built for. Live streaming, maybe.
Yes,
you're better
I was
off
gonna say that,
like creating content on YouTube in shorts, and you know, doing like scripted content and pre-recorded content. Maybe live streaming just isn't it. Yeah, it's okay. Like, sometimes you just need the reality check and to reevaluate and to move forwards. Yeah
100%.
This is not me telling you to quit content creation.
And to wrap it back around to the social burnout, remember, social burnout is different from content burnout. While content, we might be saying what we're saying in the harsher side, social burnout, take a break, step back, recharge. Yeah. Because everybody makes the joke about, oh, my social batteries are drained. That's not a joke. Everybody does have their social batteries drained sometime. Find a way to recharge them and enjoy yourself.
Yep. Everyone has their recharge. I'm an extrovert, so I get recharged by going out. And like, so it's really weird. I like, if I put myself in an uncomfortable social situation and I recharge. I like going to the movies, but like, I don't just go to the movies. I try to talk to people. I go to the movies like by myself and talk to people that are lighting up. I'm like, hey, you excited for this? And then like after the movie, I'm like, hey, did you guys like that? That was sick, right? Like, I go to a restaurant. I talk to the server when they come in. Like, I like being social. So that's my recharge, right? But even if I have predetermined social situations, it's draining, like parties and stuff. It's still draining, even though I'm an extrovert.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just need that light touch social to like gas me back up.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. Find your way to recharge and take advantage of it.
Yeah, find a way.
Yeah, just do it, man.
Just do it. Recharge right now.
This is from Maury. Recharge.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice about how to deal with the algorithm on other platforms such as TikTok and YouTube? I feel like videos I post will hit on TikTok and then flop on YouTube.
Yes.
Or vice versa. And I can't seem to get out of that rut. I love this question because this is like you're noticing it. You're like one step ahead more than you're giving yourself credit for.
Yeah.
Do you want to lead with this one, Roy?
Yeah, because it's actually way simpler than I think they realize it, and simpler than I think a lot of people are realizing. The simple answer is you cannot make it good for both. If you're taking one piece of content and it pops off on TikTok and then fails on YouTube Shorts, that's because it was a piece of content that was made for TikTok. TikTok and YouTube Shorts, while they're both short form content like outlets, are very different. And when you make content that is short form, if you're taking one video and just trying to put it out to multiple platforms, you can only pick one platform that piece of content is good for. And the rest of them, you're kind of just going, well, it's out there. And I do that. I prioritize YouTube Shorts. YouTube Shorts to me means so much more, but even then it's usually just for advertising my bigger content because I care more about YouTube videos than I care about the short form content.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the short answer. Yeah. You cannot, unless you're heavily editing one of them to then fit the other thing, but that's giving yourself more work. If you have one video, it's only going to succeed on one platform.
Yep. There are obviously exclusions to that where like things do work on both, but the reality is it's more of a like throw it at the wall and see what sticks.
I like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say a different word. I was like, actually, I don't think I can.
Spaghetti at the wall. See what sticks.
Spaghetti. Yeah. See what that's when it's ready, right? That's when it's al dente, when it sticks to the wall. Every Italian cringing in my chat right now.
Yeah, but I'm American. It's different. I'm allowed to say that.
American Italian is a whole different breed.
I'm ignorant. It's okay.
Too much spaghetti stuck to your wall right now.
That's a lot of spaghetti.
No one said take it off my wall.
Yeah, I'm from Jersey. Jersey.
I agree with that, but like I think there's a bigger kind of takeaway in there from your advice as well, which is like, you know, make sure that you're not just aiming for likes and views. I think that's really important. They're good. Like to get obviously your content out there, but like what Roy said was my content is focused at pushing people towards my long form, right? Even though those short forms pop off, Roy has a priority. Yeah. And engaging people with that priority is what's important to Roy. So the moment you got to set your priorities with what you want in content, because you can build a crazy successful TikTok and you just might never see that convert into your streams. No one will ever click through. You can do that with YouTube as well. So you need to set your priority. Like, do you just want videos to pop off? Like what is the end goal of that? Right? What do you really want people looking at, like in your content? Because I will say, like, just your shorts on TikTok and just your shorts on YouTube doing well across the board, aim higher.
Yeah.
Aim for the stars, man.
I like that.
If it's about doing this full time, long form YouTube videos, they'll earn you a decent amount of revenue, man. Like more than Twitch ever will from passive income. So I don't know, aim bigger. Aim way bigger. Yeah.
And if you're using it to funnel back into your own content, especially good. I do that with both my audio roleplay and my main channel now. I say that main channel now, but I only have one example. But audio roleplay channel, every time I put out a new audio roleplay, like a new RP, a couple days later, I put out a short, which is a teaser or a preview for that roleplay. I did it with Envy and Crocs as well. And that's why like
Yep.
you'll occasionally see it. It's not only to reach a different audience, not only to feed back into the video itself, but to also remind people. Maybe people saw it, like they saw a DM and they were like, I'll watch that later. And then, you know, life happens and they didn't have a chance to see it. Hey, bam, it's right back in your face again. Hey, don't forget, here's a preview for it. Go check it out. This is totally worth going and seeing. So
yeah, I think that's a really funny thing that people don't do. A lot of people like to they promote stuff before it comes out,
and not after.
and then it's like it's the expectation of people remembering.
Yeah.
Right. But if your content's already up, then they've got something to look at. That click through is there. Promote your stuff after it goes up. I think that's such a wonderful, wonderful takeaway, is that like you should be promoting your stuff after it's up. Continue going forward. That teaser being after the video as opposed to before the video means that any engagement driven is direct. It's not people just remembering to like go there when it's actually up. Like, it's good.
You got it. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's a rut you'll never escape, but I think you understand that.
Yeah.
You definitely understand that, and you're asking the right question, which is great. Like, keep doing what you're doing.
Also,
Just, like,
keep
you wanna
looking
do
at
a good
numbers. Good job. Good job for making this analytical realization, because so many people will go, this failed, I'm bad, and not realize why something is failing or not see the pattern that you saw. So you're already in a good direction.
Yeah. Good stuff. This is from the corner lady. What would you say is a good strategy to develop a good balance between being a creative professional and all that entails, and presenting yourself authentically to your community, even when your true self is a playful little goober that doesn't always want to act their age? So I will preface this by saying, this is leading me to believe that you think this is a negative trait. So you're already not presenting yourself authentically, because you're thinking this is letting down your content when you can empower your content with this trait, right?
Yeah.
So I think a good balance, right, is going to be good practices of branding, which are very hard to do because I think the majority of the creator space doesn't have knowledge of branding. It's not an issue with you. It's hard knowledge to come by, and it's not normalized knowledge. It's accessible. It's on the internet. You can find it. But I think if you have good branding, this comes quite naturally.
Yes.
If you treat what you're doing as a profession, if you treat it as a project, if you treat it as anything more than just having fun, just playing games, just making friends, just, you know, then you will already have the ability to balance your personality in there. Think of it as you working a job. When you go to work, you put on a mask and you have your work self. That is your work self.
Yep.
Outside of that, you've got your social self. I personally, because my primary platforms are Twitch and Twitter, I portray myself very differently on Twitter. It's still me.
Yeah.
But it's a lot more professional. It's a lot more in tune. I try and, as Roy said before, like, I try and avoid those content that's not me, right? I try and avoid the drama topics. I try to avoid all these things that just don't key in with who I am as a creator, right? So, but when I'm on stream, I'm very different. And you guys coming to stream will know that. Like, I'm still professional, but I am a little more blunt. I won't talk about drama directly, but things that are like quote unquote drama that are related to what I do talk about, like analytics or growth in the VTuber space that come up, also, I'll talk about them on stream. Like, I will be like, I don't mind if you guys clip this and share it or whatever. Just please don't take it out of context. Like, I don't write it because I don't feel like I can provide the proper context if I write it. There's not enough words that Twitter will allow me to write. So I think it's really important that there is a mask. And I'm not telling you to like hide yourself or pretend you're someone you're not, but we all do it. Whether it's yourself at work, whether it's yourself with family, whether it's yourself with friends or a partner, or whether it's yourself meeting new people at a bar. There's always a different version of yourself. And I think you could do a lot by understanding that that's what streaming is.
Yeah.
Like I don't talk about my shoe size on stream. Weird thing, but like, you know what I mean? Like it sounds like little things, but there's certain parts of yourself you might not want to share publicly, and that's okay. This is how you balance professionalism with personality.
Yeah.
No one needs to know all the facts. Your personality can still shine through.
Yeah. I think Envy hit a lot of the points there. I think the other way of looking at it, or in addition, if you want to title it, you're an entertainer. Entertain. And sometimes to be an entertainer, there are ways that you have to act in order to interact with other people, to make greater opportunities for you and your community. There are definitely, like, I've taken sponsored streams before. You think I could go on a sponsored stream and talk about how big my chest is and smushing it into Envy's? Probably, but the sponsor may never want to work with me again because I focused on, you know, being horny instead of talking about the game. There is a balance in all things, but I think the key is like what Envy said here, where you were saying, even if when your true self is playful little goober who doesn't always act their age, don't be ashamed of who you are, embrace it, and turn it into something that you can make your niche, your brand, your identity as an entertainer, because you are an entertainer and it is your job to entertain. But it is also your job to find the balance of being that entertainer and being that authentic self while also adhering to, air quotes, being a professional. There is a balance. You just kind of have to play around with it and find what works best for you.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll find that giving a little bit more of yourself is a positive thing. Like I was pretty standoffish when I first started streaming. But the more I kind of let my personality flow into everything, like my design, the way I interact with my community, I think it's been nothing but positive. So, you know, don't be afraid to test that back and forth. Maybe I interact a little bit more personal today. I think the reality is if you're like a hyper professional, it's not going to be nice on stream because no one wants that. But
yeah, we're not politicians.
Day, like, if it, yeah. At the end of the day, if it's the right environment for it, like a sponsored stream, you might need to be a little bit more professional.
You might need to put on a different mask.
yeah.
Or alter the mask.
We all mask.
Yeah.
You know, so like, you know, take advantage of those masks, I think, is the really important thing.
Yeah. And they're in my chat saying
I love this question. Oh, you're welcome.
Thanks, Corner.
I love this question. As someone who, I don't call myself a designer.
Sure.
But I worked in digital content creation. So intensely creating nothing but thumbnails and social tiles and videos for hours and hours and hours on end. So I am not perfect in this, but I think this is a fun one. Okay. How could I improve my thumbnails? I have the sinking feeling I'm screwing something up with my thumbnails, but my community says they're fine.
Oh,
okay. I think they're biased, which I will agree with.
Yeah, I was gonna say
some examples for reference.
So before we get into this exactly, I do want to touch on what you just said, which I think is incredibly important for everybody in general, because I'm sure we will get more people that are going to ask something similar. You can ask your audience for some things, but please take what they say with a grain of salt, because 99% of the time, your audience is going to tell you what you already want to hear, and that it's you're doing a good job. But if something's wrong and you need critical feedback, you're not going to get it from your audience. You need to dig deeper. You need to find other people that are in the industry with you, or you need to find someone that you trust, like a friend that is also there, that has the experience, and ask them to be genuine and serious with you. Just as in general. Okay.
How do I, hold on. I want to look at, so I don't think I'm going to do a lot of like personal breakdowns for people's content, but I actually really like this one.
Sure.
So I'm going to go against my rules and be like, I'm actually going to look at what you sent. this is the really cool thing that I think, well, I don't know if it's cool, that a lot of people do with their thumbnails is they advertise the game. They don't have it. There's no like pull to what, like, why would I watch you play it over someone else?
Yeah.
Right. They just advertise the game that they're playing. I think you can add a lot more personality into this. This is cool, but I don't understand it. So context is always going to be important. Bring in context. I would say, engagement bait.
Yes.
What is the thing that stands out in your stream that's gonna make people want to click? Like, what is the one moment in the stream that popped off and make them click for that reason, even if it doesn't happen till the end? Like here's a good example. What do you know? 1 + 1 = 11. I don't get this. Nothing here makes me want to click because I don't know who this is. I don't know why is he saying what do you know? I don't know why you're saying 1 + 1 = 11. The context is going over my head, so I immediately am moving on.
Yep.
This one too, that's gotta hurt. I think it very obviously hurts. It's a punch to the gut.
Yeah.
So we gotta add more context here, right? What's gonna make people actually want to click? Even if it's a bit engagement baity. What's gonna make people want to click to this scene? I like these ones more because they have a bit more context than just the cover of the game.
Yeah.
But I think that's still missing a lot of context.
So I have had this a lot because I work with not only my manager Jun, but I also work with my artist Joe for the audio roleplay stuff, and I have to think about how that art can be translated into a thumbnail. Now, obviously, audio roleplay thumbnails are very different from stream thumbnails, but working with Jun for this long, I can at least say a big problem with. I'm going to be harsh and say problem, so I do apologize. A big problem with these thumbnails is visibility. Nothing is like separated from each other. So like when you look at it from like a really far angle, or if someone's just scrolling on their phone, there's nothing that like stands out that makes you want to click it. And Envy was saying like, oh, like what can we do to make this more clickable? If you click on the last one, this has got that's got to hurt one. Ironically, something you could do, move it slightly more to move the picture slightly more to the left, change your expression instead of it being like, oh, instead change it to, oh, like get really expressive, get like, whoa, and you know, change the contrast so you're super separated from the image. That way the focus is more on the image. Maybe get like one of those like Nuke's top 5 circles around the gut punch and point an arrow to it and make it very, very apparent that, holy crap, this guy just got punched in the gut. And then someone might be scrolling and go, whoa, what happened? This dude got punched in the gut. You know, that's like the easy way to do it. Text is sometimes hard. Not every thumbnail needs text, because most of the time people are going to be reading these thumbnails or seeing these thumbnails in a very condensed state. So when you make the text too small, it's just noise on screen, which is kind of what I feel like is the problem with the what do you know 1 + 1 = 11. Because not only is there context that I don't get from the 1 + 1 = 11, but that's just so much text on screen that is distracting. Like I don't see what's going on there. It distracts from you. It distracts from the characters. I know this is from FF7 Crisis Core because I've played Crisis Core before, but I don't like it. Just means nothing. It's nothing to do with Crisis Core. This is probably an in-joke with you and your community, which is great. But thumbnails should be about bringing in other people, not your community.
Yep.
This would be probably better as a meme that you could just post and be like, I forgot the name of this character, but freaking what's his name asked me, you know what I know 1 + 1 = 11, and you could make it a clip, or you could there are better ways to do things like that. Thumbnails should be about bringing other people in. Sometimes you gotta engagement bait a little bit. Sometimes you gotta be a little silly with it. Sometimes you gotta clickbait a little bit, because YouTube is set in that you have to play ball. You have to be willing to play ball. And the last piece of advice I'll give you: look at some thumbnails that you like from popular creators that you like watching and see what they do differently. A lot of them are like very, very large facial expressions reacting to something, because YouTube really likes that. I can tell that you understand that because you have the face there. Even if you don't intrinsically understand why, you know that faces are important for thumbnails. Now it's time to go a step further. Go deeper. Find a creator that you like that does the reaction type faces, especially for gaming streams, and learn from them. Take some things. Pull the Ludwig, do the yoink, and twist.
Oh my god! Literally look at the literally look at Ludwig's like images. Like just do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to say just copy it, but like genuinely, there is a craft to it. There are people that do this. As like a deeper dive from my end, like doing digital marketing, there's things you should know. Like always, like I think you brought this up, like this is a really funny like shorts idea.
Yeah.
Right? But as a little thumbnail, not the best because there's too much context. Know what your priority is and aim towards it, right? So like I would personally say like there's things you should know about YouTube. Like the bottom right is what like we call like a little danger zone because it's always like blocked off. So the reality is this 1 + 1 = 11 blocked.
Yeah, it's probably not even seen.
People won't even be able to read that clearly. Usually you want to like the contrasting thing, a really easy thing to do, which someone just added in my in my chat, add a border. Have the border go behind the model. Have your model in front of the border, a drop shadow on the border so you can see that the border is sitting above the content behind. They're like small little tips to help layer these things better. But then positioning, like I personally would never position myself on the right side for shorts. But you can still put stuff in there as long as it doesn't hit this bottom right corner. And then there's like a rule of like 2 things on screen, right?
Yeah, two
eye-catching things. 2 topics. If you do a third, you're in the middle, right? And then the 2 topics is what's behind you, and it's gonna be like you're sitting in the middle of it, right? So there's controversy or something.
Yep.
This is like the easiest go-to. I will tell you right now, there is someone I saw recently on Twitter that is selling a viral thumbnail template. Now, this doesn't mean you go viral, but I saw this like a month ago and I looked at it and went, this is actually pretty cool. It's someone that literally does shorts for big VTubers and thumbnail design for big VTubers. So this is someone who works on making sure the thumbnail works, right? They're selling a package for like $1.50, bro. And you get all their personal advice. Like this is what I mean. Like there's personalized advice out there. If you need it, you don't have to buy it.
Yeah.
But there are people that like know what they're doing and you can learn from them purely by looking at what they're doing with their like thumbnails. But like a lot of people like give free advice. They might sell it. It might be a package you can buy somewhere, especially like VGen. Like just look for it. If you want feedback, like there will be knowledge out there.
Yeah.
There are questions about like how to market yourself and how to community build as well. And the answer's the same. Like the information's out there. You just got to search for it.
Time to go digging.
Go dig.
Oh,
go dig. These are a great start.
Yes.
These 2, I think. This one especially.
Yeah. I think
if we're looking like a process of learning here, I feel like here you hit the nail. Oh, sorry, you hit the gut with a fist.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I can see what you're working with and that you're going in the right direction. I will also say, as a personal thing, if these are stream thumbnails, that's one thing. If these are video thumbnails, don't be afraid to ABC test because YouTube has it built in now. I do that for
ABC
all of
test.
my shit now. All the time. Yeah. ABC testing, meaning that you get thumbnail A versus thumbnail B versus thumbnail C, and you can set them all on the same video. And then after a bit of time, YouTube will tell you this is the thumbnail that did better. And then you can learn from that and make better decisions for future videos. So
that's the really important thing is don't just like sit there and be like, YouTube chose the best one for me. Learn from it. Why did it choose that one? Refine your art and ABC test again.
Yeah.
This is like your classic marketing cycle, right? You just keep refining, keep testing. The fact that YouTube gave everyone the ability to ABC test with thumbnails is wild.
Yeah.
Because everything you see in the corporate world that is successful, you will never see a failure because it's all ABC tested. It's all behind the scenes. It's all in little groups. Sometimes you will see failures. I don't know if you guys saw that Coke advertisement.
Oh my God. With the AI, yeah, it's so bad.
Yeah. Everything is ABC tested. This is coming from someone who did digital media comms, digital marketing. Everything is ABC tested. You should be doing the same.
So do you mind if we deep dive into this for a second? I actually have a good example.
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. So I recently put out a video about Kamen Rider Hibiki, and I decided to lean into me and the titular character Kamen Rider Hibiki because I wanted it to be very obviously that's Kamen Rider Hibiki. I recognize him. And for future branding purposes, that's Roy. I recognize him because I'm going to do more of these videos in the future. If you look at these 3 thumbnails that I just sent you, which of these do you think is the one that did the best? Because I ABC tested these.
These are all really good. I reckon number 2. B.
So it's actually
the one with the orange background.
It's actually A.
Really?
And it wasn't even close.
That's so interesting to me.
And it's my least favorite one. I hate the green. I was told to use it by some of the other people that I trust because I ask for advice on these types of things. They were like, you should add like these speed lines as green because it helps separate you from the background even more and it helps things pop out. I hate it. I hate it so much because I think the green just looks ugly, personally. I understand their point of like what they're saying, but that is the thumbnail that is on the video now because I did an ABC test. And when the share between everything, that had 42% of the clicks.
Man.
So it wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This goes back to it designing for a purpose, right?
Yeah.
It might not be the prettiest for you personally, but you can't deny that like purposeful design has played its part here.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
There you go.
That's cool. That's really cool personal experience.
Yeah. So.
This was the one I liked, chat. Let me pull this up. Let me open link. This was the one I liked.
I also like that one. Yeah. But that one did second best.
I like this one, but yeah.
The other blue one. I guess
you can see the black lines are less dynamic and pulling in as well.
Yeah.
But I like this one.
I liked the orange a lot. I was very partial to it because it made it look like a comic book to me, and I really liked that.
Yeah, yeah.
But you cannot lie with math. Like numbers are numbers, and it was like a solid 10% difference. So.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. All right.
See, it's a craft. Honestly, if anyone is offering free advice on thumbnails, like. Learn from it. Ooh. Like it is so wild that like YouTube thumbnail designers, they're such a niche design. It's so there's so much to learn from. Somebody
did just ask as well, and I can just say this because it's super fast. How do you do ABC testing on YouTube? When you go and upload a thumbnail, instead of clicking on upload a thumbnail, there's like 3 dots you can click on, literally same exact location, and instead you click on A/B testing. That's it. Yeah. And then you upload 3 thumbnails.
Yeah. I did that with my my Epic React. Epic the musical React.
There you go.
And I literally, the one I didn't want to pick one.
Yeah.
As well. Because it had more words on it. And I was like, surely not. But
sometimes it's hard to know. Yeah. So. All right.
So this is a big one. I think we had a couple kind of questions towards it. This was the one that had the male VTuber hard to grow. People say you need X, Y, Z to grow.
Okay.
Which I will preface that by saying that's normally best practice and not essential.
Sure.
But for those that do everything right and still see growth, or still see zero growth, how are they supposed to make a career out of it if they can't even get a following started? Seems like male VTubers, it's 100% lucky or who you know.
I want to tackle this. I want to tackle this so bad.
So I think let's tackle the meat of it before we get into the male VTuber discourse. Is he a bunny or is he rabbit? Rabbit or rabbit?
Oh.
So people will say you need X, Y, Z to grow. There will always be outliers. I'm a really good example. I am not the rule. I am the exclusion of the rule. I grew completely using Twitter and Twitch. This is not something you should do, nor I would recommend.
Yeah.
Unless you have very good comprehensive knowledge of how the platforms work and how to use that to your advantage.
Yeah.
I will be really mean and say if you're not seeing growth, you likely aren't doing things right.
Yeah.
I
thought we were gonna say too.
You are likely following a list of the 5 best practices from a YouTube video, and doing those things to the word without like understanding, evaluating, and being critical about your own content. I say this to myself, so when I say this to everyone, understand I am as blunt with myself. If there is an issue with your content, the issue is with your content.
Yeah.
Make better content.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a harsh reality, but I will say that to myself, dude. My content is slacking. And if I want to do better, I got to make better content. That's it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I was going to say the exact same thing. If you're doing XYZ and you're seeing 0 growth and you think XYZ is what you should be doing, like the best practices, we kind of started like poking at them before, is like making clickable, searchable, discoverable content on other platforms outside of your streaming platform, because streaming is the worst way to grow. And maybe you're streaming too much, and maybe like you have 0 social media presence, and like there's so many things that I could run down a list of. But if you're genuinely running all of those things and not finding any growth, then you're doing something wrong. It is statistically improbable that that's happening. Because literally you should be at least seeing like marginal growth, like minimal. But again, if you're not seeing anything, you are doing something wrong.
Yeah, there's no foolproof way to grow, but the best practices will always guide your good content forwards.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, it's always going to come down to your content, and it hurts to hear, especially if you have to say it to yourself and criticize your own content. But like, I can sit and happily watch my own streams and feel entertained. I don't know how many creators can say that about their own content, whether it's not like the content that they would normally watch or not. I can sit and watch my content and laugh. I sit and watch my content and I go, man, I was actually funny. I don't think I'm funny. People say I'm funny, and then I watch my stream back and I'm like, oh, maybe I am actually funny. And it's just that one moment, and then I go back to thinking I'm not funny, right? It's really important that you criticize your content first, in my opinion.
Yep.
It is really, really important. Like, you need to... The best advice I heard was like, if you need to not be average, because this is like it's a creator space. It like, you need to like find a way to stand out.
Yeah.
And it's not ever going to be one thing. It's not just going to be a good design. It's going to be all of your content. There needs to be a way to stand out, because if you're not growing, you're not standing out. Ludwig moment. Ludwig created a secondary channel and didn't tell anyone about it. It's a really good video to watch. I think it's a really good learning experience.
The streaming one?
It is so good. Yeah.
Yeah, I loved
just
it.
Created a Twitch. He turned it on and he just streamed, and he didn't tell anyone about it, right? Until he had someone follow, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was like 4 or 5 hours into the stream, he got his first
like
follower or something.
4 or 5 hours until someone followed and commented in his chat, right? But the interesting takeaway is he did all that, and then he said, if you were focusing on streaming as your primary like source right now, this is what I would do. And he broke it down. He didn't just do it because it was funny. He broke it down and gave really valuable advice. He was like, that hot dog segment I did for like 2 hours, I would have cut it down to like an hour of streaming and then made shorts and made all this other content. Like, he broke it down so well.
Yeah.
In such a like meaningful way. I think the far majority of streamers aren't doing that.
I agree. Yeah.
And like, it's a hard thing to do if you don't have the time. But if you're doing all of those things and it's not working, I think you have to look at your content.
Yep.
It's hard, but you have to.
I wholly agree. 1000%.
Stop clip farming as well. Everyone clip farms. You'll get lost. You'll get lost in the clip farm machine.
Also, we are...
It's good.
2021, 2022, was the era of like low effort clips getting you success.
Yeah.
Because I did that. I just took random clips that I had from stream, put subtitles on them, spaced them so they told better stories, which is still good practice, by the way. None of that is bad. And that's all I did, though. And it helped me grow from where I was to where I was.
Yeah.
But
I will say, I heard a piece of advice. Someone said just weave that in. So like, you know how people are like, oh, post every 2 days or whatever. You know what? Every second day, post a clip.
Yeah.
See if it sticks. It might.
You
Play
never
your
know.
luck, right? But it is luck with clip farming, unfortunately.
And then you could find something that your audience likes. And then you could find a
It
pattern.
might be topical. You've suddenly got a clip that's like topical and in the right moment, and it pops off, and then now you need to know how to take advantage of that. It's not going to be more clips, trust me.
Yeah. that'll be a completely different conversation. But yeah, yeah, like what Emily said, if you're following everything that you feel like is best practices, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
The second part, it's going to be okay, Roy. Seems like male VTubers, it's either 100% luck or who you know. Would you like to take the stage?
If you
I
want
think
me
you're
to,
passionate about this one.
if you want me to, I'll take it.
Yeah. Go.
Sure. So, I will give a little bit of a weirdness with this, because I will nuance this further than I think some people are willing to admit. The point blank question of, is it harder as a male VTuber to grow versus a female VTuber? There is unfortunately statistical proof that it is harder to grow as a male VTuber. However, big, bold, however, underlined, bold, asterisk, everything. 99.999 repeating % of those people that are complaining that they're not growing because they're a male VTuber are the people that are playing Valorant for 8 hours, not speaking, not making content on other platforms, not doing anything else. And then we'll go on Twitter and say, oh, these big-tittied, female presenting VTubers are the reason why I'm not getting views. And, oh, I should just sexualize myself more. And no, you don't even have the same audience. Why would you suddenly doing that take their audience when they're not taking your audience? So there's that. Like I said, it is a nuanced thing, but like they're doing something for their audience that they like. Okay. So the aspect then of getting into it is it's either you're 100% lucky or who you know. There is some truth in this. I will fully admit, but this is not just for male VTubers. This is just everybody. Luck is a part of content creation. I'm gonna fully admit that. Luck is absolutely a part of content creation. But the thing is, people always like to point out, oh, this one creator got lucky, but aren't pointing back to the 900 million other times that they grinded their ass off so that they were ready for when they got lucky.
Yes.
Because so many people could get lucky. It is statistically probable that you will get lucky. You will get that opportunity. But the question isn't, are you lucky? It's, are you ready? Because when the luck hits you, do you have the backing of content? Are you a competent enough creator to capitalize on that luck? Do you have shorts ready to go? Do you have long form content ready to go? Are you able to yap and hold a conversation? Do you have an interesting personality? There's so many different factors that go into it that aren't just luck. And yes, luck is a part of it. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it isn't. With how crazy algorithms get and how crazy clip dispersion gets and conversations and how Twitter algorithms work and all that stuff. Yes, luck is a part of it. But were you ready to be lucky? Because I've definitely had lucky moments and grown from them. But, a ton of people won't. And then the other part of it is the who you know. Who you know absolutely can help you grow. Absolutely. If you're for some reason friends with someone that is a massive content creator and you collab with them regularly, 1000% you can absolutely grow a bit by working with that person, because just naturally you get more eyes on you. However, there's more to just growing than having eyes on you. Because if people are watching you collab with this other person, and surprise, you don't have content, you don't have an interesting personality, you don't have anything that differentiates you from that person, then the other person's just going to keep growing and you're just going to keep being the same. So it doesn't matter that you have 1,000 extra people watching you, you only had one extra person come. So yes, luck is a thing. Yes, knowing people is a thing. But there's so much more to it than that. And if you give up to the point of just saying, oh, XYZ person got lucky, XYZ person only got big because they're friends with this person, that is so unfair to those people that popped off. Because sure, they could have gotten lucky. Sure, they could have grown because they were friends with that person. But also, they grew because of all the other things that they did in the meantime. There's 90,000 other things, you know? So, yeah.
Yep.
I see actually a good example in chat too. Dubstep.
That's such a perfect sum up. Ooh.
So Dubstep, newly debuted VTuber, has been popping off recently.
Awesome.
Very active in social media, has had some clips, has had some cool collabs. Professional Valorant player, used to be a professional Valorant player, using that background. Using that opportunity and using their background as their stepping off point. And they've been popping off. Yeah, oh, thank you. Hey, listen, you did it for yourself. You popped off because you put work in. And if you are getting lucky, it's because you put the work in. So.
Yeah. That's really cool.
I'm seeing him everywhere.
Also have like a personal shout out.
Yeah,
people in my chat know Coco Roachis. I know Coco from their past life.
Oh.
And rebranding has been like a phenomenal success for them. Not saying rebrands are always going to be successful, but they rebranded and they had an amazing pop off, and they've done nothing but take advantage of that, right? Nothing but take advantage of that consistently since that happened. They were prepared, right?
That's
and
what it is.
That is always going to be the outlier. I had my lucky moment. I had friggin' Iron Mouse just roll into stream one day and be like, hey.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Oh, hey, man.
Yeah.
And you know, I'm someone who always has stuff ready to go in the background. I never do stuff and then release it. I always have stuff in the background. And this is a way to capitalize, right? Mousy came into my stream and I was like, hey, I entered your design review thing, but I'm actually rebranding soon. And Mousy was like, why didn't you enter your redesign? And I was like,
there you go.
You're right. Guys, this is official redesign release. If you hear, you hear. And I was like, no, I showed this design on stream for the first time in full. And then I posted it on Mousy's tweet. Right? Take advantage of any luck that comes your way, man.
Yeah.
Like, people have said to me now, it was really funny. People said to me that I only have continued to pop off because Mousy follows me now. And that like I haven't interacted with Iron Mouse since. There is no world where anyone comes to my stream because of that. There's no world where I retain that audience because of that, right? I do it because of myself. So, you know, you have to know how to take advantage of luck. The idea of who you know, at the end of the day, if your content doesn't keep up with that person's content, it doesn't matter if you know them. You're just going to be a guest on their stream. I know a lot of people, and this isn't a call out to any of those people, please. I love and respect your content. I know a lot of people who have friends that are really big creators and do content with those really big creators. And then people will be like, why aren't they a big creator? That's weird. It's not weird. It's not weird. It's not because of their content. It's just, it's not a question about who you know. Who you know will give you opportunities, but if you're not a
Hey,
like,
Arsenis,
if you
thank you
can't
so
take
much.
advantage of those opportunities,
the sound. Thank you.
You're as good as anyone else.
Yeah.
Like
that's just what it is.
It's a weird, it's a weird metric, right? To measure people by who you know. The luck thing as well. Ludwig moment.
I mean, even Ludwig's talked about, like getting lucky is
Moga money
is a real thing.
Everything, like, Yeah.
Yeah, of course luck is a
big.
real
It
thing.
plays a huge part.
Yeah.
You just got to be prepared for it.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that people don't say in the same. Yes, luck matters. However, if you're not ready for the situation that you got lucky for when that luck hits, then it didn't matter.
Yeah.
You know?
I think the statistic thing is very pressing as well. I love statistics because statistics can always be applied wrong.
Yeah.
The statistics are never wrong, but they're always applied incorrectly.
I agree.
So the statistic is that the VTuber audience is dominated by men who want to watch women.
Hey,
right?
Yup, there you go. Okay.
Which is true. That statistic is not that men have it harder. Right? Aim outside of your fucking niche, which is VTubing. There are people that will want to watch you.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of people in my community that found me and the first time VTuber, they were like, I don't even know what a VTuber is. You just seem cool.
Yep.
That's the majority of my community. Like, you got to aim outside of your niche. If you're sticking inside VTubing, yeah, you're going to have a limited audience. But you need to either aim at that audience and be like, hey, I'm a guy, look at me, right? And give them a reason to look at you.
Yeah, my guy,
aim
look at
outside
me.
of it. Yeah. Like the moment you start using statistics to like back the fact that you're like creating shit content, excuse me,
Yeah.
is the moment you're never going to grow. That statistic is so incorrectly applied so often. I have such a personal gripe with it.
You know what's actually insane? In terms of statistics, and this is why I said, like, it is statistically proven, yes, VTubing for women or female presenting people is more successful for them. Great. Literally look at every other thing outside of VTubing, and you'll see that content creation as a whole is entirely male dominated. Look at the top people on Twitch. Most of them are men.
Yep. What did we say earlier? Content creator first.
Content creator first, VTuber second. Well, VTuber third or
Change
fourth,
your mindset.
probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Change your mindset.
Yeah.
Be a content creator first. Be a man at the bottom. Don't make it about your gender. I love that women take advantage of gendered content to make men watch them. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
But you can't do that as a man because our space has less people that want to watch male VTubers. You need to understand that statistic and take advantage of it. Don't like sit there and blame it.
Yeah, like I'm not
Makes no
gonna
sense.
point at, you know, big titty VTuber goth girlfriend 69 and blame her for stealing my audience when I'm making Power Rangers content. Like there's no correlation there.
Yeah, they're also a VTuber, but it's not your audience, man.
Yeah. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. And it's still topical now. Okay, good.
Yes.
This is actually something that gets me heated because when people say the VTuber community, there's no such thing as the VTuber community. We just all happen, like, yes, I understand that we have the shared experience of we use VTubers and we use the same medium, but you go to any YouTubers, they don't say that. It's not the YouTube community.
Yeah.
You know, Chris Broad does not make the same content as Ludwig.
Yeah.
Does not make the same content as Sea-Dog. Does not make the same content as Queso. You know?
Yeah.
These people, just because they share a similar avenue, does not mean that they're in the same thing, nor do they have the same struggles. And that's why I wanted to mention it. Because you could point to someone and say, hey, that person has it easier than me, but we're in the VTuber community. Why do they have it easier than me? Or why do I have it harder than them? It doesn't work like that. Because remember, content creator first, VTuber distant third or fourth. And that's where I'm like, stop using the fact that you're in the VTuber community, air quotes, as an excuse as to why you're not succeeding. That's where the VTuber community fails people, because that's the worst side of it, you know? Yeah.
That actually reminds me, I talked about this yesterday. Comparison is the thief of joy.
Ooh.
I think you can definitely empower yourself by comparing yourself to people, but everyone really wants to compare the negative things about themselves to other people and make it like a Olympic race.
Agreed.
You don't understand or experience other people's suffering or any kind of like difficulties, right? Especially in content creation.
Yeah.
You don't know what goes into it. So the moment you start saying like weird generalizations, like the VTuber community doesn't want to watch me because I'm a man. It's like, brother, why do you think Roy and I have these wonderfully interactive communities around us despite being men? Like, I don't understand. By your logic, I shouldn't be where I am, right?
Yeah, because I'm a man. That's crazy.
I'm a man, right?
That's
like,
wild.
What do you mean?
Or that as a man, I should be angry that there are women using their sexuality to garner viewership. Hell no. Get that bag. I don't care. Have fun. Enjoy yourself.
Guess what? People like men that are sexualized. I guarantee you.
That's true.
Outside of the VTuber community.
Yeah. Yeah. It's almost like there's a whole demographic.
Where you at?
Yeah.
I love you. I love you guys. You guys support me so well. I will kiss men for you.
Oh my gosh. Do you want to do anyway, but even then you could even point and say like, because yes, we are saying that like women in VTubing obviously, or female presenting people in VTubing, yes, we did make that assertion or that statement, but you could also literally scroll down a bajillion and a half successful male VTubers, especially in the corporate scene, or even the indie scene. There's plenty of people that you can point at. You know, there's so many people that are successful. You know, don't use gender as an excuse to why you're not succeeding, and don't.
This one goes out to my Oshi Shoto.
I also like Shoto. It was actually a reason why I got into VTubing in the first place.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I was watching him back when he was a PNG tuber. So, but regardless, there are tons and tons and tons of successful male creators, not just VTubers. So I think it's important to realize that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Arsonist.
Yeah, please don't bundle it down.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5.
Thank you. I don't want to dig on you. I don't want to dig through your content, but like, just the generalized sentiment is never going to be healthy for you or anyone around you. Trust me. Just look at your own content. Next, I like this question so much.
That's one of my community people. That's Mage.
I love this question because I think, okay, so how do you come up with your lore for your VTuber? How important do you think lore is for a VTuber? Because I feel like it's important to make a unique story persona so you can stand out amongst the crowd.
I love this too.
It's not as important as you think it is my answer.
When you go ahead and get into this, I just want to go to use the bathroom. So you take over this time, and I will come back to hearing you yapping. So I'll be right back.
Okay, I love this question because I think a lot of people put a really big value behind this and potentially spend too much time and effort into like their lore, right? And then when their lore doesn't pop off, when they advertise it, they're like, man, no one likes me, right? I think it's really cool. Lore is awesome. It's really cool. But at the end of the day, the lore is for you and for you to take advantage of to world build. No one needs to know about my 40-page document that I personally have, detailing the lore of Envy and the actual world that he lives in. But what I do is I drip feed parts of myself and my personality and the lore into it so people can understand who I am and what I am. Your lore should be complementary to your brand. Your brand should not rely on your lore, right? So you see a lot with corpo VTubers because they have the money and they have the time, right? To genuinely make really cool lore videos and really exciting stuff. But the reality is, as a small streamer, we won't have the money to do that, nor will we have the capacity to give that to an audience that will see it. The big corpos, like Niji Sanji or anyone else, right, quite literally, they have a huge pre-existing audience to feed this lore to, and they will spread it everywhere. We don't have that advantage as a small streamer, right? None of us have that same advantage. So when you do lore stuff, it's got to be really pointed. It's got to have a purpose. It really has to suit the environment, right? Now, am I saying don't make lore videos, don't do this? No. But what I am saying is maybe there's a better way to tell your story than a 10-minute lore video. Maybe there's a better way to make it short and interesting and snappy. Maybe there's a better way to tell your story through your design. Maybe there's a better way to tell people that you're an adventurer or a guild leader like me than telling them how you became a guild leader. Maybe you start putting adventure elements in your design, you know? How do you tell people what you are without actually telling a 10-minute story, right? If you can say it in a single sentence, then you can have more freedoms to add based on your own interactions. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? I don't know Roy's lore. I know Roy.
You don't know my lore?
That likes coffee and has big arms. This was in my tweet. He has big arms. Like,
I do have big arms.
I ask my community all the time, whenever we talk about lore stuff, I go, how many of you guys know my lore? Like, what do you guys know about me? And they go, we know you're an adventuring guild leader. The guild's called the Golden Flock. We're the Golden Flock. And I'm like, yep, that's all I've ever told you. That's it.
Yep.
Cool. Great. You guys are on the same page. Awesome. Yeah. It's accessible. It's easy. It's breezy, right?
Beautiful.
Your lore, I said this earlier, your lore should be complementary to your brand. It shouldn't be your brand.
Yeah.
Right? So like, you know, filter it out, create content with your lore. Have your lore for you, and then find little bits of it that you can like bleed into your design, bleed into some content, some really nice narrative storytelling. It doesn't have to be a 10-minute video. I had a 40-second limerick, right, that I used for my debut. Right? It was like a take on Mary Had a Little Lamb. And it said more about my lore than anything ever has, right? And it's just a 40-second clip about Mary had a little lamb and Mary left, quote unquote left. And I was the lamb. I was Mary's little lamb. Like that's it. And then you go, wait, what, you're an adventuring guild leader. And I'm like, yeah, so? Oh, you want to find out how I got here? I guess you're gonna have to stick around for the journey then, right? So like dribbles to keep people excited. That's like crazy. You can always use your lore advantageously, but the reality is you don't need lore. You just need people to understand who you are and what you are. Like that's it. As a bare basic, right? Yep. That's it.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. No one's gonna... I know you guys are saying you want to read my 40-page lore document. No one wants to read my 40-page lore document. It's for me. No one wants to read that. So, you know, you don't have to come up with that to stand out. It's for you, not them.
Okay. So, the first thing you said before I used the bathroom, 100% agree with. Lore does not matter nearly as much as people that are getting into VTubing think it does. Because I see so many people that are like, I just don't have a good, interesting lore idea. So like, I guess I just won't make my VTuber design, or I guess I won't do that. What have we said so many times, guys? Content creator first, VTuber third or fourth, distant. So, and the reason I say it like that is because unless your lore so heavily ties into the content that you're making, it really shouldn't matter that much. Lore is cool. Lore can be fun. It can be really cool to see some of these projects that people do, but I'm gonna be so real. Those people are not making money on those. Those are not the things that they're finding success in. It is for them and for their community to enjoy. It is not how they are finding success. And somebody actually asked me about it before too. And I was like, I don't know if this will come up, so I'm just not going to answer this now. But I had someone in my community asking, they were like, oh, when are you going to do more lore for yourself? Because I have a lore video that's a lore role play that's very much heavily inspired by Alice in Wonderland, where I fall down the rabbit hole kind of thing. And I find a magic potion that says drink me, and I drink it, and that's why I look like this now. Because I was a femboy before. But the whole reason I even did that whole like lore roleplay was I had a roleplay channel that was doing well, and I could kind of use that as a medium to push it. But also I made such a huge, stark, like 90-degree turn of what my design was, because I was wide hip, fat ass femboy, you know, and now I'm, a twunk. So very, very, very different. So I felt that I needed it to kind of justify why it looked so different. Did that lore video do well? Hell no. Do I feel better having done it? Hell yeah. Do I regret doing it? Hell no. But it is not something that people actively come into the channel and go, oh my God, I love your lore video, or oh my God, I love your lore. No, because I say it in my intro. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a coffee-fueled bunny host. I'm a professional voice actor, and I love working out. And those are the things you have to know about me. That's it, right there.
Yep.
The lore does not matter. The lore is how I got to where I am now. Everything that I just said, though, is what you need to know. Now let's go forward.
Yep. That's it.
Yep.
I love the joy of people going, wait, there's lore?
Yeah.
Because the thing is, lore is never going to expand. Like, it might for, like, some of the bigger creators like Niji Sanji and stuff, because they have huge communities that, like, share this stuff like crazy. But as a small streamer, like, your lore isn't going to expand. It's very unlikely it's going to go outside of your little community, right? It's really unlikely it goes outside of it. So I think it's a really good way to, like, you know, retain like people's excitement. I think it's a really good way, but like you can drip feed stuff as other promo material and maybe it'll pop off. Like, go for it. Like, just don't like lore dump. And no one likes a lore dump, whether it's like a VTuber or like it's someone in stream or like a chatter. Like, don't, like, just bare bones basic elevator pitch, guys. Like, just straight up tell me what I need to know. I'm a sheep. I'm not a ram. I tell people, like, try to don't call me a ram, even though a ram's just a male sheep. Just call me a sheep. I'm not a goat. I'm not a demon. I'm a sheep. So I tell people I'm a sheep. You know what I mean? That way they can't get it wrong. Sheep.
It's funny we were talking about it too. With like the corporate scene, you had mentioned it. There's only like a couple VTubers that I can even think of off the top of my head that lore became so relevant to some of the content that they made that it did really well. Fulgur Ovid is one of them because he based so much of himself around the lore that he was writing for the goddess, you know? And then Vox Akuma as well, with a lot of the stuff that he did, like he's just freaking celebrated the 2-year anniversary of his the Demon Awakens, Demon Slumbers. I always fuck up the name, but his massive project, and like that is huge. People know about that, but again, those are outliers, not the rule, you know. So the Demon Hungers, thank you. I knew it. I was like the Demon Awakens, the Demon Slumbers. No, it's none of those. I was just like, crap, man. It's just in the moment, you know. Thank you. And it's awesome. And the stuff that you get to experience from those people that care so deeply about the lore that they have, that they do, and that the stories that they tell, it's great. But like, I can name 2 out of like the multiple hundreds of VTubers that I know that are like that impactful or that massive to them. Vox is a storyteller. Fulgur was a storyteller. You know?
Yeah. And that's the standout, is like, not everyone's a storyteller. Not everyone has the skill or capacity to write a compelling narrative with their lore. It doesn't have to be one. And this is why I say, like, your lore is for you, right? To set a standard, to set like a guideline to create those narratives. And if you want to release those narratives, you should. Just expect it to not be these big fancy marketing things that people think they are. They're not essential. They're fun, they're great, they're engaging for your community, they're entertaining, but it's a spectacle, right? It's not marketing. And you really, because it's just a spectacle, you don't need it. You don't need it. And but there's nothing wrong with wanting it. Yeah.
And sometimes they're there for celebration purposes. Because I see somebody in my chat said Buff and Vichibon have their lore as well. They're based so much of their stuff on. Trust me, I know. I was in Shia's most recent lore video. I'm the stabber.
Yeah.
That gets ashed. Yeah, I get ashed, and you know, Shia and I were anyway. You know, listen. So that is a different.
Even still, that's light touch lore.
Yeah,
that's really light touch.
That isn't like basing their entire brand off of that. Shia's outfit is casual wear and superhero outfit, and tied in with the lore video that he did, but he's not making lore videos, and that outfit has nothing to do with his idol outfit, has nothing to do with Buff's goo werewolf outfit from like a year and a half ago. That's what I mean. Like, not many VTubers have one consistent storyline that they are so regularly updating and putting out lore videos for, lore writings for. That's why I said like the two that I said, you know, Fulgur and Vox. So yeah.
Yep. Those are two like very good standouts as well. Because the reality is like, I see a lot of people talk about their lore on stream, like as the intro. And it's like things I don't have the perspective to understand or care about. Like it's not that I don't care, it's that I don't have the perspective to
fanboy,
care.
Thank you so much for the 32 months.
Like if you say you're the king of a kingdom named I'm just gonna look at my desk, Mousetopia, and you're stopping an uprising from microphone, like I don't understand that. I don't understand that, and I don't think I'm interested because I don't understand it. But if you tell me you're the king of a distant kingdom, and I rule my stream accordingly, that makes me go, ooh, wait, there's a bit of personality in there. Like, I don't need to know the name of the kingdom. Like, that's not your lore. Your lore is you. No, you're not the kingdom you serve or some distant NPC character that, like, is I don't know. Like,
lore is what you make it.
Oh my God, make it about you. Please make it about you. Let that ego flow in a little bit.
The ego, yeah, we talked about the
Please
ego.
Make it about you. It's your stream. Don't give me 10 pages about a kingdom I don't know about. Give me 10 pages about you.
Oh, and also, don't make it so that if the people don't know the lore, they can't understand anything about you. Like I pointed out, Vox. Please. You watch Vox, cool demon man, sexy voice, awesome, funny guy. Friggin' love him. You don't need to know any of the stuff that happens in the Demon Hungers or any of his other stuff that he's done to enjoy him. Same when Fulgur was still around. You don't have to know anything with Legatus 505 to deal with any of him. You can just go in and say, oh, he's a cool cyborg. Oh, and he's got like a checkered past. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll look into that later. But, oh, he's playing one of my favorite visual novels. Let me shut up and listen. Or, oh my God, like Vox has this cool demon background now, and he's part of like a subunit now that they thought he was a bad demon, but he's a good demon. I'll check that out later. I just want to watch him play Minecraft now. Because you don't have to know any of that. He's a cool demon with a cool voice. You know? Yeah. That's all it is. Lore is what you make it. It does not need to be more than that. And you definitely don't need lore to be a VTuber. And we'll always go back to saying this: content creator first, VTuber distant third or fourth.
Yup. Next question. Thank you, Anglo, for watching the VOD if you're here. I love when people leave little comments like that. I can't watch it live, but I'm definitely gonna stop by the VOD.
I love those comments.
I hope you enjoy the VOD.
Yeah, this is for you.
This is optimal amount of times. This is a quick touch. I would not get bogged down in any of this thought process.
I wouldn't either.
What would be the optimal amount of times to stream per week? I would say if you're focusing on optimizing streaming specifically, consistency is key. That doesn't mean do a lot of hours. It means if I asked Roy what time his favorite show was on, he could tell me without opening a TV guide or ever searching it. Right? People don't check a TV guide for their favorite show.
Zeroni.
You should be the favorite show. Be consistent. Stream at the same time once a week.
Yeah, mate.
Like at a minimum. 5 p.m. Monday. I don't know. Right? Understand how much audience you can capture in that time slot. Don't optimize your time slot because it's not going to do anything for you as a small creator, right? But like understand like the amount of audience you can capture at that time. Just understand it and be consistent. That's the best advice I can give you. Otherwise, just don't get bogged down in it.
I agree.
Just be consistent.
You should stream the amount of times that allow you to be consistent with your other content outside of streaming. And if you're not making content outside of streaming, then you should lower the amount of days that you're streaming so you can make content on other platforms that's clickable, searchable, and discoverable.
Yeah, stream less. Create more content with that stream content if you can, but otherwise do content that isn't streaming.
I was going to say, I'm going to sound like a broken record. I'm going to sound like a broken record with that.
Content creator first.
Content creator first.
If you want to be a streamer first, like, because you're just like hobbying it, that's fine.
Yeah.
I think this is the perspective I always give when I do these advice streams. If you're a hobbyist or doing this for fun, or if you're trying to meet friends and make friends, I don't think you should listen to anything we say.
True.
Don't listen to me. I cannot tell you how to make friends or have fun.
Yeah.
That is the one thing I can't do. Just go do it. Go have fun. Go make friends by streaming. You don't need advice. You don't need us. But if you're looking for it in any professional manner, if you're looking to pop out a little bit, like this is helpful. But like, please don't listen to what we're saying if you're just doing this for fun or like as a casual thing where you don't really mind. Like you don't need the advice. Trust me. Just enjoy it. Enjoy it for what it is. Really.
Casuals.
It's totally fine.
Yeah,
like just enjoy it for what it is. Just have fun.
Yeah.
Have fun.
But if you want more,
stop getting bogged down in stuff that's gonna stress you out.
Yeah. But if you do want more, that's where you can come to this and listen. So
Yeah. I am gonna jump to a viewer question.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Because I think this is like one of those like myths. I like combating the myths, right?
Oh, I love myth busting. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in there.
My question was on if you guys think follower/bot purging is real, and if this is the big one, if you should remove your following that doesn't engage with your posts.
Whoa.
So
hold on a second.
I normally see this rhetoric come from people that are really, they tend to get big followings on Twitter, but their content on other platforms falls back a little bit.
Okay. What the last part of that confuses me. I'd like clarification on that. Do they mean like you are purging your followers that aren't engaging with you?
Yeah.
What?
This is a rhetoric I've seen from small, not VTubers, small streamers, where they're like, you know, if you're not engaging with my content, why aren't you following? It's kind of this blaming other people for the problem, right? It's this same thing that kind of echoes in the space, whereas like you're trying to keep your like the people that engage with you, people that actually care about you. It's a weird backwards like excuse. I hate it. And it is something that's prevalent in smaller stream spaces.
I'm so confused.
They said that bots and following her caused her engagement to tank until she made... Oh, the bots specifically?
Purging bots.
I don't think that specifically affects your engagement.
No, it wouldn't.
I think it might just be a little bit of confirmation bias.
Let's myth bust first. Let's do the whole like Twitch's viewership thing.
Okay.
Because we do have statistics on this at the very least that we can talk about.
Yeah.
So first things first, did Twitch make changes pertaining to what is counted as a viewer / bogging down on like the whole bot thing? Yes. However, normal viewership, like normal viewers, have not been changed in like 2 years, I think they said.
Yeah.
They literally came out and they're like, yeah, we haven't made any changes to how viewers are counted. However, they are significantly more harsh on what's it called? Botted viewership. They have been way harsher on it.
Yeah.
The thing that is important to know and the thing that is important to recognize is Twitch's viewership has been on a pretty steady decline. People are talking about how not good their numbers are recently. It's not just you. It's everybody. Look at your favorite content creator and tell me their viewership wasn't higher 6 months ago. Because it probably was. It happens.
The last statistic I saw was it was from like 4 million to 2 million.
Yeah.
Which is the lowest it's been in like years. It's literally half the viewership.
Yeah.
From its peak.
Yeah, you could point fingers at Twitch like all day, and I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like there probably isn't something that they've done in the background that's made it worse. Because like I know there's that extension that everyone's like, oh, I should have more viewers like counted in my live viewership.
I hate that. Oh, it triggers me so hard when I see people being like, I hate seeing this, and I'm like, bro, then remove the extension.
Yeah. So
they admit that the number's inaccurate.
Yeah.
The extension says it to you.
The extension tells you. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because literally if you just look at the Twitch viewership across the board, it's just down. So your numbers being lower makes sense because everyone's numbers are lower. And this just drives the fact back of make content on other platforms, because Twitch is obviously inconsistent. But I wanted to bring this up because, surprise, Ludwig made a video about this where he pointed out the numbers.
Ludwig moment.
So it is funny in that in a negative sense. It's funny in a negative sense because for like a solid 2 to 3 weeks now, people have just been saying like, I hate how Twitch is doing, or man, my viewership is really bad. And yeah, my viewership hasn't been great either. But you know what has been great? Making content on other platforms and being able to read that data and then make informed decisions on how to adjust my content moving forward. It is unfortunately very much an eye-opening moment for a lot of people now, because Twitch is not doing well. And after TwitchCon especially, I think people are like, oh man. Yeah. But it kind of feels like a wake-up call for a lot of people that are going, wow, Twitch is really not doing well. Maybe I should look to expand content. And you should. Let this be the wake-up call, because I don't know, I think there's a lot of incorrect fear-mongering that is at least pushing people in the right direction. They're just scared for the wrong reasons because of misinformation.
Yeah. Scripted clarified that this was a tweet specifically about Twitter engagement.
My apologies.
I pride myself on my knowledge. No, that's fine, because I think that's still super relevant.
Yeah, for sure.
I pride myself on the knowledge of like working with the Twitter
Come over
algo.
to YouTube. I'm kind of
I've had a lot of meetings with people from Twitter in the past. I've had a lot of meetings with people from TikTok, Instagram, Facebook about best practices. And I will tell you that if Twitter thinks you're botting your followers, they will just ban your account, dude.
Yeah.
There's no, like, I think the perspective of Twitter going, I'm shadow banned, or like I'm being targeted, is like a very, very bad perspective to have, in my opinion, because it makes it out like someone is targeting you. And that's going to be the sentiment when you talk about it on Twitter. That's going to be the story that spreads. But the reality is no one is targeting you, right? If you were being targeted for botted followers, your account would be suspended for review. In the worst case, your account would be banned, right? They're not just going to punish you because bots follow you, right? I agree with the idea that Twitter engagement has been weird. We know the algorithm has shifted, right?
Yeah.
There was outward admittance of this.
Yeah.
But blaming it on bots and purging my bots worked, like, nah, I'm going to tell you right now, that's sitting there and saying there's a problem, which people like will grab onto, and then being like, hey, I fixed the problem with like confirmation bias. That's why the engagement is high on like the fix, right?
Yeah.
It's not because it was the actual fix. I genuinely think it's just confirmation bias. But in saying that, this is one single instance. There is not enough
placebo until we know more.
There is not enough like moments of this instant for us to properly evaluate that this was actually what caused the issue.
Yep.
Which means, in my mind, it likely wasn't the issue, right? Until we get more testing, you can't say it's the issue.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the issue. I personally do not, but that's me making a call without, proper information, the same way that person is making a call without proper information. We're both biased thoughts here.
Yeah. Tree also followed up with something that I said in my YouTube chat and said Twitch definitely screwed things up. It's just hard to tell what is their fault sometimes. And I think that's also true, because there's definitely things that you cannot deny that there are definitely changes that have negatively impacted Twitch's viewership over the past 12, 18 months. Absolutely. I'm not going to try and sit here and be like, no, you're wrong. But I think people are ignoring, like, people are like pointing at like, I don't know. People are pointing at like a blanket on the side of the road and saying, that's why my house burned down. Meanwhile, there's like a pool of gasoline in front of the house and a guy with a match. And it's like, come on, guys. Like, I think there's something else we should investigate first and realize first. Could the blanket have caused the fire? Maybe. But I think there's other bigger problems that we should probably be addressing first. And yeah, I'm sure Twitter is the same way, because when you point fingers at like something that you're fear mongering or something that you're not sure about, it's easy to jump on this is the problem because you're just looking for something to be the issue and you're looking for something to be the reason, because people want to know, people want to have the answers. But when you do that and when you constantly just jump to something without all the information, it can make the problem worse and then make the real problem harder to identify. So,
yeah,
just keep that in mind.
Big agree.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scripted, for the question. Appreciate it.
And thank you for clarifying. That was because like we were going in on like the Twitch viewership thing.
Yeah, I was like, why are people removing their followers? Like, I've heard of this in like really small spaces where people like, I'm trying to curate my followers, so I'm gonna remove people that don't engage with me. And I'm like, I mean, I do that, but I do that because I don't see their content. I unfollow people because I'm like, I don't really talk to you or engage with your content. It might just not be for me. It's never a personal thing.
Yeah.
I just like, I think as anyone should, curate your Twitter feed with content you want to see. Like, I unfollow sometimes as well, especially smaller creators. I'll unfollow them and then refollow them, and they'll be like, did you just like try to follow bait me? And I'm like in DMs, and I'll be like, no. I like your content. I want to see it more. So I want Twitter to think it's a fresh follow. So I'm literally refollowing you and I'm engaging with your content. Like, I do this because I like you. And I know how the algorithm likes to think of things. So gimme.
I don't think I've ever done that before, but I get you. I don't know the ins and outs of how Twitter works with that algorithm. So I will take your word for it.
I actually noticed something really interesting, and I want to keep testing it, but I have like 4 Twitter accounts.
Whoa.
I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 of them are like assigned to my VTuber. 2 of them are private, right? But I get the exact same content on all 5.
That's kind of funny.
The exact same content. I'm not even kidding. People I don't follow, people I've never interacted with on the other accounts, I get the exact same content feed.
That's so funny.
Post to post to post, back to back. Yeah. I think this might be part of the new algo, like recognizing people might log in with different accounts with the same IP address. So it's just an
experiment
thing I've noticed.
Yeah.
But like, man, it's like I have a different account for different things, and I'm like, what? Why the freak is this on my personal? Like, leave me alone.
It's funny because I have 3 accounts. I've got main, I've got After Dark, and then I've got my IRL voice acting, and there's a lot of spillover between all of them. But to be fair, I follow a lot of
who you follow.
There is a lot of spillover. Yeah, there's a lot of spillover between who I follow just because of the nature of the industry that I'm in. Yeah. So, but I got what you're saying, because there are some times where I'm like, I don't follow this person. Why did this tweet show up on my feed? And then I'm like, oh, it's probably because I follow this person who is similar to them and makes this content that is similar. So like, there's probably like reasons for shit like that, but the IP thing would be really interesting. Like,
it would make sense.
Yeah.
It would be the easiest way to like curate content for a specific person by curating it to their IP address and not to their account.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Annoying, but it's sensical on the back end in a way I don't like.
I'm with you.
All
right.
Oh, this is a nice one. I think you like this one.
Ooh.
Do the 2 of you have any tips, suggestions for how streamers can improve their improv skills so that they can answer their viewers' questions in enjoyable ways?
So I do like this question, but I feel bad because it's going to be the same answer that I've given for like a lot of other things, which is
that's okay.
Just do it and you'll get better at it, because it's improv especially is a muscle that you have to grow, just like any other, any other freaking muscle you have to, just like voice actors. Like, sure, there's talent in voice acting, but like 99.9% of the voice actors that you know today are where they are because they busted their asses to be there. Just like content creators busted their asses to be there. There's a lot of, honestly, you just got to do it. I can say one of my favorite things to suggest is playing tabletop role-playing games. Go to a local hobby
Yes.
shop now that lockdown is a bit more alleviated, if your health conditions allow, of course. Or find a group online to play with. Yeah, play tabletop role playing games. You know, go watch Critical Role. Go watch any of the other huge D&D style shows that there are now. You know, there's so many different ways to glean and learn information by watching professionals at work. Yeah. Nat 19 has their amazing campaign going on too. I've got a bunch of friends in those. So
yeah, I've been doing tabletop roleplay since I was 19.
Damn.
I'm 34 now. So I
didn't know
attest
you were older
most
than
of my
me.
yappage to. I'm older than most people in this space.
I did not
think
know
there's a
you
lot
were
of
older than me.
30-year-olds in this space, but I'm older than people recognize.
I thought I was older than you. Yeah.
The reality is, like, a lot of my skills come from quite literally being in social situations. That's even nerdy stuff like tabletop role playing. It's very social. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of interaction, and that skill comes with time and by flexing it, by like Roy said, like, work on it, work it out.
Yep.
Go do. If you can afford a cheap community improv class,
Yeah.
go and have fun. Go do a community improv class, right? Go to your local game shop, right? Go to your little LGS, sign up for a D&D night and play D&D for the first time. Like, go be social, because improv is very social.
Yeah.
And if you're not a social person, it's gonna be really hard to improv. It's gonna be really hard to improv. So, like, just get doing it. A lot of friends tend to say that I'm very quick-witted in my humor. I'm funny. What did Coley today said that I'm very funny in unfunny ways. And I was like, what does that mean? And he's like, no, not in a bad way. Just like, it's just really casual. Like, you don't try. You just like will say something and you won't even laugh at it. And I'll be like, oh, okay. Cool, man.
Okay. It feels like a backhanded compliment.
That's what I was saying. He's like, I don't mean it backhanded. But like, I think the reality is, like, my quick wit has come from like years of playing tabletop, where like you're in a moment and you just kind of, you want to be that guy that gets that quick wit in. You want to be that funny guy at the table sometimes, right? And it doesn't have to be all the time, but you learn to act on impulse with these things, right?
Yes. Yeah, roleplay especially, because you have to make that decision, like, sometimes split second, whether you say something or do something. Especially D&D, like, are you going to use your reaction? And if you don't say yes in that moment, the turn's over and you can't anymore. Literally losing that opportunity. No, 100% agree with you. Great take.
Yeah, I thank you for bringing it back to roleplay, because I don't often talk about like that as like such a great skill to like propel you in the creative space.
I gotta bring back cafe nights or something, because I miss doing them. It's just been so long since I did them, and I have some unfortunately bad memories like associated with it. Yeah. So I'm kind of like, man, if I do bring it back, I have to be ready, man. I have to like mentally fortify myself. Yeah, but time to make new memories to go over it. So that could be fun. That could be fun.
Yeah.
Take TikTok by storm
is
again.
From Dotibo. What's the best way to record your model for videos, like using a green screen and chroma key filter, etc.? Yeah, blue screen I think is usually the better form these days. But it depends on your color palette. If you have a lot of colors, that makes it hard to screen out certain things. But if you're using video editing software, you can like choose like exclusion zones to like that screening out as well. But fun fact, really weird workaround, but you can actually record transparent backgrounds in OBS.
Yes.
I specifically can't remember how to do it, but if you go onto Twitter and just search transparent OBS recording, I'm sure you will find it. And you can integrate that with the VTube Studio, what's it called? The source. The friggin', how do you capture VTube Studio with?
So you capture it as I capture it as a virtual camera.
With Sprout.
I don't even use Sprout. I
so
capture
I
mine
use
as a
Spout.
virtual camera. Yeah.
So
Which-
the cool thing with Spout, which you can do with the virtual camera too, is you don't have to key anything.
Exactly. So the upside to doing it how I do it is you don't need the additional thing, Spout. But
Yeah.
oh, and I think there's like a few like I'm talking like lower than milliseconds of delay from Spout. However,
Yeah.
it's like that's slightly much more intense on your computer by doing a virtual camera.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But if you're doing it for recordings,
Yeah.
I don't think you need to worry about the intensity either.
Yeah.
I do a mixture of things. So sometimes I record stuff in Shoost. I don't know if you guys know about Shoost. It's pretty wildly used, I think, by VTubers.
I need
For like
to use Shoost
layering,
again.
like
Yeah.
foreground, midground, background.
Yeah.
I record stuff in Shoost because so my experience in production and post-production is actually recording stuff and then editing it to like create like realistic soundscapes or videoscapes, right?
Yeah.
So I am used to this process of like layering stuff and then hitting a record button like I've set it up with a camera and like doing takes, and then I'll edit the takes down,
Yeah.
right? All of my promo for my debut was done in Shoost. I'm very proud to say, because it looks really nice, and I like to gas up Shoost with it.
I like Shoost too.
Everything was done in Shoost, so you can weave some of that content back and forth and just take advantage of the tools at your disposal. There's so much.
Yeah, there's a lot. So when I record my other stuff, it's green screen for me through OBS.
Yep.
Just because I unfortunately have blue via purple in my design, so I can't really use a blue screen.
Yeah.
But green screen works just as fine. You can just chroma key edit out. It's super simple.
Most
Yeah.
editors, I think, will ask for like a green screen or blue screen as well. If you're working with an editor, ask them what they prefer.
Yeah, Comfy made me set up a
they'll guide
scene that is just a green screen.
Yeah. Yeah. They'll make it easy for themselves, trust me.
Yes.
They will tell you.
I've worked with that man for multiple years now. All right, cool.
Yeah. Next one is about RNG and method to get yourself seen. We kind of commented on the RNG earlier.
Yeah.
But methods to get seen, we commented on that as well. Multi-platform is your best bet. Content creator first, VTuber second.
No, VTuber third or fourth.
Oh yeah, third or fourth. I will add on to this.
Yeah.
Because people talk about niches and picking niches, and I think that the key to picking niches is overlapping them. Because you will always niche yourself into a hole, I think is something commonly seen. I called this out earlier in the horror VTuber space, where people say, I'm a horror VTuber, and you've got a niche, right? You've got a circle.
Yeah.
And then they say, and I like to play Dead by Daylight, and then they make the circle smaller. And then they say, and I only play Killer, and they make it smaller. They niche themselves into like this really small community that doesn't allow them to grow, because none of their content is going outside of that niche.
Yeah.
You should always be aiming to go outside of your niche. Your content is your niche, right? Your community lives within that, but you should always be aiming outside of it. Aim bigger.
Yeah.
If you have overlapping niches, like your content doesn't just fit in like the middle of the Venn diagram space, right? It's not just the Venn crossover. It's both circles. You now have like a bigger community to tap into, but also push outside of that. So I always say like overlap your niches, right? Like I think VA work with VTubing is a very cool overlap.
Yes.
I think is very common. You see a lot of big name VAs have gotten into VTubing. Sayu is a really good example. That is an overlapping niche, right? Yeah. That is two overlapping separate things that now exist together. You should be doing that as a small creator.
Yeah,
you should be overlapping your interests and finding a way to join them in a space that creates a bigger community. Can you make being a variety streamer work early on? I said this earlier. Never call yourself a variety streamer. That will be your crux.
Yeah.
That will be your biggest drawback.
I think niche.
It's fine to do variety, but
niche early.
Niche it.
Yeah, niche early. Find a way to set yourself apart. I know there's this one VTuber that I was following for a bit. I say was just because I don't see them on my feed nearly as much anymore, but I know that they're still active. I think it's Uwo's Lab, and it's literally they started as a PNG tuber, and they do like crazy experiments with science and stuff like that, and it's like that's an example of niching, you know. I accidentally niched into Power Rangers. I didn't mean to. I was just sharing my passion about it, and then all of a sudden, a lot of people see me as the Power Rangers or Super Sentai or Kamen Rider VTuber, just because I work on that stuff a lot, you know. And now I finally made my first Kamen Rider video, so like I'm embracing into that niche and trying to expand out with it. So, find your niche, find what works for you.
Outside your niche, like just grab a new one, like overlap them though, like literally try and integrate them. I think if you pick too many things to specifically work on, it can get a bit muddy. So usually I'd say like my rule with everything is like primary and secondary, right? Have them be complementary to each other.
Don't be me.
The really cool thing. No, the thing is like yours overlap, right? And they overlap in a sense that you have the energy to do this much, right? Because when you start doing too many things, you become a quote unquote variety streamer and no one knows what to recognize you for.
Yeah.
Right? But I think all your things overlap really well. VA work with like a niche like series. Guess what? Now you can pay me for this idea later. No. Now suddenly Roy is dubbing over Kamen Rider content. But like, amazing. You know what I mean? Like there are so many ways you can overlap your niches and engage with those different communities.
Yeah.
And give them a space together where they realize that, hey, we're actually here for this content creator, not the topic of the day.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's the reason I said don't be like me is because I do have what are seemingly like very different niches. I say that in Power Rangers and Tokusatsu versus voice acting, and then the way that it works as well is I am an outlier. This is the one thing I'm an outlier for. I made a separate channel for the voice acting side of it, and it's why I can confidently go after the Power Rangers and Tokusatsu stuff without worrying about them bleeding over too much. But I can still, if I need to, bleed them over. I agree everything that Envy said. Find things that kind of tie together better. If you're an ASM artist, maybe consider looking to voice acting or role play or play, you know, visual novel style games that you get to voice act the characters, stuff like that. So.
Yeah, overlap those niches, guys. You need to create a Venn diagram.
Yeah,
do it. I love Venn diagrams. Overlap.
Yeah,
overlap. Stop creating circles in circles. Overlap.
Yes. Yeah, overlap. No, he's Australian, Longtooth.
We had a viewer question.
Sure, I did too.
Pertaining to burnout. Oh, you go first.
Is Envy from Philly?
Do I sound like I'm from Philly? I get a lot of strays about my accent. Positive. I think it's quite nice. Because I grew up in a household where English wasn't the first language.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Accents from my parents. I picked up accents from my family. I picked up accents from people around me. I'm in Australia. I grew up in Australia. So I'm a mixture of a lot of different accents. And I also pick up accents around me because I'm autistic. So I quite literally just do the copying stuff. I don't do it on purpose, but it happens with certain words I say, not by choice, but it means that sometimes people have come into my stream and they're like, "Are you from Boston?" And I'm like, no, I'm Aussie. And they're like, "You sound American." And I'm like, "Yeah, I've been hanging out with my American friends." So.
Yeah, my Americans. My bad.
Yeah, my bad, man. Yeah. I don't know. But thank you. I've never gotten Philly before. Huh? I've never gotten Philly. That's cool.
They gotta get you the Jersey accent at some point.
Jersey.
Oh, you're from Jersey. You're from Jersey, baby. Don't worry. We're gonna make sure you can do the Jersey accent.
Oh my gosh. I've started combining art and gaming recently to create a redeem. Oh, that's really cool. I think that's really fun. Oh, that's a big thing. While we're on that topic, don't fall for the trap of, I think we have a retention question later, so I'll save it for that.
Yeah.
But those like lurker bait and stuff, like don't fall for the trap of those. I hate them so much. I have a gripe. I want to burn them.
Wait, what do you mean?
The games like lurker bait and like the Pokemon community game and like running words on stream when you're not specifically doing words on stream. Those like quote unquote engagement bait style games.
I don't like those either. It's like the Coco Melon constantly.
Later. Yeah. I have a real personal gripe on those, which I will bring up later. But say oh no. I don't know many Australians that go, oh nah. Like, g'day mate, oh nah. I don't like that. Throw a shrimp on the barbie. Like, I can push my Aussie accent. But like I don't speak like that.
No,
I don't know many Australians that do. I'm gonna be so real.
I get you.
But my jingly keys. No, I think there's specific ways you can do this as a content creator to make it unique. But like the game is literally called engagement bait and doesn't do that. So I don't, that's your best takeaway from it, right?
Yeah. There's ways to have fun with it and make it fun for your community. Though. Yeah, go for it.
You have to make it fun. You can't just rely on it. Wait, where to go? Oh, okay. So on Burnout, I feel like I've been a bad streamer lately since I've barely had the energy to stream. Sorry if the question does not make sense.
What's the question?
I think it's fine. Any tips on getting out of a phase of not having the energy to stream?
Ooh.
And how do I get back into it? I think it's worth asking yourself why you're streaming, because like we tackled this earlier. If you're streaming to have fun with your friends, then you're not a bad streamer. If you're not like it shouldn't be exhausting. Like go have fun with your friends on stream, right? If you're trying to be a professional content creator and you are feeling that burnout and it's hard for you to engage in being a professional content creator, ask yourself why. You have a full-time job, you have other things that you're doing. My example is I always use, because there's a basketball court outside my house. If you really like basketball and you really want to play basketball, you'll make time for basketball.
Yeah.
You suddenly realize that it's like 3 training days a week, and then you have game day on Sunday. So it's 4 days of your week, 5 hours each, right? But you make the time because you want to play basketball, right? If streaming doesn't get into that same rhythm to you, then it just might not be something you're enjoying. Find out why you're not enjoying it. Like, to me, like, for me, streaming is a full-time job, so I treat it like one. But I enjoy it like it's basketball. I make time for it because I want to be doing it. And if you can't make the time for it, then maybe it's worth a question, whether it's, what am I streaming for? Is it a professional reason? I need to make time for it then. If it's for fun, if it's for whatever, then maybe I need to make more time for fun. Why am I having fun when I'm streaming it? Maybe I don't need to stream to have fun with friends. Like, you got to ask yourself the question. Why is it burning you out?
I like that. Yeah. I feel like I'm always going to be the hard ass with this one. There are multiple things with it though. I think the important thing Envy hit right away, which is asking yourself why do you stream in the first place? And if it's because you think you need to be a content creator, okay, well, what are you making in the meantime? Are you making other content? Yeah. Like, what are you doing now that you're not streaming? Are you making YouTube videos? You making shorts? You making, anything else? And if you're not, and you're just saying, "Oh, I have to stream to be a content creator," I got a bad story for you, man. I got some bad news for you. But on the inverse, if you are just streaming because you like it and you have fun, then I mean, that's just a find the time when you can. Because like this conversation is not for you if you just do it for fun. But if it is a job, if it's a full-time thing, and you need to stream, I'm gonna be the hard ass and just say get over it. Just do it. Because if it's a job, You don't just call in to your job and go, I don't feel like working today, unless you have sick days that you can use for that. But like, that's different, you know. You do it. Like you nut up and you do it because you gotta. You don't have a choice. And obviously, like that's a pretty harsh answer. But it comes back to like what Emmy was saying is, why do you stream? Do you stream because you enjoy it? Do you stream because it's a job? Do you stream because it's part of X, Y, and Z? I will fully admit, I don't think I really started enjoying streaming until like maybe within the past like 6 months or so. And I've been streaming for 8 years.
Oh my God.
It really hit me when I changed to this model. And it's not that I didn't have fun streams before, and it's not that I didn't have enjoyable encounters and streaming stuff before. But now I have found myself on multiple occasions going, oh shit, I can't do this week because I'm doing this, and this on stream already. And I have to plan this for a different week because I can't have another stream. And I'm in the problem now of I want to stream more, and there's not enough time for me to stream more. And it took me 8 years to get to that point.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Hobby streaming is a good way to call it. I think I called it casual before, but hobby streaming is I think the more realistic term.
Yeah.
If you're a hobby streamer, like don't get bogged down in
when I became
in any of this advice, because you're doing it as a hobby. Like I think the reality is like these are like professional notes. So if you're feeling like you need to be more professional in your streaming, then you're probably not treating it like a hobby like you think you are, and that might be why you're stressing out as well.
Yeah.
Because like the reality is like you like if you're gonna be a content creator, you have to be like you need to be on digital comms, you need to be on marketing, you need to be on content creation, you need to be on story direction. You need so many hats to wear, right? That are professional hats.
Yep.
No hobbyist is doing these things as a hobby.
Yeah.
No, there's no hobbyist out there that's like, I'm a digital marketer as a hobby. Like,
no, you're not.
If you're a streamer for a hobby, just do it as a hobby. You might not have time for it, but that's what happens with hobbies, right?
Yeah.
Like I was an avid plant collector, and I limited my collection and my ability to care for them because it's a hobby I still love, so I still want it. But I dialed it back so far because I just didn't have time for it. You might do that with streaming. If you're a hobby streamer, treat it like a hobby. Make time for it if you want to. Dial it back if you need to.
Yeah. But again, our conversations are going to be for the people that are doing this as content creation as like a job or trying to grow and expand. So take what we're saying, if hobbyists, take what we're saying with a grain of salt or just completely ignore us. But for the other people,
make time. Make time for yourself.
I'm pulling out the fisticuffs, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. The gloves are off.
The world's not going to stop for you, so stop the world. Anime inspiration.
Yeah.
The world won't stop for you. You stop the world.
Yeah. Exactly.
Next one. I'm going to move this to the end as well, because I think there's this really cool like closing of like personal advice we can give.
Sure.
On like starting off new.
Sure.
Mirika says, would it stunt my growth if most of my videos on my YouTube channel are me with other people, but my Twitch stream, I'm always by myself? As a comfy streamer, I feel that I don't get clipped for epic moments. And then 2, there's a follow-up. Is imposter syndrome a hurdle everyone will experience?
Let's tackle 2
Short
first.
answer for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're never going to get over it.
It's going to get worse.
It's always going to be there.
It's going to get worse.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And it's, I'm laughing about it, but I'm dead serious. I have had it so bad in some instances where it's like I can't leave bed, like it's bad. So
yeah,
it will get worse before it gets better. And even then, like the more you grow as a creator, the more you grow as a VTuber, the more you grow as whatever. Unfortunately, you just have to learn how to surprise, and this is the hard part. You have to learn how to compartmentalize it and deal with it, because everybody feels this way. Everybody has imposter syndrome. Nobody feels like they deserve to where they belong. I mean, I'm sure there are some people that like feel it partially, and you and I'm sure we both have that feeling of, I worked hard to be where I am. You have to be a little narcissistic to be a content creator, but no one is like not feeling imposter syndrome. It's like impossible. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always try to weaponize any bad feelings I have. It's a really hard thing to do, but it's a good practice to get into. I say this all the time. I'm jealous. I surround myself with other creators that I think share the passion I do. And I'm jealous of every single one of those people, including you, Roy. But what I don't do is blame Roy. What I don't do is get bogged down in it. I use that as a way to inspire myself.
Yes,
My jealousy
there you go.
is an absolute machine. Croc is the biggest jealousy in my life as a creator, and we became best friends because of that.
Yeah.
We drive each other every day. We constantly ask each other how we did something so well. How did it turn out? This popped off. What did you do? Like, we pick apart each other's content to better ourselves. So if you're feeling like you don't belong, or like, again, like, get to the crux of it. Like, what is it that's picking at you? Was it someone you're a little bit jealous of? Maybe did something that you wanted to do first? Okay, well, maybe you should still do it anyway. It doesn't mean that you're an imposter in the space. In the most, like, I genuinely think in most cases, if you're feeling like you don't belong, there's a reason why. And you can look at that and be like, how can I change this perspective there?
Yeah.
Like, what can I do with my content if I don't feel like it's good enough? And the answer will always be, I don't know. Because you need to spend time.
Yeah.
You need to spend time searching and trying new things.
Yeah.
You're never going to have a direct answer. Otherwise, everyone would be a super successful content creator.
Thank you, Storm.
It would be that easy.
Thank you,
because everyone
Ida.
would just know the answer. It would spread like wildfire. But there's no answer.
Yeah.
You got to search for it. You got to fail to succeed.
You got to find that answer all on your own. Yeah, you usually learn more by failing than you do from succeeding. And then, you know, studying why you failed. Yeah.
First one.
Yeah.
I think this is a bit, there's a lot of bias in this question. So I'm going to quell some of those biases and maybe pick out a more helpful question that we can answer.
Sure.
Would it stunt my growth if most of my videos on YouTube channel are me with other people? I think in general, yes. I think collabs are great. They're fun, but collabs are never for growth, is my opinion.
Yeah.
I think there can definitely be professional relationships where collabs are for growth, but they are highly professional. They are near scripted. They are specialized content. Roy is a great job of doing that with ASMR.
Yes.
I don't think he ever does it specifically for growth. Like, I'm going to collab with this person because this person's going to help me grow. But there is a back and forth, a professional relationship between what happens there. I don't think, as a content creator, you should ever rely on other people to make your content. We are beyond that stage.
Yes.
We are beyond the stage of I used to, as a youngin, used to watch like Vanos Gaming and like all these like community channels where they had like 5 streamer dudes and they would all like interact with each other and the content would be them interacting with each other. We're beyond that in the content world. We are so beyond that. There aren't a lot of channels like that exist or that like genuinely take off anymore.
Yeah, it's funny. We talked about that era of posting relatively low change clips really popping off on TikTok and YouTube Shorts in like 2021, 2022. And then I would say the year after that, 2023, maybe early 2024, was the year of like people making game videos together and being like a group of friends doing that kind of thing. And that lasted for like a year and a half, but it's nowhere near as popular as it used to be. Because everyone picked up on it.
Everyone wants individuals.
Yep.
It's all individualism. People want personality. They want engagement.
Yeah.
It's just not there in like a collab space.
What's up?
Do collabs for fun. Have fun with your friends.
Yeah.
Treat it like fun with your friends. Like, unless it's highly specialized content like this.
I mean, we can still have fun with it, can't we?
Oh, I think I already am.
Okay, so you have to sound like, oh, jeez.
And the rest part of the question. But on Twitch stream, I'm always by myself. So I don't think those two are related. I think you can definitely create different content on a YouTube as opposed to your stream. Again, Twitch. Roy is a really good example of that. Of creating like different types of content for different types of platforms. This is a conversation we keep coming back to, right? I don't think it's an issue. I think the issue there is that the stuff on your YouTube is just with other people and not about you. Make it about you. Have that ego. You're the content creator. It's your content. Make it about you.
Yeah. I think
also clips don't get you anywhere in a modern
I was
age,
gonna say, yeah.
It's throwing spaghetti at the wall, you know?
Part of this, I actually disagree with you a little bit, ironically. This might be the first thing we disagree a little bit with on. I do actually think if your YouTube channel is you streaming and your videos are of you on stream with other people, and then they come to your Twitch and you're by yourself, yes, that can negatively impact you.
Yeah.
Because I ran into that problem when I was still going by the name Roy Zoga. That was back with my 2.0 model, so before Femboy Roy, where very much I was doing this live roleplay thing I was telling you about, and a lot of my videos and clips were of that. So those streams were giga popular. Like, those streams were hitting like viewership I never dreamed of hitting. But when I wasn't doing that kind of stuff and I was doing more solo-oriented stuff, my viewership hurt. And anytime I would put out any content on my YouTube that wasn't with other people, it would get hurt. And so I realized I had branded myself as the collab guy. And there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. If you want to continue in that direction, that's fine. But do understand that if your YouTube channel's purpose is to get people to come to your Twitch stream, which it can be, I think that's not a terrible idea. Just know if you're not doing the same content on stream that you're promoting on your YouTube, there's going to be that disconnect and people are going to click on, see that it's not the same as YouTube, and then click off immediately.
Yeah.
So
actually, yeah. This is like the conversation about niching yourself. I think a miscommunication on my part is like Roy's RP channel is, and for like from a professional sense, is completely separate.
Yes.
From his streaming, which is like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not about his streaming. But because these two worlds overlap, one streaming and one streaming, then yes, yeah, I think that will definitely cause an issue.
Yes.
Yeah. Remembering literally thinking of old Roy as the collab guy. People will never forget.
No, they will not. That's why I had to kill Roy Zoga. I had to murder him in a ditch.
He's gone.
He's gone
never
forever.
Bring him up.
Never.
We don't talk about Roy Zoga. Yeah, I hope that's helpful. I still think it's especially if you're a small creator, like unless you're doing like highly scripted content, like I think that example of like having an improv night is still very scripted, right? Even though it's all improv comedy or improv roleplay, it's still a very scripted experience for the viewer.
Yeah.
Right? Like, understand that unless you're doing really scripted content, like I think it should be about you.
Yeah.
Unless your content is fully about like scripting cool stuff and that's how you want to be known, it should be about you. Make it about you. Don't be afraid to make it about you.
I agree. I concur.
Next one. How or where do you transition from working on everything yourself to working with a team who is ready to support you? This is a good question for you because I still do everything myself. I didn't for a little bit, but I do now. This is a really, I think both of our experience can talk to this, but I think as someone who is actively like working with a really skilled team, take the lead.
I've got it. Okay, so for context, I have been creating content for over 8 years. I started streaming in August of 2017 consistently, but around that time, I also tried my hand at learning video editing and things like that because a lot of people don't realize this. I actually used to make Power Rangers videos back when Power Rangers Beast Morphers was airing, which was pre-lockdown. I had a baking channel during lockdown called Baking Bites, which is now gone. You can't find it anywhere. I tried to make Final Fantasy XIV raid guide content, which you also cannot find anywhere. I've done a lot of content on my own, including shorts editing. I did my own TikToks for a long while too. I think the important thing to do, everybody before they get an editor, before they get air quotes a team, do it yourself for a little bit at least. So you understand basics and you understand what you're able to ask of someone. Because like, if you're just getting an editor and going, here's a clip, make it funny, that's a problem. If you go to an editor and you say, hey, I had this moment from stream, it's really funny, I really like this moment, can we highlight this and like maybe add like this meme to it kind of thing? If you go to them with a vision based on what you know is possible from editing, it makes it way easier. That's just a quick note. But knowing how or where to transition is a different story altogether. For me, because I've been working with because I've been doing content creation for so long, when I started the audio roleplay channel, and I mentioned this several times, I did it out of spite because I couldn't find auditions. I was really mad. And because of that, I wanted to be able to go, I did this with the people that I worked with. Look how good I could be if you hire me for stuff. This is what you're missing out on. So at that point, I was like, I need this shit to look good. I need this shit to be professional. And I know that I can't do that. And I know that I can't do it by myself. So I was very, very lucky enough to have a wonderful group of people around me. Michaela, I swear to God, I have no idea what I would have done if I didn't have them in my life. Comfy, I've been working with for multiple years already. And I kind of just put him in a basement and I said, hey, do my audio roleplay stuff now. And then he edited my comment writer video as well. And then Joe was introduced to me through Mary. So there's like the random happenstances of meeting people as you work as a content creator. And even before Joe was Kiza, who I'd also met through just content creation in general. And as you go through making content, I think you eventually will just come to a point where you go, I can't do this in the amount of time that it would take me to do this and it to look as good as I know it can look. It will take me too much time for this thing to come out. Or I just know that I cannot hit that same level. I'm not an artist. I'm not a professional video editor. So I am limited in those factors, those things that I can do. And I know where my skills can be. And when I finally got to the point of knowing what my limitations were, but knowing what I wanted to create, and also my budget allowed me to, I was able to reach out to these people that I had already worked with on several occasions and met through content creation and met through my many years of content creation. Because of this, that's when I knew as I made more stuff. And I felt in my bones and I felt in my knowledge that I had built up, now is the time to transition. And there's still learning processes to it, because there definitely have been times where like I've been paying more than what I'm making, and it happens sometimes. It gets complicated, it gets stressful, but that just then makes you need to learn more and faster. And I just got a big raid while I was explaining all this.
Oh, that's okay. Feel free to go ahead.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Ellie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. My name is Roy Chiato. Like a macchiato, I am a coffee-fueled bunny host. I'm a professional voice actor, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. I'm joined by my fellow pink man in action. It's Envy.
I'm nothing if not consistent. My name's Envy. Bah.
And pink. Guys, we're going through a bit of a content clinic that Envy has put together tonight, and we are answering a lot of different viewer submitted questions and taking some from chat just for stuff that you guys want to know about content creation as a whole. So if you guys want to know more stuff, you guys want to learn about our experiences, things like that, please pull up a chair, kick up your feet, and let's have some fun. And I agree, Ellie, you did promise your chat hot bunny boy booba. Listen, they got it.
Oh. Whoa, wait, they bounce?
Yeah.
They bounce separately?
Yeah.
Why didn't I know this?
It's been like that since I debuted.
Okay, well, maybe I need a more hands-on experience, is all I'm saying.
Listen, I really hope so, because that would make Taiga faint. Taiga would lose his mind. Oh my gosh. Well, thank you again, Ellie. I love 14 as well. Yeah, FF14. Put me in there. Oh, there we go. We get a little bit of a better look.
Ooh.
Perfect. Perfecto. Damn. Listen, I hit the gym. What can I say?
To vibe on this question
Yes.
of working with a team as well, it definitely is on what on Roy said. Like, you will get to a moment where like you
Ellie,
just can't.
you do it in a
everything
different way.
yourself. But I think that's like it's gonna be like probably a bit further than you can give yourself credit for.
Yeah.
I know there's like a I guess something that a generalization in the space that people are like, oh, I need a manager, I need a video editor, I need to do this. But if you haven't pushed to try and do it yourself yet, just try and push a little bit and see if you can do some stuff yourself.
Yeah.
Not to like say don't hire a video editor, but like if you don't know what you're doing with your content,
Thank you guys coming in with the
manager isn't going to change.
Hey, I love you.
If you don't have good content to get edited, a video editor isn't going to change that.
Yeah, good content
Right?
still is good content. Bad content is bad content. You can only put a ribbon on a piece of shit so many times, you know?
Yeah. So like, you know, the moment you start going to a video editor or like anyone like as part of a team, then it's got to be a moment where you're like taking something off your own plate.
Thank you.
But it's still good on your plate. You just need that time. You got to move it off your plate and pay someone to do it for you. It's really important that you do that. Otherwise, you might get locked into something.
Yeah.
That kind of sucks. And then you start blaming that person, like the video editor. You're like, my videos aren't good enough. They're not performing well. Well, I think there's like Roy said, there's only so many ribbons that can go around a piece of poop.
I have been in that situation before, unfortunately.
I have too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've submitted it. And the video editor was like, I can't really do anything with this. And I looked it back and I was like, oh, dude, I'm so embarrassed. You're right.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't good. This is like, I just did it because I did it. And I was like, you're right. Like, let me send you a new one if that's okay. And they're like, yeah. And I was like, cool.
I had that with a singing take once for like a cover. They were like, hey, this sucked. And I was like, oh. Oh my gosh. So no, I agree
there is
with
a
you.
standard when you start giving it to someone else.
Yeah.
And you need to be aware of that standard.
Yeah. But yes, definitely try and do it yourself for at least a little bit so you can better understand how the process works. So you can have a much more realistic expectation of what people can do with the content. And then in a god awful worst case scenario, just in case you need to storyboard it or to like I've done this a couple times because a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. I've gone to an editor and been like, hey, I want it like this. And I'll give them a very crude representation of what I want. And sometimes it hits perfectly. And other times they're like, what the hell did you just give me? What am I supposed to do with this? So.
On that same vein, someone
hey,
asked,
thank you, Laura. I appreciate it.
can you talk about VTuber agencies? I really want to join one at some point. I think it's okay to want to join one, but don't base your existence on it. I will. This is going to be a really harsh message for me. Don't join an agency. It is far too common in the space that we see agencies collapsing, being mismanaged. Whether they're big, whether they're small, it's a very common thing, right? You need to work on your content before you ever can consider yourself joining an agency. An agency is a pipe dream. Treat it as a pipe dream, right? Have it at the end goal. Have it so far ahead of you that you need to work your way up to it as a content creator, right?
Yep.
Your goal, like as an agency, should be out of your reach, so that you push yourself to that.
Yeah.
Right? It's an awesome dream to have.
Yeah.
But it's like me saying I want to become an astronaut.
Luke,
and I've
thank you so much for the
done
raid.
nothing in my life about being an astronaut.
Speak, but thank you for bringing everybody over. We're doing a content clinic.
I genuinely think it is hard to reach. In saying that, it's very possible for smaller streamers to reach an agency. It's very possible to get there. But it shouldn't be your be all and end all. I will 100% say that out loud with my full chest. please do not make it your be all and end all.
Yeah, I mean, even if you want to look at like the tippity top of the tippity top, you can absolutely have indie VTubers in that conversation. There are plenty of indie VTubers that are just as successful, if not more successful, than the most successful corporate VTubers. And I say that as someone that is friends with corporate VTubers and loves working with them. But I'm also like, my brain is very coded in terms of like that type of work set. It also might not work for you. It might work for those people that are working it now, or it may not have worked for them, you know? Agencies are a rough thing. I 100% agree with Envy. Make content first. Improve yourself first before you do anything else, because just like a collab or just like approaching somebody, if you don't have air quotes value to whatever it is that you're bringing to the table, you're not going to get accepted. So yeah, work on yourself.
Which isn't to say don't apply. If I 100% incentivize people apply to these things, because the more you apply, the more you get in the rhythm of selling yourself, that elevator pitch, right? It's really good practice. So still apply if you're interested. Don't cut your dreams off, right? The reality is, if I applied for an agency and I got in, I'd probably take it. I'm going to be so real, because it's a good pathway to making it like this a full-time job. And I like structure. I really like structure. But doing this alone is really hard to like structure what I do. So I would personally take it, but is my advice to like pipe dream myself into like being a big corpo VTuber idol? No. You can do all that as an indie. Trust me. If your passion is strong enough, you can do it. Good content, good passion. Make big waves.
Yeah. I feel that. Speaking of big waves, I'm just getting so many rates tonight. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened tonight. Everyone's just like, let's raid Roy tonight. Like,
let's raid Roy.
This time it's on the YouTube side. Nana, thank you so much for the raid on the YouTube side. Thank you so much for bringing all your wonderful viewers over here. I hope you had a fantastic time and I hope you're having a great night. Hi, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato. You may recognize me from Nana's POVs sometimes as Royale from the Kingdom of Flexington when we played VCraft together. So that was a lot of fun. But welcome in, everybody. Like I said, my name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a Coffee Field Bunny host. I'm a professional voice actor and I absolutely love working out, in case you couldn't tell. I am joined tonight by my fellow pink man in action. It's Envy.
Hi, Ba. I'm a sheep.
And we are putting on a bit of
my elevator pitch.
I mean, Ba is good. I like Ba. That's a good one. We are putting together a content clinic done by Envy, and we're answering lots of viewer submitted questions, including chat submitted questions occasionally as well. But we're going through a giant list that Envy has, and we're trying to just help people with content creation, VTubing, anything, that type of advice that they want to know more about. So if you guys have questions or you just want to learn more about the content creation sphere, please pull up a chair, kick up your feet, and let's have some fun, shall we? Yeah.
This next question, I'm going to cycle into that little last group, I think, as well, because this is good. This is insider advice.
Insider advice. Okay.
Stick around to the end for personalized advice. If you're a small streamer starting up, advice we would give ourselves, I think is really good.
Sure.
This next question from Sigo Nuvi. Sorry if I've said that wrong. My question is how to get more interaction from the community. I love to meet more VTubers and friends and build an amazing community, but it's tough because I haven't started streaming.
Fake engagement bait.
Really good question. Small VTubers matter.
Yeah.
I think this is a really good question because the reality is, like, if you're treating your platforms as like separate entities, you can do all those things without streaming.
Yeah.
I did a lot of work interacting with the VTubing community before I even started streaming. I was on Twitter. I was engaging with people who were streaming. I was engaging with people who were VTubers. If you're not a part of the community actively, then it's really hard to engage and get engagement from that community. I think it's an unrealistic expectation to kind of set for yourself. So how to get more interaction? Be more interactive. start jumping on trending tweets and giving your opinions. Start interacting with pre-existing communities and join discords and join community nights. You'll meet people.
Yeah.
You don't ever have to tell people that you're a streamer. People will find out. You don't need to self-advertise. Don't do any of that stuff. Just be yourself in social situations, in communities that you want to be a part of. And it kind of just comes around full circle.
Yeah.
There's a lot you can do on something like Twitter before being a streamer. You can post memes. You can do so many things before even. There are a lot of people, quote unquote, what the industry calls a V-tweeter.
Oh yeah.
Right. I hate the negative connotation behind it. I actually love the term V-tweeter. Oopsie, did I just refresh that accidentally? I did. I love the term V-tweeter because it's like it acknowledges that it's like a subset that's like, I don't stream, I'm not a tuber, but like I have like an OC and I interact with the community and I like the community. It gives you like a place in the community to kind of feel like you belong, which is really nice. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with V-tweeting. Just, I think it's very important that, one, you just kind of start streaming. Like, you don't need to do like this big epic thing to start. Just start streaming, right? You'll get the hang of it the more you just start. But also, like, build up yourself before you get in there.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of amazing debuts in my community from community members who just started streaming, and they had their first stream with like 40 people, and they averaged like 10 to 20 now, which is really cool. It was as like a brand new streamer, because guess what? They've met people in this community, in other communities, and built up like a reputation, a repertoire for themselves, right? You got to be a part of the community to expect any level of interaction.
Yeah.
Let alone demand it.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Envy said. I think there's a funny part of it. I think just because we have very different backgrounds when it comes to how we got into VTubing, I unfortunately do just always associate VTweeter with a negative connotation, because I remember being a VTuber in the era of where VTweeters were causing so much drama and they don't even stream or don't make content, and they are those people that are like, yeah, it still happens. But yeah, honestly, in terms of community stuff, just be a human being, talk to people, and involve yourself in trends. Communicate with people on Twitter, on in discords, in communities, in streams. Just don't force yourself into the weird social situations. And like Envy said, you don't have to advertise yourself. You don't have to enter a VC and be like, oh, by the way, guys, I'm streaming later. If any of you want to come by, don't do that. No one likes that.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, everything else.
Just interact naturally.
Mm-hmm.
I think the really big takeaway here is I'd love to meet more VTubers and friends. Like, you want to be social. So go, like, there's no code to it. Go be social.
Yeah, go be social.
Like, just go be social. Go be social. I think it's definitely worth separating community interaction and making friends and meeting people.
Very
These are
different.
Two different things.
Yeah.
And building a community, like two different things, which should be separated, in my opinion.
Yep. Very different.
This is about like efficiency on platforms. Should you post every day, every 2 days? How often and what to post? I'll be real. There's no real code around it. Just make sure that you're like not posting. You can only expect what you put in. Is a funny, simple way of putting it.
There is such a thing as content fatigue. So if you're like, I don't think you need to put a short out every single day.
No.
But if you do, you don't have to tweet about it every single day. Social media is like this crazy thing where, like, yes, you can advertise your content, but at some point, like, and I'm pointing at like Ludwig and I'm pointing at Sea-Dog specifically. How many videos do those fuckers put out? How many shorts do they put out? How many clips do they put out that are not posted on social media? Because if they did, it would be like every other day would be, or every day would be a post about content. So there is very much a, not etiquette, because that sounds like the wrong word, but there is such a thing as posting too much. And in terms of streaming,
Yeah.
I think try and avoid not streaming for too many days. So like you shouldn't be taking like a week off at a time. Like I think 2 to 3 days in a row max is probably what you should be aiming for. 4 is probably still okay, but like you probably should do more than that. And then Twitter is just be as active as you want. Honestly, I don't think there's really a negative side to Twitter unless you're like spamming a post every 2 minutes. Don't do that. Just have fun and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I talked about the example before, how people treat like Twitch today like it's like they're watching TV. The consistency is so important, because if you stop being consistent, people will fill that void with other things.
Yes.
Right. And it's not someone stealing your viewers, it's you not being there when they're looking for you.
Yes.
So you'll find, I think it's worth finding a healthy balance between like best practice versus what you can do. Because like the reality is, like on Twitter, I post every day.
Oh, I do too.
Reply to things like a little bit, right? But I'm gonna be so real, when I reply to stuff, like Twitter is like my professional space. If I reply to stuff on Twitter, it's usually to drive engagement. I'm gonna be so real with you guys. I focus 95% of the time. If I'm on Twitter, it's to drive engagement. Even if I'm saying thank you to you guys, there's a secondary purpose. And if you're a professional on the platform, it should be there. It should be there. Like, you can't just like have a 100-page thread with someone having an argument, and then expect the algorithm to treat you well after that, right? Like,
or if you're constantly dealing with drama. God, I hate it, dude.
Yeah. It's really, you have to step back and really reflect on what you're doing on these platforms. Because the reality is, I post once a day, but there's some days where I don't post once a day, and it still goes. It's still fine.
Yeah,
it's fine. I just can't do it, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's finding that healthy balance. Like, there's no perfect way to do it.
Yeah,
but find the healthy balance and be consistent. If you're talking about like live streaming, then be there when people expect you to be live. Be consistent, right? Across the board. You're streaming 1 time a week, you're streaming 5 times a week. Be consistent in those hours, right? People know where to find you. I wouldn't suggest streaming 5 times a week, because that's a lot of work that you could be putting into other things. I know I stream 5 times a week, chat. Don't call me out.
How many times did I stream this?
I understand this. I'm not the perfect example, but
5. Okay, I did. This is my.
I sometimes stream like six times a week now, and
I was gonna say sometimes I do it too.
I don't have time for everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like, you know, the thing is, I'm consistent. That's the takeaway. It shouldn't be the amount of streams I do. It's that if you come here at the same time every week, you know where to find me. Even if I start earlier, you come here at the same time and I'm already streaming, and you go, oops, I missed the start of stream. I'm like, yeah, sorry, I started a bit earlier. The biggest thing I try to avoid is trying to start late.
Okay,
like,
Lizzie.
I be here when you expect me to be here, right?
Yeah.
And I set that standard. I set the standard of when I should be here, not my community, not any other streamer telling me the best practice. I set the standard, right? Full time's 5 days, 5 times a week is reasonable expectation. I base my schedule off the long term for energy and health. So 4 days a week, 6 hours a week keeps me from burning out. See, this is it, right? You should be setting your own standard of what works for you healthily, but can also be consistent. Yeah.
And then 6
hours a day. Yeah.
The thing that I would say is don't stream more. Like if you're struggling to make content outside of streaming, take a day off.
Less.
Take some extra days away from your streaming. You know?
I say this all the time. People are like, I don't have time, like with streaming and like IRL job, like I don't have time to like learn things like digital marketing. And I go, oh, you could do like a 101 course in 5 hours. So just like don't stream one day and do like a marketing 101. Like what's the issue here?
Yeah.
Like just stream less. Like stop, like genuinely just like take a little break.
Yeah.
Do the thing you want to learn.
Yeah,
like,
people don't like hearing that.
This is in queue with the next question. How can I learn about digital marketing?
Yeah, perfect.
It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Like it's free. edx.org. Udemy. There's a bunch of free websites. Udemy's really good. You can get free entry courses. If you want to pay, you can get more content. But like, I literally, Udemy has like a marketing 101 that's like a 5-hour presentation, funnily enough, that you can just access for free today. Like, it's everywhere on the internet. You just need to actually put time into looking for it. Stream less, learn more. It's free.
I like that.
It's everywhere free.
That's the good way of looking at it.
Udemy, it's UDMY, like academy, but Udemy. And then there's edx.org. Those are two that I personally just like use to like find stuff if I want to learn.
Understood.
It's good. Yeah. I think digital marketing, especially like just learning entry level 101, gets you thinking and starts giving you a new perspective. I don't think you need anything more than 101 unless you really want to be a digital marketer, which you probably don't want to be.
You never know. Someone might end up falling in love with it.
If you do, message me, because I love talking shop about like digital comms and digital media. So please.
Yeah.
I'm such a fucking nerd.
Me too. Don't worry about it.
They also ask another question. I genuinely don't know what to post on Twitter to help me grow, help me out. We've kind of
I feel like we've talked about
touched on this multiple times. Yeah. There's no specific thing that's gonna help you grow. Reflect on your content. I do it. Roy does it. Always look at your content as the first point of action to be like, what can I do better?
Yeah.
You know.
I think social media is one way I don't really, because like because like my posts are like, I post schedules, I post like links to videos to celebrate them or to like advertise them, shorts to help better advertise them after the video has come out, going live / hey waiting room tweets, and then other random bullshit that I feel like talking about, and then sometimes art. But the art is usually because like I liked it and I wanted to share it with the community. But like, that's it. That's all I post.
It depends what your purpose is. Like this is the perfect example. Like I personally do none of those things, but still a really great, like I have a really great footing in Twitter, right? Both of us do, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I don't do any of that. Why? Why does it still work? Because I'm using it for purpose, right?
Yeah.
If your Twitter is to advertise and push people to other lines of work, then treat it like that.
Yeah.
If you treat Twitter like a meme machine, then that's how it's going to treat you back, and no one's going to go to your streams. No one goes to your streams for like a 5-second meme. Like,
True.
Why would I go to a stream for that, right? And sorry, I'm just assuming, like, I'm not assuming what content you make. I'm just making a generalization. But like the content I make on Twitter is hopefully to drive people to my Twitch, because that's I do the wrong thing, and streaming is my primary content creation device, right? But the reality is I post a lot of art. I get the bare necessities from streaming full time, and the rest of it goes into like boosting other creatives in the space. I get a lot of art. I post a lot of art. I show off my design. Like, this is what I do. And it gets people interested in my design. It gets people in the door. And then I have to be entertaining to hold on to them.
Yep.
And I guess I'm entertaining. So
I'd say a little bit, you know, a smidge.
Yeah.
I'd
say like consider your purpose. Always use your platform for purpose. It might not be what other people are using it for, and that's okay. But if you're like, you get what you put in. You know, if you're using it to advertise things, then your output shouldn't be for me to be popular on Twitter. It should be that you're getting click-throughs to the things you want people to click, right? I like building my Twitter as an individual platform where I engage with community and build community, so that's what I do.
Oh yeah.
If people come to my stream because of that, hell yes. But my Twitter could grow and my stream won't grow, and that's fine with me. I'm not gonna lie.
Also,
I'm a marketing student currently, and I'm low-key using streaming as a way to apply theory to practice. I love that for you. Get it? That is so cool.
That is really cool.
I did that. I worked for non-for-profit and corpo, and I applied it to my own platform. I was trying to scale down large scale, like marketing tactics to like small niche, and that was it. That's how I got into streaming. So that's really cool. I love that.
3 things. Did I ever tell you how I got into streaming?
No.
Do you know what GDQ is?
Yeah.
So I've been watching GDQ for like 15 years basically. Like I've been watching it for a long ass time. And I remember watching it one year and going, man, I bet I could do this shit.
I could do that.
I literally went, I bet I could do that, and I bet I could be a full-time streamer and play video games for a living. So I just started doing it, and that was it. That was how I started.
Now you're not even close to speedrunning.
No, I quit speedrunning because it caused me so much
journey.
mental anguish.
Oh no.
That's a different story. Point number 2. Hi, Aoya. I know you know Aoya, so. And then point 3, somebody asked a decent follow-up question to this, and I thought it would be interesting to get your point on it. Is it safe to say the content has to be something you enjoy creating to put out there? So there's a chart, and I forget what all the points on it are, but usually enjoying it is one of the things that you want on there to help avoid burnout and to increase passion, because as much as we like to think that like people can't always tell, your audience can usually tell when you don't care about something.
Yep.
They can tell in the way that you speak, they can tell in the way that you type, they can tell in the way that you hype up things. And if you're like let's say you're doing a sponsorship for something you don't really care about, people will know. People can tell. So yeah, I think it's worth saying, like, you need to enjoy it. Your enjoyment might be different than someone else, though. Yeah.
I know some people that got into content creation because they wanted to make money, and they really like making money. So the fact that they make money out of content creation is enjoying to them, right? That's the enjoyment, making money. Like, get your bag. Like, who cares, right? I think it's really important that you know your reason for enjoying it, and that you enjoy it. You have to enjoy it. Whatever the reason is, you have to enjoy it.
I agree.
This is the same with I think a lot of people, because we talked about this earlier. There's a low floor of entry and a high ceiling of success, right? Because there's a low floor of entry, I think a lot of people, there it is. I completely forgot what I was talking about.
Because there's a low floor of entry.
I think a lot of people will, nah, I'm done. I'm cooked, bro. I cooked too
Blue
hard.
believes in you.
Working way too hard.
Blue believes in you. He's in chat.
We'll cut
They're in chat.
Oh, crap. Crap. Can you say the question again?
Because there's a low bar of entry.
What was the question the user asked?
Oh, is it safe to say content has to be something you enjoy creating and to put out there?
Oh, right. Okay. So because we're all like, I think because of the low, low barrier for entry, people don't realize that. Thank you, chat. I love you guys. People don't realize that it's a creative field. And I think a lot of people have never been in a creative field for their life. So they don't understand that
the creative part of it.
For the most part, like they don't. It's fueled by your passion. It has to be fueled by you enjoying it.
That's crazy.
It has to be.
Wait, and that's the crazy thing I was saying, that I didn't feel the passion for streaming until like 6 months ago. I just did it out of spite.
It's tough. It's the thing is, spite is a powerful tool.
Spite is a
but
powerful
the moment
tool.
you start enjoying it, right, everything changes. Everything. It's like you know that movie where they take the brain pill and like it unlocks the world and makes them smarter.
Oh yeah.
It's literally just like, I see it now.
Yeah,
I see it now. It's the same with any creative field. Artists know this. They know that they rely on it to live, but at the end of the day, they're doing it because they like it. They're passionate about it.
Yeah.
The person that's at the local market that's making pottery out of cement, They do it because they fucking like it. Sorry for my language. Because they friggin' like it, right? They do it because they like it. That person that does abstract art that worries that people won't understand their passion and their emotions, they do it because they love it, man.
Yeah.
This is a creative field. This is performance. This is art, right? I don't care if people don't want to call it that. It's a creative field. It's art. You need to be in it because you like it.
Yeah, I agree.
You have to be. Otherwise, it just sucks. It sucks the life out of you. It's gonna hurt.
I agree. I concur. Good call.
We got that, chat. Thank you.
We got there. Well done. Do you not curse often?
No, I just worry. Like, I don't stream on YouTube, so I worry about like.
No, we're way
YouTube,
past. No, we're way past that. Cursing.
All that stuff.
They fixed it. Don't worry. It's only like if you curse right at the beginning, if it's a problem.
Oh, see, I don't know anything about YouTube.
That's it.
Man.
Yeah, they fixed that.
Like, yeah.
We're good. Right,
Good.
YouTube?
Okay, fucking hell, man. I'm Australian. I swear too much. Baka des. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Cool. Next question. Thank you for offering this advice. You're very welcome, everybody. I often don't know what kind of content to post. I hesitate because I hesitate to post anything candid casual. Since I want to post things involving VTubing, but I can't help but feel like posting memes and PNGs of my model gets repetitive, and my clips don't receive much engagement. How do I decide on what to prioritize? So this is like what we've been saying, but a lot more specialized.
Yeah.
I have had this fear before too. Do you wanna take the lead on this one? I just need to have some water.
Yeah. So we talked about this a little bit before in needing to niche down, because it sounds like you're kind of going through the motions instead of finding what it is that not only that you're passionate about within this content creation sphere, but you're seeing other people doing things that you assume is to be best practice. I've definitely fallen for this trap too, but like if you go through my Twitter post history, I used to post a lot of model PNGs. And I still do occasionally when there's like trends to go with it because I think they're fun and silly sometimes. But I used to like very religiously, like almost every day it was wake up, model PNG, good morning, or who's got coffee, or who wants to work out with me. Like there'd always be a post like that every single day. And I did it because I thought it was what I wanted to do and I thought it was what it drove engagement. But you don't need to do that. You just need to do what you and your audience like. There has to be like a healthy balance of it. And that's where the whole concept of niching down comes from. A lot of my posts now come from the content that I post, but as well as because I'm such a nerd for like Power Rangers and Tokusatsu, anytime I see any of those related things, I am tweeting about them. I'm quote retweeting them. I am getting engaged with that side of Twitter. And even though those posts don't do astronomically well for me, I know that my audience likes seeing those because the engagement on them is high. And I get people talking, and then we get to talk about it on stream. Or, hey, did you see this crazy new... Like, people come to me all the time and know that that's my niche. And then I do that on Twitter as well. So knowing where to embrace your niche is important. And you don't have to be fake. Not everybody is going to find the same success everywhere. So like if you don't like posting PNGs and memes of your model, don't do it. Yeah. I think that goes back to that important kind of note as well, that driving engagement is just as important as driving like growth. So like you're not always going to be aiming for numbers. Sometimes you'll have a tweet that just won't pop off, but there's more comments on it. And you're like, why? Why is there more comments? Because it's suddenly engaging. Setting a standard like Roy has means that people will come into his stream and ask I wish we could
about,
say fuck more.
you know, any kind of Power Rangers content, any kind of like Kamen Rider content. Like people will come to his stream and know that they can like be like, Roy, did you see this thing that dropped today?
Literally,
you know,
I'm not even kidding. The other day it happened.
Same excitement.
Yeah. The other day.
People, you're welcoming that kind of excitement to exist in your space. And that's just as important to growth as like, you know, having people actually see your tweet. I will say, I think like casual, like shower thoughts, quote unquote shower thoughts, if you guys know what shower thoughts are,
Yeah.
can be like a really bad trend to fall into, especially just generically in the content creator space. I think a lot of people who use Twitter in general, for example, will fall into shower thoughts.
Yeah.
Right. And that's like the general usage. But you don't want, we said this earlier, don't be average, be above average. You're not like, I did it again. You're not the general user. You're a content creator. So like, you got to get outside of that box. You got to get out of those shower thoughts. Some shower thoughts can be really funny and you can turn that into content.
Yeah.
But like, you need to work on that as content then. It can't just be a like, I'm just going to tweet this. Like, I say this, content with a purpose, even if it's tweeting. A tweet is content. Create content with a purpose.
And even if you do engage in the shower thoughts things, because I do that too, but it's only like every once in a while. So like last night, I used a model asset that Alia had made me on topic, since they are in chat. Blue for you, Alia for me. They made me cat ears and then tiger ears, and I got to use the cat ears. Like we were playing around with them the entire stream, and I just tweeted like, as I was going to bed, I just said meow. That was it. That was the whole tweet. And so many people were like responding to it and saying stuff. And even earlier in the day, I asked, cat ears or tiger ears, Roy? And again, it's just silly, stupid thoughts that I had. And sometimes you embrace those. You don't always have to embrace them. You don't always have to let the intrusive thoughts win. But sometimes it's okay to let the intrusive thoughts win. You know? Sometimes,
especially if it's about your content, like that, the fact that like you already were kind of setting that vibe earlier today, it wasn't planned. It was a spontaneous tweet, but like, I think spontaneity is good.
Yes.
But the randomness of a shower thought can be bad.
Can be. That's why you will learn it and feel it more as you tweet and interact with your audience more, because you'll see what people like. The more you do it, the more you'll learn.
Yeah.
And then one day you too can.
Also, if you're not tweeting your model because you think it's because you think it's repetitive, but you want to be doing it, I think you should do it. Because I used to think the same thing. I was like, you know, I see them being really touch and go. I tweet my model like every day now.
Neko-chan.
If you can stretch the bounds of like what you could express with your model, and have really good, I mean, I call it copy, but people always like, what do you mean by copy? Like the text in your tweet, right? If you can have like something really good to go with that picture of your model, it is content. It is good content. It is pointed content, and you could take advantage of things like meow, right?
Yep.
But I said meow with a picture of my model with new cat ears on it. So now it's not just my model, there's more context.
Yep.
Do I need more context?
Nope.
Well, earlier in the day, there was a context tweet as well.
Yep.
Cat or dog. Now I can go on Roy's tweet and be like, you chose cat. I love dogs. How dare you?
Yeah.
Like, you know, it gives all these different lines for engagement.
You just get to play around with it.
Post your PNG. Post your PNG. Put yourself in different things.
Yeah. Find a different way.
PNG tuber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Find a different way to have fun with it, especially.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to just do head tilt to the side, smile, good morning. You don't have to do that every day. Yeah. You know? You can have
once
fun
a week.
Yeah.
Good morning, say it back.
Good morning. Say it back.
Say it back. Oh, that was like the one I did. You liked it.
I did.
I did like I started doing my morning coffee. I started doing this outsider streaming. I got like a cheap espresso machine. I started grinding my own beans.
Yeah.
And I used to do my morning coffee, and I made a tweet about it one day, and I was just like, hey, this has been like really revolution. Like, it's nothing that I normally post. And it didn't perform too well, but people were engaging with it, being like, can you make me a coffee?
Yeah.
Like, where's my coffee? Roy was like, where's mine? It's nice. It's nice to flip the script a little bit.
So here's the funny thing too. That was also engagement for me, because my brand is coffee related.
Yep.
So I saw a tweet about coffee, and I was like, I got this. It is my chance. Coffee.
My time to shine.
Yeah. So that's just a perfect example of it, and just a way to kind of like reinforce the brand. Do what you got to do. You know.
I have a funny story about kohi.
Kohi.
I have a sub-major in Japanese. I do not speak Japanese because you know, if you don't do something, you lose the talent for it. I did it when I started university. So I know more about Japanese history than I can actually speak it. But one of the things I remember, this as a defining moment in my class, was we were doing like verbal tests, and we had to tell people what we liked, right? The teacher was asking us, like, what do you like? Like, what's something you like? And we had to reply in Japanese. And one of the people said, watashi wa kohi desu.
Oh, I am coffee?
And the class was like, oh. And the teacher went silent and went, and it was the funniest thing in the world, because then she replied, like, what do you mean you're coffee? And then the other person was like, oh, sorry. They replied in perfect Japanese. Sorry, I meant I like coffee. And they got full marks because, like, it was that like interaction, but it was just a funny interaction about
that is really
funny
funny
in Japanese.
Majide.
Watashi wa kohi desu. Yeah.
Kohi da. Ski.
Yeah, watashi wa kohi desu.
There you go. I hope that helped.
We had a new viewer question. Welcome in.
Hey, would you love new viewer questions?
How important this is? Ooh.
What?
How important is raiding on Twitch? How do I choose who to raid?
Oh, raiding.
I'm a shy small streamer. Yeah, raiding on Twitch. How do I choose who to raid? I'm shy. I also tend to feel unsure on raiding others. It's kind of scary, but I'm trying to use streaming as a way to challenge myself. I love that. That's what drew me into your question. I love people challenging themselves.
Okay.
How important is raiding?
Raiding is a really, I think it's something that people put too much emphasis on. Like,
yes,
care too much about it, because at the end of the day, you're raiding someone, you're probably going to leave within a couple minutes anyway. And I mean, that's kind of it. Like that's all it really should be. It is a way for you to share your audience with someone else. Yes, you can use it as a way to kind of introduce yourself to someone, but more often than not, it is just a way to share your audience with someone else. I think probably the best practice for it if you are starting out, they said they were like new smaller streamer.
Yep.
Okay. Raid friends, and raid people that are doing similar content to you in similar sizes. That way you can have meaningful conversations with the person that you just raided. That's not to say that you shouldn't raid people that are bigger than you, but it is much easier to make acquaintances with people, to have conversation with people when you're raiding of similar size, or your friends that you already know, because then you can turn it into a social interaction, and you can like get your audience to be familiar with someone new that you wanted to show. And again, I'm not saying don't raid bigger people. I raid bigger people often as well, but I'm going to be real. I think it just doesn't matter. You eventually reach a certain point where raids just stop mattering. You just do it because it's like, I like this person's stuff. Go have fun. Bye. I got to go sleep. And like, that's it. That's the raid etiquette as it goes on. Yeah, just, I think you might be putting a little bit too much emphasis into it.
Yeah, I'm the same. I don't think it's important. I know a handful of streamers who don't raid out. And there's nothing wrong with that. They don't raid. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. And I raid out. I finish stream when I'm tired. So when I raid out, I usually don't have the time to try and engage with someone in a new way. So I just send people to someone I know is like same vibes at the time. If I'm playing a shooter, I'll take you to someone that's playing shooters too, same vibes. If it's a really comfy stream, then I'm going to take you to the same vibes. Like that's about it, like, don't get caught into it. I think a lot of people talk about it a lot. In my opinion, raids, I don't think people talk about that raids are just artificial number inflation.
Yeah.
They will always push your numbers up, and they will add to your ego. So I don't put any value behind, like, I'm really thankful when people want to share their communities, but the numbers, I couldn't care less. If someone raids with 1 person versus like 200, it obviously is going to be exciting if a big raid comes in, but the reality is, like, I just like meeting new people. If it's a 1-person raid, that's 1 new person I know, and that's awesome to me. But don't, I think, manage your expectations around them. They're just like number crunches, really.
I just get excited seeing my friends
when people talk about
raid.
them too much. Yeah, I just like seeing my friends.
Like Ellie raided
I love
earlier.
when my artist friends raid me.
Yeah,
because I like show off their art. I'm like, oh my god, let me show off. Gimme art tags.
Now clearly, if Taiga ever does that, we have to have art of us together.
Oh, so I can show it off immediately?
Exactly.
Yeah. This is Taiga. Taiga, he just raided us. Here's art that Taiga did.
Exactly. And it's just you and I squishing our chests together.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. But yeah.
Do you guys ever worry about maintaining new viewers from an incoming raid? No. I personally don't. I try to... It's easier said than done. I try to not worry about viewership a lot. I'm someone that's very openly like, I don't care about the numbers. What I do care about is selling myself in a way that will make people want to stay. And if they don't want to stay, they have the freedom to leave. I don't value my viewers as a commodity. So if people want to leave because I'm not entertaining to them, they have a personality and they might not like my stream. That's fine. So they can leave. I try not to put too much behind it. I just try to like treat the people that stay like everyone else that's been here for 3 friggin' years, you know?
Yeah. I think for me, the only time that that's different for me is after streams are done. If I see that there is a, like, let's say I get rated by someone with 1,000 viewers. Obviously, that's a substantial amount of people. If I see that all of a sudden I go from 1,000 people and then 5 minutes later I'm at under 100, or I'm less than what I was at before they rated, then I'm like, whoa, I must have said something wrong or did something that was like unacceptable. Like, that's where I would be like concerned about why the hell did so many people leave so rapidly. But I don't think I've ever had that happen because that's just such an insane thing to do. And usually I'm not looking at my viewer count midstream anyway. So
Me neither.
it is, it should just be like how Envy said, treat the viewers that come in like you would either just new people that come to your stream or just treat them like regulars, you know?
Yeah, I started doing this thing recently, which has been really funny, where I give instead of talking about me, I start giving a quick recap of everything we've talked about during stream. Everything, everything, Roy. So like, I started being like, okay, yeah, welcome in, guys. We talked about Yaoi. We talked about BL. We talked about why do the Greek gods keep having children with animals and making new creatures. We and people are like,
go back
oh my
to
God,
Yaoi and BL.
Yeah. And I'm like, I feel like it's a really funny way to kind of set how like it gives you the community vibes.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think people really enjoy that. It's just been something weird I've been testing lately, but it's been fun. It's been fun.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah. Try to get that moment. Your collabs with Croc and Duggar have a lot of that. Yeah, whenever someone raids, so I play board games with some friends every Monday. We play Gloomhaven. And I try to, anytime someone else gets raided, I pretend like, you know how people do that thing on Twitter where they're like, oh, thanks for lending me $100 to get home when I needed it.
Yeah.
I do that every time one of them gets raided without without dropping a dime. I'm just like, hey man, thank you for driving me to the airport the other day. I was about to miss my flight, but like I got there right on time because you picked me up perfectly when I needed it. I appreciate it, man.
Thanks for lending me your Maserati. I appreciate it, man. I know that's an expensive car, but that was so cool of you.
Yeah. And then people always like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. You should stay.
Hi,
you should
Jazzy.
stay. They're really nice. They're really nice guy.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Have fun with it. Like, don't get trapped in that that mindset of like efficient rating stuff. Like, there is an etiquette which you should be aware of. But the reality is like just have fun with it when people raid you, man. Or when you raid out. Don't be actually a big one I do need to say is like I've started doing this more and I've seen other streamers start doing this more too. Don't be weird with it. I haven't started being weird with it. I've been seeing like people come into my chat and they'll be like we're here to see a titties raid or something.
Oh yeah.
Like, sometimes I just go with the flow, but when that happens every time, I'm a little bit like, okay, this is like, I don't know you.
Yeah.
Like, please, man.
Have etiquette.
There is a level of etiquette that should come through, but one thing I always try to tell my community, like, hey guys, like, if this vibe is very different to mine, I will warn them. I'll be like, hey guys, I know you treat me like this way. Yeah. Please be nice when you go in. Like they might not be as receptive to it. Like I've seen other streamers do it too, where they're like, I know you guys like to bully me, but please, they're a nice person. Don't bully them. I don't want to see that. And I'm like, big respect to that. Like telling your community, like, hey, like, let's treat them like a new person. Maybe they do like bullying. I don't know, but don't do it. Yeah. Don't do it. Like, you don't know them. Yeah. I think it's a really nice etiquette to kind of like communicate that.
Just jump into a stream. Misatero, ore no oppai desu.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
Honestly.
This is another one. How do you find friends in the VTuber space? We covered this one, I think earlier.
I think we basically covered it.
This was one of the grouping ones.
Yeah.
How do I get into VTubing? Do I have to make up a persona? It could be you.
It could be you, yeah.
It could just be you. You don't need to make up a persona. I think if you get into any level of content creation, it doesn't have to be a drastic thing, but I think the reality is you will have a persona. Unless you're like just doing live content, like live streaming, like IRL content constantly, and you think your personality is enough to drive streams. But we're talking about VTubing here, so yeah, probably make a persona. I think personally, I'd list the good things about yourself and exaggerate them. I think that's a really good way to kind of start. When you're looking at personality traits into creating a persona, that way it's still you. I would say, like, I tried the whole like not being me thing before this design. I was something else, and the reality was I was putting on a bit of a vibe that wasn't really me, and I shifted away from that, and it's been a million times better since.
I felt that with my femboy. Yeah.
You don't have to be a cross animal. It's very popular in the VTuber space to be cross animal, but you don't even have to be that. You can just be a guy. Yeah. I don't think I have anything to add. I think also just don't spend a lot of money right away. And please don't. And maybe ask yourself what you want out of VTubing. Do you want to take it as a profession? Do you want to do it casually? Know that before you spend any money. Yeah. Actually start streaming. How to make connections as someone starting from nothing. I want to make friends, but I'm afraid others will think I'm a leech. Connections aren't friends. Friends aren't connections. They can be, but don't treat them as such. But we have kind of covered this one. We've kind of covered it already. I think don't confuse the two. Personally, really don't confuse the two. Connections can be friends. Then you are a leech. But it's it's not mutually exclusive. Yeah. So as a baby VTuber, I'm trying my best to build confidence. How do I get over that fear? I want to make VTuber friends, but I'm scared they might think I'm just using. Oh, this was, yeah, sorry. I've got a list on the side of all these kind of coming into the same vibe.
It's like the same one.
We answered that earlier.
Yeah.
I think this is a new one. As someone who's struggling to have viewer retention. Ooh, this is good. Viewer retention. And post attention, as in like, I guess, Twitter posts. What would you suggest I do? I tried trends, posting daily, but it's hard, as well as streaming games. I think people, but it's hard. I think full stop. As well as streaming games, I think people will find fun and interesting is potentially other things they do.
Okay.
This is a lot. I will start in a weird reverse order here.
Hit me.
Don't stream a game you think other people will find fun or interesting. Stream a game you will have fun with, because if you don't find it fun, then people won't stay around. We talked about this earlier. People can feel when you're not enjoying something.
Yes, they can.
It will affect your content so hard, more than you will ever give it credit for. So don't follow game trends unless it's something you actually want to be playing.
Yeah.
But struggling with viewer retention and post attention. So viewer retention, that's, I guess, live or YouTube content, but also getting views in general. So post attention. This is Roy's Crunchy. Oh, I might have to restart Discord.
Good night, Mage.
Thank you, guys.
Oh,
give me a second, Roy. I'll give you a call back.
Oh, yeah. He's gone. He's gone. I can't believe this. Oh my gosh, hi.
Hi, Roy.
Oh my
Is
gosh,
that better, guys?
I hope so.
This happens sometime. Roy remix, Roy auto tune. Yeah. Roy 2000.
You goddamn
It's better.
right.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah. Struggling with viewer retention and post attention. Industry buzzword, retention.
Yeah.
Whether it's VTubing, whatever, whether it's corpo, retention will be the biggest buzzword and the biggest thing to chase. It sucks. It sucks. I'll let you lead, but I'll kind of circle back around because I need to go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'll be back. Yeah.
Go piss, girl. Okay, so the big thing that I can say about this is my answer is probably going to be a little bit harsher than Envy's. If you're struggling with retention, you might be doing something wrong. The big, like, getting viewers is one thing. Maintaining viewers is another. And as you stream more, naturally, you should just improve with retention, with keeping people. And Envy kind of touched upon it a little bit before, because you mentioned, but it's hard as well as streaming games. I think people will find fun and interesting. If you're doing stuff that your audience doesn't like and they can tell, then they're just out. If anything, maybe do some more yapping style stuff. Maybe play some games that not only you enjoy, but allow you to interact with your audience more. Or just do just chatting stuff. I know that's not great for necessarily being found on Twitch, but you're usually not caring about that anyway. People won't get to know you if you're just playing a game. So yapping can kind of, like, talking, just chatting, can really help kind of bridge that gap of unfamiliarity. And as soon as you get that one person to kind of stay and have a conversation with you, it gets easier, because then another person might jump in and another person might jump in. And I think that is a big thing. And as you start to build your audience, because you retained that one person, it becomes easier to retain a second and a third and a fourth and so on. But if all you're doing is playing games and maybe you're being quiet while playing the game that you think people will enjoy, but you're not really adding any meaningful commentary, you're not having conversations, that's where it can get difficult. If you're struggling to get people to stay in streams and you're playing games, change it up. Try something new. Because the definition of insanity is constantly trying the same thing without changing anything and expecting a different outcome. So change something. You have to change something. And if that means maybe changing how you're responding to people, that works too. Prioritize viewer engagement. Don't prioritize the game. Prioritize the way that you're interacting with your community, because I think that's more important. Welcome back, Envy.
Oh my god, the timing.
Hey.
Yeah, I agree completely. I don't know if I can add anything more to that. Yapping is wildly great for communities.
Yeah.
It might not have the best reach, as Roy said, but it drives engagement. And the funny thing is, Twitch algorithm really likes when chats are engaging.
Yes.
And commenting a lot.
Yep.
And it starts pushing you into certain specialized category showcases when your chats are active. So even if you're just yapping, like just chatting might be a bad category, but like, man, this VTuber is having a lot of active conversation in their chat. Guess what? You're in the VTubing category on the front page suddenly for like 10 minutes, which is cool.
Yeah.
The algorithm really likes it. And people will always say, but my chat's lurkers. Like, the moment you start doing specialized yapping, your lurkers will come out, man.
Yeah.
They'll come out in droves to talk to you, to actually get to know you. Yapping, like, just weave it in once a week. Have like a dedicated yapping stream. See if you like it. Get the hang of it. And it, like, you will be surprised.
Yeah.
I can guarantee. Just get into it. Retention is tough. This is what I've talked about, side questing. And now that I just remembered, I actually do have a topic on it.
Oh,
I
there you
talked
go.
about side questing before. I think side questing is a good way to like keep retention up. I know, yeah, Ranchi just said it. As soon as people start playing games, I lurk. Yeah, I think that's very common on Twitch. And this is why I like side questing. I pause games and I will go off a tangent. Like that like seemed like if I looked at chat and people are suddenly engaging with like, yo, that little bit of water on the top of ketchup, what the fuck? Like,
Well, you're so right. Why is there that
like,
little bit of water there?
Yeah. And then I have a story about that little bit of water, right? And like I will pause the game and I will engage with that.
Yep.
And then suddenly when I get back to the game, there's more people around chatting. It's wild how that works. So definitely look for ways to be more engaging. Jump on new things in your chat. Follow through with a side quest, you know? Have that little flag go up and go, hey, can I actually jump on this side quest? Yes, let's do it. Yeah. Just sidetrack. Go for it.
I think the thing that might be different, I think we harped on this specifically because you said retention. For those of you out there that might be following up with, okay, but I have no viewers, what do I do? That's a different problem. That comes down to content, unfortunately. And that would be see previous conversations we had about making engaging, clickable, discoverable content on other platforms to help boost your audience and then give you people to talk to. But yeah, retention and keeping people is built, having people to talk to in general, I think is community. And how do you build community? Yapping and them getting to know you and having a conversation.
Yeah. If everyone comes into your stream and you're just like not talking, then why would they stay for when you do talk? You know what I mean? Like it's people say you gotta talk to like you have an audience regardless of what your audience size is. I think that is such a good tip. Like, it's not easy to do, and no one's expecting you to talk non-stop. Yeah. But you do have to, like, if someone's passing by and comes into your stream, God forbid, Iron Mouse is passing by, right? Iron Mouse didn't stop in my stream because I was quietly playing Call of Duty, right? Yeah. Like, Iron Mouse probably would have just passed on. Oh my God, don't say that.
No.
Passed through. Knock on wood. pass
My
through
gosh.
and just like not engage. But like I was yapping when it happened. I was yapping so hard.
Yeah.
And like I just had that moment of someone being like, oh, I like this. I'm going to talk in chat. It doesn't have to be Iron Mouse. It can be any person coming through, and you should value that just as much.
Yep. But yes, yapping good. But if you don't have viewers to yap with, still practice yapping, and then realize after stream that you need to make content on other platforms to help drive people to your stream so you can yap with them.
Yeah. I saw, who was it? I can't remember who it was, but someone was literally fabricating short form content live on stream, and it was so fun.
Oh.
Like they reacted to something chat did, and they went, wait, no, chat, that's really funny. We can do it better. Send it again. Send it again so I can turn it into content. And then they did a more exaggerated reaction. And I was like, I was commenting, I'm like, oh my God, no way, no way. And I was like, this is so funny.
Wait, I actually kind of
like,
love that.
It's so good.
That is actually really funny.
I do that all the time. I'm like, chat, wait, that's actually really funny. Can you guys just type this in chat for me? And then like, I'll do it again. And then I'll clip it. I'll turn it into something, you know? Like the thing is like, don't be afraid to like script stuff. Like genuinely. Like, yes, it happened in real time on your stream, but hey, you can tune that to a better moment and it still happened in real time on your stream. Huh?
Yeah.
So
I like that.
Don't be afraid, man.
Yeah.
I think there's a little veil that you're allowed to pull over your content sometimes, and
like
people
that.
understand that, right?
Yeah.
People understand it.
Perfect.
It's like with tabletop, like I think is a really good example, is like some of the best campaigns I personally ran were me going off, like just going on a whim.
Oh yeah.
And like doing yes ands. And my players were like, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Like, man, I can't believe like you planned for all this. And I'm like, hey, I didn't. I just went with it, man. Like,
no, you definitely planned for it. Don't tell them that.
Yeah, like it's genuinely like people understand that little curtain can like, you can like plan stuff. You can go on a whim. Like just let that curtain go over a little bit, and like, you know, it's content creation. Like people understand.
Agreed.
Remember when the hot dog was meant to be temporary? Yeah. So I have an emote that's was my Halloween costume from last year, not this year.
You and a hot dog, right?
And it's me. Yeah, but it's a hand holding that hot dog.
Oh my God.
And shaking, right? And I was like, nah, guys, this is temporary. You guys don't get to keep this. It's become an emote, but it's just for Halloween. And then Halloween passed, and they were like, what if we keep it as an emote for a little while longer? And I was like, okay, you guys can have it for the month. So we kept it for a month. And then I said, okay, you guys have been really nice. We'll keep it for the year. And next Halloween, we're getting rid of it. Guess what? I never planned to get rid of it. I drove you guys to like that emote. I don't care.
Hot dog.
I don't care about the emote. I don't care if we take it away. You guys like it. So I'm going to keep it. And I'm going to keep playing along that I friggin' hate it. I'm sorry, guys, but I actually love it.
So that's exactly what I did with Apple. Because one day I randomly had an apple and I decided to eat it on stream. And then I said apple. Yeah. And then it just became a thing. And now I eat apples on stream and we have an apple emote.
If I ever bring up hot dogs in chat, I have 2 hot dog emotes now. People will spam those hot dog emotes, right? It's become a thing.
Oh my gosh.
It's become a thing. Like this is the joy of content creation, right?
Yeah.
Some things you can plan, some things you can't plan. I didn't expect to become hot dog VTuber, but I planned to let you guys keep that hot dog emote. I dangled it on a string and made you want it. You know, there's that face too. There's that freaking fake smile. I created that too. That's wild that became a thing. Everyone keeps using this creepy ass smile emote that I made.
Oh, I know that one.
I got it commissioned into a proper one. And then now I even have, if I switch over my scene, there's like a little sheep in the background at the window.
Oh, I see.
He's just doing that.
Wow.
Sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not there. And it's like, this is like, you can just go along with things, man. And it's like, engage. This is the joy of content creation, being in a creative field.
It really is. Envy's hot dog VTuber, yeah. Hot dog this.
What? Hot dog. been on basically a hiatus and honestly nervous about jumping back into everything. But basically, once I have soundproofing for Office, I'll be back on the horse. My question is, other than streaming, should I start trying to do? Yes.
Yeah.
We've been in depth about this. Yeah,
Yes.
Yes. 100 times yes.
Yes.
Your first level of content should not be streaming. Yes. If you need to stream, use stream as a fuel for your other content.
Yep.
Use stream to create content to turn, like to put on other platforms. And it's not clips. It's not VODs. It's edited content. A really good example, Ludwig moment, is him trying to break a record for how fast he can eat a hot dog. He turned that into like a clippable. He literally did that on stream on his channel, which had no people on it. And then he said, I should have just done that for the stream. That should have been the whole stream.
Yeah.
1.5 hours, me hyping it up. And then I just turn it into so much content to put on other platforms.
Yep.
Like streaming should be a medium to create other content with. Don't do what I'm doing. Don't do what I'm doing. Don't do what I'm doing.
Perfect.
Genuinely, where the hell do I start? I think I got a few plans, a niche to fill, and that's like it. If that's all you have, then you need to do a lot more. I'm gonna be so real with you.
You gotta do some research.
You gotta do a lot more research, dude.
Yeah.
That's like nothing to start on.
Yeah.
You have a lot to do. And it's until you understand everything that goes into content creation, and you don't need to like know it from top to bottom. But
yeah.
If you don't have a clear idea of where to start, then there's other issues I think are present. Maybe it's your identity, maybe it's your branding, maybe you just don't know if it's the right time to start. And I'm gonna tell you, like, where do you start? If you want to be a streamer, just start streaming on Twitch. Start streaming, like straight up, just start streaming, man.
Yeah.
Because you might not like it.
I think that's fair.
If you're trying to make videos, just start making videos. You might not like it. Start making videos. You know? Niches to fill, I think, is a bad perspective as well. I talked about this earlier. Overlapping niches is really good. I don't think niches need filling. I'm going to be so real. Niches are full of vibrant and active communities.
Yep.
And people feel like they need to have something unique, like a unique niche to fill, right? I don't think you need that at all. I think you need to find a niche which is a community you can engage with in a way that you actually genuinely care about. And then from there, you need to aim outside of that niche. That's me personally.
I agree with that. I think that's entirely fair. I think a lot of people think too much about being unique that they kind of miss the point. They're like, I have to fill the niche. I have to, you know, there has to be, there's not a VTuber that cooks while doing this, and while doing this. And you're like, you missed the point.
Yeah.
You missed it. You don't have to do something that no one else has done before, but you do have to do something.
You have to do it in a way that's unique. It's not the thing you're doing doesn't have to be unique. You need to do it in a way that's unique.
Yep.
Because almost everything in content creation has been done, man. And you don't get unique things by just slapping more things on the end of it. Like I'm a chef that does Cluedo at the same time as playing a clarinet with his butt. Like slapping more things onto it doesn't suddenly make it unique. It just makes it weirdly confusing, and you're niching down. Remember what I said before about like making your niche smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller?
Yeah.
That's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah. Your voices are so amazing.
Huh?
Oh. Do you have any tips for voice acting, Roy? Or singing? Do you guys do vocal warm-ups? And what ones do you think are best? Do you have any recommendations where to look for vocal technique training? I'm throwing this whole thing to Roy.
Okay. So, first things first, how serious do you want to take it? Because I can tell you for me, how I took it was I saw Critical Role back in 2015 when it first started, back when it was still on Geek and Sundry. I then went, I was there for campaign 1, baby. I was there when campaign 1 was still had, they were still in the Underdark, I think. It may have been a little before that though. But So from
No,
there,
that's where they started
Yeah.
with the live, right? They were fighting the worms and the demons coming out of an Underdark tunnel.
I think so.
I'm like a big Critical Role, like old school nerd. So
It's been
I
a
think that's the
while.
first thing I remember.
Because like most
Yeah.
people are like, oh, it starts with the Briarwood arc. I'm like, no, it's actually before that.
No, it's before that.
Yeah, with the
It's
mind
before
flayers
it.
and everything. Yeah.
Yep.
So from watching Critical Role, I then went to a hobby shop and learned how to play D&D and got into role play by playing tabletop role-playing games. From there, because everyone was being weird and everyone was being a nerd and everyone was being a dork, I was like, I'm going to be weird. I'm going to be a nerd. I'm going to be a dork. So I started using funny voices and I started being silly and I started going, they did it like this in Critical Role. What if I do it like this? And I did. And then I kept doing it. And then I became a DM for like forever. And so then I was more encouraged to do more voices because watching Matt Mercer and watching him do 40 million voices makes you want to do 40 million voices. So when you get that taste of it, you find out whether you like it or not. And if you like it, great. That is perfect. That's awesome. But finding out whether you actually want to voice act is probably step one, because let me tell you, voice acting lessons are very expensive when you don't know what you're looking for. There is something in voice acting called a professional student, and you don't want to become one because it just means that you're taking lessons all the time, and that costs a lot of money because that shit ain't cheap. So first things first, practice voice acting either by playing maybe a visual novel that doesn't have voice acting, like the Ace Attorney series, my personal recommendation. I think it's great. A lot of really good varied characters that are very characterized and hyper characteristics, like very easy to pick voices for. Or go to a local hobby shop and learn how to play D&D, or find friends online to play D&D with. Really easy ways to find out whether you like voice acting. If you do, then determine how deep you want to go down the rabbit hole. If you want to go big deep, go get private lessons. If you want to go small deep, go take like a community lesson where there's like a lot of people in one class learning from one teacher, because usually those are not as expensive as the one-on-ones. That is my biggest recommendation. Just don't jump into it without knowing what you want, because I've talked to so many friends and so many people that are like, I really want to get into voice acting, and then we do something and they're like, oh, this is really hard. I don't actually like this. And then literally same thing for singing. I had the same thing happen. Not Critical Role related, but meeting people and then taking lessons and then realizing that singing's really hard, and I decided to prioritize voice acting instead. And then in terms of vocal warm-ups, yes and no. I don't vocal warm up as often for streams as I do for voice acting work. When I'm doing voice acting work, it's usually you combine a vowel with every letter of the alphabet. So it's ah, ba, ka, da. And you do that for every letter and every vowel in combination. And it kind of gets your mouth warmed up to making those shapes as you need to. That's kind of just the one I go to. Honestly, just whatever gets you warmed up and ready. But you shouldn't really be thinking. I don't think you need to think about voice warm-ups until you're looking into voice acting. Honestly, unless you're struggling with something with streaming, and then that's different, of course. Or just do it because it's cool, you know.
Yeah, if you are finding, I will say, if you're someone that's doing like really long streams every day,
then it might be good.
Do find vocal warm-ups. But yeah, if you're just dipping your toes into voice acting, as Roy said, like probably don't need to be like that wholeheartedly serious about it. But streaming wise, oh my god, please do vocal warm-ups. Roy, please do vocal warm-ups, man.
I do. I just don't usually do them for streams. I've been streaming for 8 years, man. I don't need vocal warm-ups for streams anymore. For voice acting, I do, but for streams, unless I'm going for like a millennia, I don't need them anymore.
Yeah.
That is something that will come over time. Like just you kind of talking your way into like streaming. I know a lot of streamers do yapping at the start a lot slower than they do in the rest of their stream because they quite literally do it for warm up. you just have to like not extensively strain your voice for 9 hours a day streaming. Oh my god. Anyone doing that, please do warm-ups. Please.
I was also going to say I also work a day job, usually before I stream, so I get to use that as kind of my warm-up anyway. It's not like I'm going from like dead asleep to immediately streaming for 6, 7, 8 hours. It's working a 9-hour shift at a day job where I have to speak and then going into a stream for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours.
Please warm up if you're just waking up and rolling into stream. Another thing is like hydrate is really important for your voice.
Drink water.
If you're thirsty, you're already dehydrated. I'm gonna be so real. If your voice is dry and stuff, you're already past the point. You needed water before that. Please make sure you're hydrated.
I don't sleep.
It's so silly to have to say it, but like, hydrate, man. Hydrate.
Also, good way to stop like your mouth from like you know that feeling when you have to clear your throat? Swishing water around in your mouth is apparently better than clearing your throat.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, if you're very clicky, if you're very like you can hear clicks in the way that you speak, bite, not eat, bite into a green apple.
Oh, interesting.
Don't ask me why.
Is that like helping loosening your jaw?
Don't ask me why. I don't know how that shit works. I saw Johnny Young Bosch do it once, and it's gospel now.
Oh my god! No wonder you're Apple guy.
It's actually very funny that it ended up like that.
This is a really good question. I have a chat question from Rox. Hi, Rox. As someone who is neurodivergent brained, how does one stay motivated to continue content creation through the dopamine/serotonin drop? I apologize if this has been spoken about already. We have spoken a little bit about like trying to like stay wanting to do it, but not so much about like the dip of like dopamine and serotonin. I can too.
Okay,
as someone with ADHD.
You go for it first, because I don't think I have it unless I was just trained from a very young age, but I do have signs because my dad has it, so I don't know. But please go.
Oh, you probably do. Not as like a bad thing, but like
I've never been tested, but my dad has it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's like I think it'll answer more questions. I was the same. I didn't have any tests done until after COVID, because COVID, I forgot how to mask. That is like the wildest thing to say out loud, but I 100%, because I wasn't socializing as much, I forgot how to mask. And then after COVID, people were like, what happened, man? And I was like, what do you mean what happened? I'm like the same person. They're like, no, you're kind of like wound up now. I'm like, I'm not wound up. Like,
kind of a creep,
wound up.
kind of a freak.
And it was just like
positive.
Yeah, it just turned out I stopped masking, and I was like just more blunt and more open about everything. I was willing to talk more. I was more communicative. Like it was just, I was not putting on a face anymore, which was really good, honestly. But in saying this, from my perspective, like I'm someone who, like, you know, I have seasonal depression, which is really friggin' bad. Right now is fine because it's not SADS times for here in Australia. But that's like the hardest period for me, because I don't get dopamine. I don't get anything, man. I'm just kind of like a shell. And it's really hard for me to keep doing content like that. But I personally find the laziest way I can at least be present, and I just do that. I do the bare minimum. I'm gonna be so real. That works for me, and it's not gonna work for you. It might work for you, but I find myself doing the bare minimum. If like it's not working, I will like cut down my stream times to like shorter streams. I will stream less, but I'll still stream at the same time. I will keep those consistencies and keep the bare minimum going. And that's it. That's the best thing I can say that works for me. The moment I get that dopamine back, I'm like crunching on all levels.
Sure. Okay, so similar to Envy, but I will preface this with I am not what's I don't know what's the right phrase. How do I say this? I don't believe that I have ADHD, or I've never been diagnosed with it. It's very possible that I have it. So I'm speaking from a non standpoint in that regard.
Yeah.
Neurotypical. Yeah, neurotypical. Thank you. That's the phrase I was thinking of.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is going to be a little bit harsher, in the sense of, if content creation is something that you want as a job, and you're not in the process of like depressional burnout, and it's just like, man, I don't really feel like doing this because it's not fun right now. Who cares? Do it. Get over it.
Yeah.
Because we talked about it before. If this is a job for you and you want it to be a job, then get off your ass and do it. Nobody cares if it's not fun. Go do it. And I know that sounds like really harsh and like really mean, but at the end of the day, you are your own boss. So you have to be harsh like that with yourself. I cannot tell you how many times I have had to be that harsh with myself, because there are plenty of opportunities where I'm like, man, I really don't feel like doing XYZ. I really don't feel like getting up for this, voice acting lesson. I really don't feel like recording this thing today. I really don't feel like working on this project. But at the end of the day, you want to, you just don't want to in that moment. And when you, at least for me, when I'm able to recognize that and see, hey, do I actually not want to work on this, or am I just feeling it right now in this moment? And as soon as I'm able to kind of make that separation, I can compartmentalize the feeling of, no, I actually do want to work on this. My brain is just telling me, no, you don't want to work on this. Get up off your ass, do it. And it usually takes me a little bit of time to do that, to kind of make myself, and I still will drag my feet, but ultimately you have to, because if you don't make yourself do it, if you don't work through the not wanting to, or you don't work through the, oh, I'm not really having fun, no one else is going to, and it's not going to get done, because this isn't high school. This isn't a day job. It's you being the boss of yourself, and no one's going to do it for you. So you have to do it for yourself.
Yeah, it's the harsh reality. And I think that sooner that you kind of understand that, I'm going to be so real, the easier it gets, because you have that knowledge to kind of like kick yourself in the ass.
Yeah.
If you're in this space, you are your own boss, so you need to kick yourself in the ass. Mm-hmm. No one else is going to dangle your job over the line. You're responsible for it. You have to be responsible for it.
Yeah.
And to say this again, I always feel like I need to. If you're a hobby streamer, none of this applies to you.
Yes.
Like just enjoy it. Take your time, man. Like, but yeah, if you're treating this professional, you just got to get it done. You just got to do it the same way that you do in your 9 to 5. It sucks. You just got to do it, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's all.
Especially if that's what's putting food on your table.
Yes.
Man, like you just got to do it.
It's ironic because I tell other friends that too when it comes to certain professions. Like sometimes you just gotta work through not wanting to do it. You just gotta do it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's not let me take a break or let me wait until I'm motivated. It's do it now. Oh, that's the part. Motivation versus discipline. There are plenty of times where I don't want to go to the gym because I'm like, man, I'm really not feeling it today. But I go because I'm disciplined to go to the gym. Just like working or just like doing content creation. So I know serotonin and working in non-neurotypical stances is different, and I can only speak to my own experiences, but that is what works for me, and reminding myself that if I don't do it, that it's not going to get done because I want it and I'm hungry for it. And I've been here for 8.5 years, or eight years and change rather, and if I didn't keep pushing myself to that, I wouldn't be where I am now. And obviously, like, I'm my own person and I'm my own experiences. They won't necessarily work for you, but that is the answer to your question. You just got to do it.
Nice. Thank you. I really like this advice of like, just fucking do it. It's been so consistent across the night.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's actually really good. Funnily enough.
Yeah.
This next question is from Nallery. How to stream about different topics, fandoms, and to not lose audience. I've kind of touched on this with like trying to overlap your niches,
Yes.
right? I think if your audience is losing interest in another thing you're doing, then that's the wrong audience for that thing. That's going to be a natural process.
Yeah.
I think there's definitely ways to overlap your niches to get those audiences engaging with something new. But there's no way you can force people to like something they don't like. That's the reality. That's the reality. I think if these niches are too far apart, the topics and fandoms, find things that you like that you can overlap a little bit more.
Yep.
If they're too far apart, then that's always going to be an issue. It's never going to change.
Yeah. That's honestly just it. Everything that Envy just said.
Yeah. Or do it separately, like Roy does, like VA separately from streaming. You know what I mean? Like, you can do things separately.
Yeah.
You definitely can.
Yeah.
We have 2 debut questions.
Okay.
I'm currently planning my official debut as a VTuber since I never had an official one.
Oh.
How should I structure and organize the debut?
Oh.
There's so many things to account for, and I'd love some advice. The other one is, how would you advise a new VTuber in having a successful debut? I will start with the other one very, very quickly. If you're a new VTuber, don't debut. That's my advice. I hate saying it. Don't have a debut. Don't debut. You're not a corpo. You don't have a pre-existing audience to tap into. That's what debuts do really, really well.
Yeah.
You are a small streamer with no audience because you're a new VTuber. So, like, don't debut. Just start streaming.
Yeah.
Get to a debut when you have something cool to show off. Just start streaming.
Yep.
That's the cleanest advice I can give you. But if you're someone that's at that stage now where you're like, hey, I should have a debut and you got something to show off.
It is.
What do you think is a good structure?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm still kind of in the realm of don't debut. Because like even if you have to ask this question, you might just not be ready to debut. which sounds weird and might sound harsh, but like as someone that has been through 4 debuts, not including outfit debuts, I think the only one that was like especially exceptionally like good that I'm like I look back on and I'm like I kicked ass that debut. I did everything that I wanted to. Everything went exactly how I wanted it to, was for this model. And even then there were still heaps and bounds of problems and things that I wasn't able to accomplish because of time frame. I think if you are a fan of corporate VTubers and you watch corporate VTubers, you kind of get into your mind that you have to have a debut. And it's just not true. Now, if you want to have a celebration and be like, guys, I got these upgrades for my model, or, you know, I'm going from PNG to actual model, and you have like a pre-established community that's decently sized, that you feel like you would be able to put on a celebration for, and you've been hyping it up and things like that, then it gets a little different because then you can make it about putting on a show and things like that. But if you're kind of talking about like, how do I structure and organize it, I feel like maybe not thinking about the right things. Because structure and organization is kind of just like, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like debuts are pretty straightforward in terms of like what the air quotes expected structure is. I think everybody just follows the corporate mindset because it just works. It's good, it's clean, you know? Watch some corporate debuts and see if you like them. If there is anything that strikes out to you, go for it. But if you're like, oh, wow, I don't have any of this and I don't have the money for any of this, you don't need to have it. You can pick and choose what you want. You don't have to do everything. And you especially don't need a lore video. Don't necessarily go for that. Do something that fits for you and your audience. Debuts are supposed to be a celebration, and especially as an indie as opposed to a corpo, like Envy said before. Because you're an indie, assumedly, plan around that. Have fun. Make it a party. Make it a celebration rather than a corporate style debut. I hope that makes sense. Like I know. I feel like I got pretty harsh at the beginning.
No, I think it's fine. Like I always tell people, like, is it worth a debut? It's always going to be a money sink. You're always going to have to put in more than you get out. So I think it's really realistic to like talk about managing expectations.
Yeah.
I will personally like I have a specific approach to marketing, which comes from like television and working in Australian media, as opposed to like working in the VTuber entertainment space, right? So when I think about like marketing for your debut, I always tell people to show stuff off. I know the common practice is like silhouettes and stuff.
I hate the
But
silhouettes.
I think you're always limiting your exposure by doing silhouettes, unless you do it in a really unique way. For example, I saw someone that set the bar really low with their likes and retweets, and then they hit it, right? They hit their goal by setting the bar low, and then their reveal popped off more because the silhouette started moving, and it was 3D, not 2D.
Oh.
And I was like, that is a really interesting way to like reveal that you're doing a 3D model with a new design, right? I was like it started walking towards the screen and tapping on like and I was like, I love this.
That is really fucking
This
cool.
is so good.
Yeah.
So I don't think the silhouette, like, I think that's an industry practice that needs to go.
I hate it.
You get more out of showing off your design. Much more.
I did. That's what I did this time around. I showed like, here's my chest, here's like my tongue piercing, here's like me flexing my arms, like random things that you can never see the full picture, but things to get excited about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's astonishing how much like more engagement you can get by actually showing off stuff.
It's crazy. Wild.
Roy and my Twitter will be a great example of like promoting our own debuts.
Yeah.
I think we debuted around the same time-ish. Like I think a few months apart, but
I think it was a few months apart.
I think it was kind of like within the same realm.
Because you were definitely still pre what you are now.
Yes.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember
I
being a little
debuted
bit
a
full on
PNG when you were doing your 2D debut.
That's probably what it was.
And I just showed it off. I was just like, here's the new 2D, like come catch my stream.
Oh,
and
but then
it did stupidly well.
I'm also an outlier because don't do what I did. I showed off my new design before the model was ready. I showed off the reference sheet.
I did that too.
I showed off the reference sheet like 8 months before the model was ready.
Yep,
because I debuted it specifically so I could use it for the roleplay channel. So I could start getting people used to it. Yep. So I could start getting people used to the design because it was such a wide departure from Femboy Roy. And then I had to spend the next, 8 months being like, God, please let me not be a femboy anymore.
I did the same thing. I revealed my design because Iron Mouse was just like, let me see it. And I was like, yeah, dude.
Yeah.
But the reality was like, I just hit partner. So I was changing my name. And I wanted to ease that changeover because my old design is nothing like this design. Like so different, right? I'm not even the same creature. So I was like, how do I ease this transition? Okay, I'm going to slow burn it, reveal my new design, name first, and then just keep posting content with the new design. And my old live 2D model had my new glasses on it. I was just wearing my glasses. And so that at least gave a small reference point as to what was coming.
Gotcha.
And I just keep talking about my new design. That's all I did before I was even ready to debut. I debuted as a PNG.
Yeah.
And then my model was ready, like, I think 4 months later after that. And then I went straight into this. But like the reality was I was flooding my design in people's faces before I even had my live 2D model, before I even had the PNG up. I was promoting my debut from day one.
So here's the difference though between us and someone that maybe has never debuted before. We had pre-established audiences that we were doing this to make a celebration. And that is what I want to harp back around to. So if you've never had a debut before and you're already streaming and you already have a model, I'm going to be real. Don't bother putting together an official debut. Put together a celebration instead. Don't call it a debut. You don't have to do the slides. You don't have to do, the everything else like that. Do something that you think your audience, your community will enjoy, and party with them, celebrate with them. Be like, hey guys, it's been a year since I debuted the model. We never did a debut proper. Let's just have a party. Let's just celebrate. Let's do some cool stuff. Like, just do it like that instead, because you don't have to have a debut.
Nope. I think, yeah, a model showcase, I think, is really good. I personally, I like showing off bits of the model. So my personal kind of note was like really fast, like interactive kind of show offs of the model, and like hit those like key areas, you know, tits, legs, hips, chest, face, usually focusing on the mouth or the eyes. I genuinely think you can make better content showing yourself off than you ever could by like teasing it.
I agree.
And hiding yourself. Yeah, if you have to have a debut, if you really want one, to market yourself, show off your new design. Show it off so much. Throw it around, and then people can come and celebrate that joy with you. You know?
Yeah. I agree with you. I'm with you entirely.
How do I algorithms?
I think we actually talked about it already. Ironically.
We did. We've talked about algorithms a lot. I will say this entire stream is a really good way to kind of start learning how to engage with algorithms. Almost every question can answer this.
Yeah.
Which is great. I hope this stream is helpful for you.
Before we get into the next
from
question,
pastry, yes, sir.
I will give you a warning. I am starting to get a wee bit tired.
Roy, if you need to dip, I will literally clean up the rest of these questions.
What?
You are a guest. You're free to leave if you need to.
Yeah.
But I will, honestly, I will round off all of them today.
Oh my God.
This is my
That's
vibe.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But you did say that you had some like bigger ones that you were kind of like, I kind of want to save that for later. I was kind of like,
do we want to do that now? Are you feeling it?
We can do the next one, and then we can do the ones after that if you want to.
Alrighty.
All right.
Yeah. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah. Just because it's almost 3 a.m. for me.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, no, let's do the big one then. Let's make sure you get some actual sleep.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. Okay. So the closer questions.
Yes.
Must-haves, insider advice, or what would you tell your past self if you were a new or early stage VTuber / PNG tuber in the current climate?
Oh.
What would you prioritize the most? What is the best piece of advice you could give? Yeah. This is a big one.
Current climate's crazy. Oh shit.
It's tough right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say right now it feels hard. I'm gonna be real. I hate that my first thought was don't.
No, mine was too.
Oh,
I was
God.
literally like, I know what Roy's gonna say. I'm the same mindset.
It's hard because like if you were having me pose this to me back when I first started VTubing, it would have been to start making short form content earlier to get into that that hype train of how easy it was to grow using short form content. But because that medium has changed so much and content as a whole has changed so much, it's like, God, like nowadays it's like find a niche, make content around that niche, make clips around that niche that then tie back into your stream. And it's hard, man, because it's like even then it's like there's no guarantee that like that niche will even pop off. And obviously there's ways to like push it and the ways to do well with it, but like if I'm talking to myself and I've never started VTubing, I'd have no idea that Power Rangers would have been such a big success for me. And considering Power Rangers is technically dead right now, like literally is a dead franchise at the moment, unfortunately, I would be like, you're crazy that you think you can do that. And with Super Sentai just getting announced that it's ending too. So it's like, I literally would be like, you're crazy. There's no way you can do that. So that's hard. But it's always going to come back down to the content game. I would still instill the smart practices of find a niche that you enjoy, that you can make creative engaging, clickable, searchable content. Do that, make that content, then make short form content around that content, and then do stream related content that you can not necessarily do that same niche, but something that correlates easy. So like if I'm a voice actor and I'm doing voice acting stuff, maybe play games where it's voice acting, or do improv live comedy like my sketch stuff was before, because then it's easy clips, it's easy voice acting related stuff. I can tie it back into the other channel. Yeah, that's it. That.
Yeah. I hate to admit that the first thing in my brain was also don't.
It's hard right now.
I think a lot of people associate VTubing with streaming.
Yeah.
And I think if anyone asked me, like, I would like streaming in general, I would say don't. I think your game should be content creation and not streaming. It should be clips, shorts. It should be writing narratives that can be understood and enjoyed by people. You know, if that evolves into short form content and games, then that does. But your focus should be narratives, because more often than not, you'll find that these like slice of life / like scripted, curated content are the things that smaller creators are popping off in and creating a ground to actually start streaming.
Yeah.
And they start streaming with an audience, which is really cool because they've already set themselves up with other content creation.
Yeah.
I would say, like, if you're gonna be a VTuber that creates content pieces. We've seen it in the past. Huge amounts of people that weren't quote unquote VTubers, because the word hadn't really hit Western media yet, but they're creating content with avatars, right? There's I can't get names off the top of my head right now. There's a ton of Final Fantasy 14 creators. Is it Pint? Pint is a really good example. Who has become like that. They were like a Lalafell wizard with red hair. They used to make a lot of Final Fantasy 14 content.
You got me. I'm not familiar. Sorry.
Yeah. Wait. Pint. Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, they're still okay. Yeah, PINT.
Okay.
They were like a Lalafell, and now they're a VTuber.
That's funny.
Like they used to make content before VTubers were a thing in the West, and they just used like their Lalafell in game to kind of communicate, right? You've got a bunch of like common space in Monster Hunter as well. There's a bunch of Monster Hunter creators that used to do the same thing.
Yep.
Like, just, I think really, like, you can be a VTuber without streaming. I think that's the best avenue into it. You can find out if you like content creation, and streaming can come after that. It's really hard right now to just start streaming from nowhere.
It is. And that's, I think, why both of us were kind of like, don't.
Yeah.
God, it's so weird too, because it's just because so many people got into this during lockdown or during like the big explosion of VTubing in the West and outside of Japan, really. But yeah, it's if I have to take a non-joke answer, it's everything that we just said. Because like, as much as I want to like meme and say don't, no, it's everything that we said, and I mean like everything that we've said in this video. You know, it's
yeah.
Make content, make clickable, searchable, discoverable content on other platforms that is a niche of you that you can make short form content out of and somehow relate back into your streams, so it's all cross promotion into itself.
Yeah.
So
yeah, best advice I could give, honestly.
Yeah,
like just be a content creator.
Be
Don't
a
content creator first.
Yep.
VTuber third.
Yep.
Fourth, fifth.
There we go. There we go.
Content creator first.
That is the big piece of advice. Content creator first. I like it. That's the ultimate message. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. I think that's the best kind of advice I would ever give myself or someone starting. Like, I don't know. It's not as easy as just turning on a stream anymore, like it was at the height of COVID. Streaming took a huge boom then.
Yeah.
And the audience is dwindling for streaming.
Yeah, we
YouTube,
literally
however,
talked about that.
Woo, YouTube's looking great. Not for streamers, but for content creators.
Ironically,
YouTube's looking great.
Ironically, it's actually looking better for me for streaming.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all.
Oh my gosh. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
You're creating like a big community over there, so I'm not surprised that suddenly, like, again, streaming is secondary to it, right? So it's not a surprise. Yeah.
So
starting from nothing on YouTube as a streamer, oh boy.
Yeah. I that's why I really harped on it before, like when we were talking about the Twitch viewership thing. Like, so many people feel like they're having wake up calls of needing to make content on other platforms because we're not in 2020 anymore. You need to make a backup revenue source of Twitch, considering the viewership just went really far down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That weirdly answers this question that we stopped before.
Oh, good.
I used to have a strong TikTok presence in 2020, and now I've returned, and it's tough to revive. Yeah, that answers a lot of your question.
Yes, it does. Yes,
it's a very different time. I know it's only been 5 years.
Yeah,
but man, the environment shifts a lot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I see the next question is also something that we've answered because it's talking about starting out and avoiding burnout and feeling overwhelmed.
I've got that listed down. Yeah.
All right. Well,
cool.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Thank you for joining me in one of these. They're very... It's wild, like, having to think with your brain for 6 hours.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
But it feels really good, right?
Yeah, no, this has been fantastic, and I genuinely love doing these types of streams because I did used to do them. I used to do them back when I was still Roy Zoga, and I love being able to have real conversations with people in the content creation sphere. And I say that as opposed to VTuber community, because I talked about it before, that hearing that term pisses me off because people use it as either a crux or a negative point for describing why they are not doing well. And it always makes me mad because I do love VTubing. I love VTubers. I think it's an amazing medium, but it is a medium for content creation. That's the way to think about it. So, yeah. Yippee!
Yeah, awesome. But I think you're in a better place to can potentially start doing those streams again, bud. I think you're in a really cool place.
With answering questions.
Years of knowledge.
Yeah. I might do like another one next month and fly it solo and see how I feel about it.
Good.
But I had a blast
telling
with
people,
this.
man, free advice. You should be giving it.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but thank you for letting me badger you into bringing me on for this.
Thank you for badgering me.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. I really needed to do another one of these, so I'm so glad that, like, you know, as part of a more structured kind of event, that you were part of it as the first guest.
Hell yeah.
It's cool, man.
Yeah, you'll be able to hear a lot of different people's opinions if you do more of these, because obviously people that have different backgrounds and not just a voice actor / person that's been doing this since, you know, VTubing since 2021 or streaming since 2017. So the more people you bring on, the wider of a scope you'll get. It'll be really fun. So
yeah. And to end it all off, please remember that these are opinions based on our learning experience. They aren't hard answers. They aren't always going to net you a positive. But please use these, as we've said, as a grain of salt to empower yourself and push yourself forwards. Hopefully our learnings can help you propel forwards. I really hope so. Yes.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, this is knowledge, and what you use this knowledge for is up to you. I am always the proponent of knowledge is power, because you can make better informed decisions about what you're going to be doing for the future. But it is ultimately, like Envy said, up to you what you do with all of this. So, yippee! Yep. But you are going to keep going, right?
Thanks,
you're okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna raid into you.
I'm gonna round off a few. Oh, thank you. You don't have to.
No, it's fine.
There's a few more questions here, and I want to open up to viewer questions as well.
For sure. Absolutely. Well, I will go say goodbye to my audience and Envy's chat, Golden Flock. Bye, guys. Have a good night.
Say bye to Roy. Bye, Roy. Thank you.
Bye. All right, let's end this VTuber collab thing. I'm gonna put myself. Oh, leave. There we go. I was just in the middle of doing it. Oh my gosh. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. With both Envy and I. That was super fun. I love getting to do this. I love getting to kind of share the knowledge that I have learned over the years and to share that all with you guys, because content creation's hard. You know, there's a lot of it that I'm still figuring out, and I've been at this shit for 8 years, you know? There's so many different facets that I'm learning. Like, I just taught myself about long form content with like video essays, like with the Common Writer video that we put out. So I'm very, very proud of where I've come comparatively to when I started, you know, back in 2017, and even more proud to think about where I was 4 years ago when I first started VTubing. But again, I do want to thank you guys for sitting tight and hanging out for this stream. It was really fun. Obviously, we're going to raid over into Envy on the Twitch side. Envy was the one that put this together. I have been badgering him for like a couple months to do this. I'm so glad we finally got to do it. Hi, question over here. How do I get girls? Okay, so first things first, what you're going to do is you're going to go... So specifically, you're gonna go to this one girl, okay? She got blonde hair. She got like blue in it as well. She's got like this dong tongue dress, you know? Really, really, really nice, you know? What do you mean no? What's wrong? What's the problem? What's the problem, Kay? Listen, I don't know, man. Maybe you should, does she happen to be, go ahead, regale me? A lion, maybe? She may be. She may be. Because that showed up for me on Twitter. Oh my God. I'm more into bunnies. Yeah. 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 Well, I gotta go raid out. I'm gonna send everybody to Envy. Guys, thank you again for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow on Hazmi's stream for Goose Goose Duck. And did the stream cut out and just go? Or is it still going? I think it's still going. Oh, it went. Bye.